2222. Two, 1, 2. Ah, yes. There we are, the Business Networking Show 2014. If you are watching us online, we're going to be live all day from the event. We're going to be talking to some of our different participants, our different keynote speakers that are going to be with us. First time actually that Business Connections Live has been outside of the studio and actually gone to a live event. And fantastic crowd here already today. What's the time? Just 10:15 or thereabouts. And as you look down the hall, we've got all these different stands, different people there with their different products. Of course, we've got the keynotes. That's going to be taking place very shortly as well, for that matter. So it is going to be an absolutely fantastic day. If you are in the Wolverhampton area, what we do suggest, if you're a small to medium scale enterprise, a small business, you want to find out how effective networking can be, what we do suggest is that you jump in your car and you get down to Wolverhampton Racecourse as quickly as you possibly can and actually check out what's taking place over the next couple of hours. It's going to be a fantastic day. We've got Neil Clough, the runner-up in The Apprentice. He's going to be joining us a little bit later on as well today. Also Rachel Elner, she's here too. She's just actually gone through to the keynote speaker area, so we're going to be having a little bit of a chat with her a little bit later on the program. Also, we're going to be going around and we're going to be talking to some of the different exhibitors that are here today as well, finding out what they actually do, how they make their money, how they find an event like this is going to be useful, what key business advice they can actually give to you as well, for that matter. If you do want to come along, as I said, it's Wolverhampton Racecourse. That's where you're going to find us today. It's going to be a fascinating event. It's all been a bit rushed getting the whole kit working, but you know, here we are. We're live from the Business Networking Show 2014. We're looking forward to meeting you if you're coming down to the show. If you are watching it, regardless of where you are, around the world perhaps, and you're watching this and you want to see exactly how people like, you know, well, the UK go about networking and making certain that they can promote their business, and all you've got to do is keep watching our program all the way through the day today. You're watching Business Connections Live, and we are live from the Business Networking Show here in Wolverhampton. My guests this evening, two great guests actually, and we're going to be talking about something of real big topical interest at the moment. Stephen Thomas, he's the author of Networking for Dummies, but there's more to Stephen. There he is. Watch you, Stephen. Great to have you with us this evening. Thank you. And also with us this evening we have Michelle Turner-Davidson. Hello Michelle, lovely to have you with us as well.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephen Thomas. I'm Network Director of 4 Networking, which means that I look after about 6,000 breakfast, lunch and evening events in England, Scotland and Wales every year. I'm also the author of Business Networking for Dummies, which I'm really proud of. 106,000 words, all my own, which I've written about business networking. But those aren't the reasons why you'll want a one-to-one with me, Steve. I joined this networking back in 2007 as a member. I used 4 Networking to develop my business, No Red Braces. I know how to use 4 Networking to win referrals. I know how to use 4 Networking to win testimonials, and I know how to use 4 Networking to win business. And if you want to find out more, you need to ask me for a one-to-one.
And then 2.5 years ago, I was invited to become one of the regional leaders. So I've been doing that, looking after a whole region from Oxfordshire now all the way through to Norfolk. But I do that to benefit my business. They're not talking to the people that are in the show, waiting for people to come to them, but not actually engaging, having conversations with people. You know, the thing is, they've got people to talk to, and not just the attendees, but other exhibitors around. Everybody there is a potential customer or client.
And it leads to a conversation. And there's another way that people should be talking to people at the show, and that is using social media. The show has its own hashtag TBNS2014. Most shows do. If you're an exhibitor and you've set up tonight, why not start tweeting and asking who's coming? And if you followed a hashtag stream, why not then get into conversation with the other people who are there?
And I think that people forget that normal behaviour is to say hello to somebody and get to know them, even if it's just for a few minutes, to find out a little bit about them before you start broadcasting to them about what you're trying to sell or what you're promoting.
You should view these interactions, these people you meet at the business show or any business show, treat it as the beginning of the relationship. This is the opportunity to start the conversation so that you can take it forward after the show. When you walk into the business show, there are loads of other stands, other exhibits vying for the attention of the attendees. You're almost in competition with everyone there, not necessarily for people's money, but for their time and attention whilst they're at the show.
There's a number of different ways. The most natural or normal way would be to talk to people as you go around the stand, so that's networking. But also taking advantage of the networking events that go along. There's some speed networking. With For Networking, what we do is we run part of our actual networking meeting, and we run it throughout the day, and it's 3 10-minute one-to-one sessions. Having 10 minutes to sit down, you really are having that chance to get to know that person, to exchange the numbers, to decide that you're going to, you know, it would be really useful for us to have a conversation after this. Are you open to doing that? Yeah, let's meet for a coffee, or what are you doing after this session? And you get that familiarity that you don't get in speed networking. You can also work out if you don't like somebody too.
When people are at the shows, they forget that that's where the relationship starts, and actually, after the show, why not follow up with all of those people that you've met and carry on the conversation? Hi, I'm Stephen Thomas. I'm the author of Business Networking for Dummies. You'll find that on Amazon. If you're going to the business show over the next couple of days, please remember, be yourself, talk to people, smile at people, make a plan for the day, and remember, follow up with people after the event. Use all of the tools that are available to you: LinkedIn, Twitter, Google+, Facebook, the telephone. But remember to follow up with people after the event. That's me, Stephen Thomas, author of Business Networking for Dummies.
My name's Michelle Turner-Davidson from the Healthy Wealthy People Group, and also regional leader for Networking. If you're interested in improving your health, your wealth, or even yourself, then I'm the person to come and have a chat to on the For Networking stand. But with For Networking, it is absolutely the best opportunity for you to get the best networking out of your day. Come and find out what it's like to meet like-minded people who are comfortable and relaxed and who you can get to know. Authenticity is really the key thing. Be yourself, get to know each other, and to grow your business, whether it's involved in networking, whether you need to get to build your business with others, or whether you are just looking for a good support environment, or if you're just looking for some people who you can share your ideas with. For Networking, without a doubt, is the best place that you can find an environment to be yourself and do those things.
Stefan and Michelle there, fantastic opportunity to actually meet them. It was a fantastic interview that we had, and of course really giving good advice when it comes to networking when you're out at an event like this one today. It is just a fantastic opportunity. We are powered by the AA today. If you want to find out more, we'll be talking to one of the guys from the AA. If you're a business motorist and you're out there on the road, a real opportunity to find out what kind of services that the AA provide when it comes to repair by the roadside, breakdown repair cover. Maybe you've got a car that you're using for business at the moment, but you'd like to have some form of insurance, whether it breaks down or not, maybe for some of the parts. You can find out all about that today. So Business Connections Live, we're powered by the AA, bringing you the broadcast here live from the Business Networking Show in Wolverhampton. There's a lot of different things to remember there. We will be asking questions later on in the day. Joining me, the first guest that we've got, and she's going to be joining us all the way around the actual show over the next couple of hours, and talking to some of the different exhibitors here is Helene. Helene's been on the program recently. Helene, great to have you with us.
It's wonderful to be here. It's
now,
a
I don't
really
know whether
buzzing atmosphere.
is the mic all working there at the moment, just to make absolutely certain? All right. Well, it looks like it's all working. If it isn't, we'll come back. Now,
live,
Helene,
right?
that's live. That's the whole thing about it, isn't it? The thing about it is that you're not only are you going to be doing this for us today, but you're also really into the funding for small to medium scale enterprises as well, finding funding for them. And I mean, is it getting easier, do you think, as the recession sort of comes back a little bit now?
I actually do believe that it is. I personally have experienced helping people to raise
Keep going.
over £20 million over the last 2 years, introductions to funds. And it's not just the traditional high street banks. What we're really seeing a surge is in platforms and in peer-to-peer funding and in crowdfunding and all the things that are associated with new ways of funding, which is the exciting bit for me.
Well, I'll tell you what we will do. We've got a little bit of a problem with your mic at the moment. I mean, that's the beauty of doing something live, of course. What we'll do is we'll have a look at one of the other programs that went out on Business Connections Live over the past couple of months. I think you're going to find a lot of these little inserts really interesting for you. If you've never ever watched Business Connections Live, all you've got to do is go to www.businessconnectionslive.com and you'll find a whole host of business information there that's going to be absolutely perfect for you and your small business. Let's give you a bit of an insight into one of the programs that we had on Business Connections Live just recently. Now, if you're a small to medium scale enterprise and you've been saying to yourself, geez, you know, I really do need to sort out funding, or I want to get my business into a position where I can actually sell it, or if you just want to get it on the right track, maybe business plans and things like that, but you need someone to talk to, someone who's actually going to tell you the right way to put it together, how you should be prepared for instance, if you're actually talking to maybe a dragon or an angel or whatever. What do you say to them? What do you say to them when you're standing there? I mean, we were up at the business show last week and there was a whole host of different companies up there. A lot of people give intuition when it comes to how you should approach funding, how you get it, and how you present your business to someone that you want to fund it from. My guest this evening is Helena Panzerini. She is it says here, so don't be offended, a highly successful business advisor and consultant, expert at pulling together financial plans for SMEs.
Everyone will say the banks aren't lending, I can't find any money, there's no money out there. But in fact, some of the work that I've done over the last 18 months, where I've helped over 150 odd companies access roughly £50 million, we can always say, you know, there's always money there if you're deserving of the money. We've got a lot of people who just set something up that was a hobby and it became a business. There was no planning involved. There was no thought into how much money do I actually need to set this up for a period of time. If you haven't sat in that seat, it's very difficult to understand what it's like, what's happening to the SME owner, you know, what's happening to their relationships, what's happening when they're on the brink of insolvency but they don't even know it, what's happening when they don't know how much or what kind of money they need to get but they know they need to pay people. It's a very frightening place sometimes, and a lot of the services are designed by people who have not sat in that seat. If you start without enough capital, so without enough funding to get you through whatever that time frame is, whether it's 6 months or a year or 18 months, you're setting yourself up to fail. Other people don't want to take on debt, but by not taking on some sort of funding, you're actually making a rod for your own back because you're not giving yourself enough time for things to come to fruition. And if you don't understand and believe what you're doing is really planned out on fact, you shouldn't be doing it. Now, some people see an export opportunity, and so they need money for that. But money might not be debt or equity. It might be some sort of factoring or invoice financing for that development. So money comes in different colors and flavors. What is it that I want to achieve? Over what time frame? What does that mean for my business in terms of people, resources, capacity? How much money does that look like to fund that? And then what does the money look like? And I would encourage people, I'm not saying go out and splash money willy-nilly on consultants and other people, and always get, you know, some sort of subsidized help if you can get it. But also don't think that you can or should do everything yourself. It's just not possible. I think if you're passionate about your product or your service, if you have that elevator pitch, if you have that 2 minutes or that 5 minutes, and of course in front of an angel, most of the time the max you're going to get is 5 to 10 minutes. You need to say what it is, and what the great thing about it is the IP or the scientific whatever that is special about it. But if I'm an equity investor, I want my return within probably 5 years. So what I want to know is, how does this business make money? So it's Helene Panzerino, and I am a highly successful entrepreneur, businesswoman, SME owner as well for many, many years, 25 years. I'm working predominantly in the area of helping you to access finance and to understand finance. And what I would say to every SME owner is, plan. You have to plan, especially when it comes to finance. Business plan, know what you want your funding for, what time frame it's going to be used, work with someone to identify what that funding looks like. Learn about it, understand it as much as you can, because ultimately you are responsible. Seek advice. There are people like me and other people who are out there to help you. Interview them, question them, see what their success rate is like, but take advice, because on your own it's difficult to get it right the first time and every time. Get the funding and then get help on how to spend the funding. Don't go spend it all at once, or like Steve here, maybe just jump a plane to somewhere nice as well. And ultimately remember that it's about growth, and there are plateaus, and there are going to be highs and lows, and you'll need different funding at different times, but you should have fun on the journey. Enjoy what you do, and just make sure that you're always aware that you can continue to grow and go from plateau to plateau.
And there she was actually talking about the whole area when it comes to funding for small and medium scale enterprises. If you are looking for funding, maybe a chat with Helene would be the ideal thing to actually do today while you're here at the Business Networking Show in Wolverhampton. I can actually just hear, just off to my left, and we can coming over the PA, the first of the keynote speakers are going to be kicking off very shortly here today. So it's a really busy atmosphere. It's really nice. Already, what do you reckon? A couple of hundred people, maybe?
I would say
400
so, yep.
people? Yeah.
Absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, it's very good, isn't it? It's fantastic. Also, we're sweating a bit as well. We are leaking because it's just ever so slightly warm in here, but we're going to have a fantastic...
Oops.
Thank you.
That's the magic of live TV.
The magic of live television. We can't edit it later on. As I said, we're here all day. We are sponsored by the AA. We're powered by the AA today, the Automobile Association. If you want to find out more about maybe personal membership or what the AA can offer, just have a word with our fine team that are just standing behind me here on the stand, if you're particularly here at the show today. Now, Helena, you're going to be going around. You're going to be talking to a number of the different exhibitors that are here.
I can't wait. I've had a little bit of a pre-buzz around the room. It's really happened. Everyone's starting to communicate well. It's great.
Any sort of initial impressions, do you think?
On myself?
Yeah, well, no, on what you've seen so far.
So the impression that I get is that these are not people that have been through the same old networking mill. You know, you can go to some places and you see the same old characters. Everybody here seems to be doing something slightly different and also wanting to really speak to each other.
All right. Well, listen, the first of the keynote speakers is actually going to be kicking off in just a few moments' time. We can't show you those. We can show you bits of those, but we can't show you all of those because you really need to be here if you want to find out more. But we will be bringing you the atmos and the whole day's event, the feeling of the day event over the next couple of hours. So we're going to be with you until around about, if it all holds out, till around about maybe 6 o'clock. Already I'm very, very excited. So I'll look over at my producer. We've got another piece coming up right now. So just another reminder of one of the programs that we've had on Business Connections Live. Our guest this evening is Philip Skinner of Shaw Walker Lees, who's going to be discussing the rule changes that have just recently been made to pension contributions. Also, more importantly, we're going to be looking at what you should be doing if maybe you've left it for just a little while too long and maybe you haven't got some form of pension plan in place. We'll be talking about maybe some of the options that you can actually do to make certain that you are going to be in a good place.
Pensions is just one of the armoury that you have as part of your retirement planning. We're talking about pensions mostly, but it is one of a number of items. You know, you should have, we talk to clients about savings. What savings do you have? You know, do you have any ISAs? Perhaps you have a property that you rent out. Perhaps you might get an inheritance from a family member. But, you know, don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. 10 years ago, we had stakeholder pension come in, introduced by the government, because they recognised that many millions of people didn't have any pension saving whatsoever.
No provision at all.
No provision at all. And so they wanted employers to recognise that they should have a pension scheme in place for their employees if they want to join. within the next couple of years, every single employer, even if you've got 2 employees or 1 employee, you will have to have a pension scheme in place. Well, the first 2 years is a fairly soft start. You're looking at a 3% contribution. That will be 1% from the employer, 2% by the employee. But by 2018, I know that seems a long way away, then the minimum contribution that has to go into a pension scheme for your employees has to be 8%. 1 year before you are due to start having auto-enrolment, you will get a letter from the pensions regulator. But don't wait for that letter. Why not do it now? Because the information is available, so you can plan ahead. Hello, I'm Philip Skinner, Shaw Walker Lees. I hope you've enjoyed some of the matters we've discussed today, but the key thing is plan early. Don't take my word for it. After this, why don't you go and talk to your accountant or your financial advisor, talk to people who help you run your business, and actually pin them down. What's this about auto-enrolment? You need guidance. It's really important that you, as the employer responsible, have an understanding of what it entails, because then and only then, I think, can you really begin to get the process moving, because you've really got to drive it. It's all very well relying on other people, but I think you need to really go for that process. As we said, allow 6 months to really get it up and running, but don't leave it too long before you start. It is a really important process. Engage your staff, have some workshops, some seminars, so you can have a question and answer session. That's really, I think that's quite important. We found that very useful for some of our clients who've already got engaged in this process and what it really means for them. Ultimately, your employees are going to want to know how much you're going to put in, because that's fundamental for them. But see it as a way of retaining staff, and pay careful attention to the paperwork when you get it. You'll be given a number of options, such as where should you invest your money? That's your decision. It's up to you. It depends on your risk profile. So you really need to talk to someone about assessing your risk profile, what it means for you. Diversifying, not just diversify the actual portfolio itself within the pension plan, but about some of your other assets and investments that you have. Try and spread it around a bit. That is really key. Diversification. Don't have all your eggs in one basket. But don't be complacent about pension. Don't rely on it entirely. It is really down to you. But as I said, plan ahead, talk to people like us. We can guide you, and that's the most important thing. So anyway, thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed it. So I'm Philip Skinner at Shaw Walker Lees.
Absolutely fantastic, a really interesting thing. A number of accountants actually here today. As we said, the keynote speakers are just kicking off. We've got our roving camera. I tell you what, we'll have a quick gander and see what you can see. This is what the show looks like. A lot of people have actually left the show floor, or the stand floor at the moment, and they've actually gone into the main presentation area. I was just wondering, actually, Neil Bear's on cameras today. Bear, if you could just wander down perhaps maybe to where the actual keynote speakers are and have a quick shot through the door. He was just going to go past us and just wander down through the show. Let's have a quick gander at what he can see. There's us. There's us again.
Hey.
And there's a very tall man there. You know what they say about business? Business is all about juggling, of course, and that's probably, what's he doing there?
He's definitely standing out.
He's definitely standing out. What do you think he's selling? Long legs. Anyway, look, you turn left there, and that's where the keynote speakers are actually presenting in there. That's where Neil Clark, and on stage at the moment, I think is Rachel Elno. She's in there at the moment, presenting just at the moment. We're going to be talking to her a little bit later on, but that's what you're missing out on if you're not here in Wolverhampton at the moment. It's an absolutely fascinating day for that matter. So if you do want to come down, of course you can. Now, just even looking where we are, what kind of things have we got around here? We've got office mail just across there, mailer dock, reduce your postage costs to save time. I mean, that's the kind of people that are here at this particular event. They're people that are going to give you advice to make certain that your business is going to be more effective, it's going to be more cost effective to run. And as we swing round as well, we've got the marketing room, so PR support, blogger outreach, and web design, oh blimey, they do it all, this lot, don't they? SEO, graphic design, photography. Is there anything you don't do? You just do it all?
They make the tea, they don't make
I get the
tea.
funny impression that if you went along to it and you said, can you do this? The answer is always yes. We'll talk a little bit later on. I just wonder if our camera can just pop back, if Neil can just, there he is, having a look inside there at the keynote speakers. All right then, I'll tell you what, just another reminder once again of some of the programs that we've had in the past. As I said, we will very shortly be talking to some of the different exhibitors that are here today to find out what kind of business advice they can give you as a small to medium scale business. And regardless of where you are, if you just want to get advice throughout the day, you can stick with us here live on the channel. Business Connections Live is where we are. Hopefully you found us. That's been twittered out. You found the actual link and you're watching this right now. It's great to have you with us. Okay, here's another little reminder for one of the programs from Business Connections Live.
Hi everyone, my name is Jonathan Fowle, the Managing Director and Founder of the Rockstar Mentoring Group. Yes, we're going to be talking about mentoring tonight and of course investment, because a lot of startups as well, more startups than anyone actually, value mentoring, believe it or not. We would welcome, and we do welcome, clients of any age. It really comes down to what the business idea is, if it is a startup, but most of the time, money or age, what age gives you is it gives you experience, which is one thing that a lot of our young entrepreneurs who do come to us lack, and that's why they see the value in finding a mentor quickly. But no, anyone who's coming along, as we spoke about earlier, where they've just been in a career for the last 15 years, they've always had that goal and that dream to do this for themselves. There are certain ideas, if you make it into year 3 and you can genuinely see that the reason it's now not working is because there's been something that's happened outside of your control, then that's why I didn't give up. A good entrepreneur is someone who can start effectively with the ability to make sales at high margins. That's another very important point. There's no point selling hundreds and hundreds of these goods for £10 where it's costing you £9. You know, that will kill a business.
Work, is it? No.
You've got to maintain a high margin model from the early stages as well. Why is it that all of our mentors are multi-millionaires? What are they looking to do? They love to mentor businesses, absolutely. But they also like the idea of getting to know a company for 6 months, getting to know a team for 6 months, generating a higher growth for that company and showing that they can do it. And then at the end of those 6 months, what usually happens is that the mentor's like, I love this, let's do it, I want to invest. We've got 2 types of clients who come to us for funding. We've been very fortunate enough to be given a contract from government to provide startup funding by way of a loan to startups. And last year alone, we lent to 1,500 different companies, and we continue to do so. And that's a fabulous, fabulous initiative, and it really gives young entrepreneurs the opportunity to take up to £10,000 and mentoring, which they get for free, because the cost of the mentoring is subsidised to grow their startup and turn it into reality. That's amazing. I set this company up 7 years ago because I've always believed that real mentoring for businesses of all sizes is the fastest way to achieve the goals that you're looking to do. And what's real mentoring? It's firstly learning from someone who has genuinely been there, done it, and worn the t-shirt. Someone who, in a Rockstar Mentor's case, has started, built up, and sold their own company for an average price of £18 million. And they're the type of mentors that we've got within the group. And please don't ever feel intimidated by such a number. They're all lovely, wonderful people who are giving up their time to want to work with you and are obviously keen to potentially invest in your business as well. Our doors are open to people who are even at the ideas stage, right up to more established SMEs themselves too. We've got 2 tiers to what we do. The first one is for our pre-startups and startups, where if you are looking for some extra startup capital and mentoring that doesn't cost you anything, the government-backed startup loans program is something that we are a proud delivery partner of, and would be willing to invite you to one of our free incubators, which we typically hold at London City Hall, where Boris Johnson spends his days. The second tier of mentoring are for those of you who don't need funding. You've just hit that glass ceiling, as an example. You just want someone who can work with you over a set period of time to achieve a specific goal that is relevant to your business, that you know that you can leverage off their experience, their guidance, their support, and their contacts to make it happen for you. The website address is www.rockstargroup.co.uk, where you'll see all the different products for your services, for your needs. And again, my name is Jonathan Fowle, the Managing Director, and really look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
You know, I had all sorts of problems with his name, Jonathan, Fowl, Fool, Phil, I don't know, one of those things. But once again, very fascinating evening it was. We were talking about mentoring for small to medium scale enterprises, for small businesses. So, I mean, that's what's so fascinating about the whole range of programs that we've got. There are 52 up there. I just noticed that Stephen Thomas is standing in front of me, the author of Business Networking for Dummies. Hi there. Come around here, Steph, so we can see who. Otherwise, people will just wonder who I'm talking to. They won't be able to hear you, but good to hear that. Stephen Thomas, it's great to have you with us. I'll tell you what, talking to the end of that for a moment, and then we'll know. Stephen.
No one's used that line on me before.
What, talking to the end of
Yeah,
that?
they have, no.
You're a lucky one, a bit closer. Now, you're doing one of the keynotes later on, aren't you?
I am 3:10 this afternoon. I'm speaking on business networking for dummies and specifically how to network at trade shows like this.
And if we want to get hold of a copy of the book, how do we go about doing that?
At the back of the seminar hall, my colleague Kirsty is selling the books, £10 today. More expensive if you don't want it signed.
Get out of here.
Tell me if I need to put this on differently.
We will later on when we have a proper talk with you. I'll tell you what we're going to do now. We're just going to pop up to the other end of the hall. This is quite fascinating. Helena's just up there, and she's going to be talking to one of the exhibitors. This is Cashflow. They're the major sponsor for the show today. So here's Helena.
Hello, we've gone out for a bit of a rove, haven't we? And as we said, there's so many different businesses here, and some of them are about money, and some of them are about marketing, and some are about networking. And actually, we had to stop because I saw bowler hats, and to me, that is the pound sterling, isn't it? Hi, and welcome. Can we find out who you are and what you're about?
Yes, we are working for Just Cashflow at the moment. Yes, money, it makes the world go round apparently. And they provide a facility, it's like an overdraft facility rather than a loan, so there's no penalty for paying back a little bit earlier. The only criteria that you need to be is a limited company and operating in the UK. You can borrow against an invoice. For short-term loans, it's absolutely fantastic, and we're forever getting lots of good feedback, which is paramount in this day and age.
It's interesting to talk about feedback and sort of testimonials, because people buy from people, and if someone has a good experience, it makes it more of an inclination. How can you really help your customers?
Okay, we can help the customers when, if you've got a small business and, your ceiling falls through, you need some works doing straight away, but your invoice is not going to be paid until 4 weeks. You can borrow against this invoice, and, you can get this done with paying a small percentage back. It's a help and facility rather than a loan. And I think businesses like this, in this market, the economy, the way it is at the moment, it's absolutely crucial to have people to be able to help you like this.
And is it just about the money, or is it also about the peace of mind and the security and knowing that you can get to that next level?
Well, for me, I think the guys who we work with, they're so personable and they actually care, which I think makes a big, big difference, yes.
So where can we find you?
Well, we're based in Cardiff and London and also Scotland.
So, Scotland, that's still with us.
Yes, still with us, yeah.
And have you got the show, and have we got any kind of URL or any contacts?
Sorry?
Any kind of contact or URL? How can we get your website or anything like
Okay, yes, it's justcashflow.com.
Yeah.
Justcashflow.com. It's exactly what it says on the tin is what it does, right? Back to Steve.
Thanks a lot there, Helene. Don't forget to talk in the microphone next time either. Fantastic. Just goes to show you the kind of quality of people that are here in Wolverhampton today. We'll be talking to some of the visitors as well that are coming in. As I said, we've got the keynote speakers. We just heard from Stefan just a moment or so ago about his book, Networking for Business, for Dummies, at events like this. A lot of people actually come to events like this and they don't really get the full amount of benefit from it. They don't really maximize their return when it comes to coming to an event. They may find someone that they feel, well, yeah, I can actually have a conversation with them, but they don't go anywhere with the conversation. The book is a fascinating read if you want to get the most from your networking when you go to events like this, or to any of maybe the 4 networking events that you go to, then Stefan's book is absolutely an insight. Well worth buying, a fantastic read as well. You're watching Business Connections Live. We're streaming live from the Business Connection, the Business Networking Show. Salient slip there from the Business Networking Show in Wolverhampton. We're at Wolverhampton Racecourse today. We're going to be with you all the way through the day. We're going to be talking to some more exhibitors in just a few moments' time. But for the moment, here's some more great business advice from Business Connections Live.
How
How do you build that brand loyalty, that customer satisfaction, that moment where you touch your customer to make certain that they keep coming back to you? And that's what we're talking about tonight. Colin Bate, lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
You're welcome. You've got to be easy to deal with, so the customer's got to be hassle-free. And also you've got to add value to their business. And if you make their business more valuable, and that's when it starts changing from a purely transactional relationship into being a partnership, and I think that's the difference. If you do have a USP and a unique advantage, and you can bolt together that with customer service and outstanding personal customer experience, then you're absolutely on a winner. Just imagine if you had all three of these aspirations. So if you had something that was unique in the marketplace, you were the cheapest, and you give the best customer service, then there'd be nobody to rival you at all. Well broadly, all market research, and this is historic market research, but it stands good today, that if you give a good experience to a customer, which people may find acceptable, broadly just more than half of them are likely to use you again. So your retention rate is likely to be just a little bit better than 50%.
But that's
by giving good service,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's not till you give excellent and outstanding service how you're getting a retention level or a repurchase level of above 90%. Say to my guys, if someone rings and you pick the phone up and they want an exhaust system or a radiator or a clutch or a battery for the vehicle, if you put the phone down and you haven't hooked that sale, that inquiry is never coming back in the lifetime of a vehicle because it'll never need another one. And I think if you think about that, whether you're selling houses, white goods, TVs,
you don't get a second chance, do you?
You're unlikely to get a second chance for a significant period of time. So when you get an inquiry, you've got to hook that inquiry and keep it. And you can only do that by making the customer feel special. Is your strategy going to be to compete on price? Is it going to be compete on innovation and technology? Or is it purely about customer services? Ideally, it would be all three. Once you've developed the strategy, make sure it's implemented ruthlessly throughout your business and everybody in the business buys into it, every stakeholder. I think, certainly in my experience within this industry and other industries as well, is that businesses are extremely good at identifying an issue or an opportunity, so something to fix or something to exploit. They're pretty good at developing a plan and putting it to paper, and they're pretty good at reviewing whether it's worked or not. Where most businesses fall down is the implementation and the execution of that strategy. Well, I'm Colin Bate, as you know. I'm the Sales Director of Unipart Automotive, and I had a bit of trepidation when Steve asked me to come and show my wares tonight, but it's been actually really enjoyable. And I've also been exposed today to some of the previous sessions, and that's quite inspired me to go and find out and look for more as well. So I'll be a regular listener. I'll also portray the virtues of it as well, and I'm not too old to learn, even though I'm getting on a bit, yeah? In terms of tonight, I've spoke to you about customer service, customer intimacy and building relationships with customers, and I guess I'd just like to leave you with 5 key points. First of all, treat your customer as if you'd want to be treated yourself. So, think about that. If you don't like how you're being treated, then you're unlikely to retain and stay with various suppliers. So treat the customer as you'd want to be treated yourself, for sure. Secondly, a customer isn't a customer for a transaction. A customer is a customer for life. So if you think about that every time you talk to that customer, a customer is a customer forever, not just a transaction. Okay. Thirdly, I would say look at one of the slides that we used previously. Giving good service to a customer is only likely that they're going to come back to you slightly more than 50% of the time. You have to be given excellent service to get the 90% retention levels that you need in any successful business, for sure. Next, I would say you can earn trust, but it takes a lifetime to do that, and you've got to give outstanding personal customer service at every point of contact. You can lose that trust in a split second. So every single time you touch the customer, it's trust, it's service, it's outstanding personal customer levels of intimacy, for sure. And lastly, I would just say focus on the customer, because as we've said, if you don't, someone else will, for sure.
Side actually absolutely fascinating there when it comes to looking after your customers. We talk a little bit about on one of the programs with Paul Glynn about the Sandler method of selling, and he was talking about finding the pain that your customer has, and of course what we were looking at there was the importance of actually making certain that your customer is being well looked after by you as a business to grow your business in the future. You're watching Business Connections Live. We've been brought to you today by the AA, powered by the AA. If you are at the show, please don't miss out the opportunity to find out some of the different services that the AA can actually offer you as a member by the Roadside. And of course, they've now actually moved into repairing things at your home as well, for that matter. Everything from central heating to gas boilers as well. They've got everything absolutely covered. And all you've got to do is, if you come along to Wolverhampton, you'll find our wonderful AA guys, well, standing right next to me. Give a bit of a wave over there. Can't see him, but there he's just right over there. You're watching Business Connection Show from the Business Networking Show. Keynote speakers up there at the moment. We've got Neil Clough a little bit later on. Dee Blick, who's been on the program, she's going to be on. And, well, a whole range of familiar faces that you've seen on the show over the past couple of months is going to be joining us today. And, of course, Brad is going to be on. Brad Burton is going to be on a little bit later on today. I think he's going to be on, is it early part of the afternoon? I think he's going to be on. Tony Turner's going to be here. He's a fascinating guy as well. But we're also going to be talking to more of the exhibitors that are at the show. We just found out a little bit about cash flow. Fascinating there. Didn't realise that about cash flow. Just didn't realise that about cash flow. Didn't know what they did. All of a sudden, new company. If you're in business, what about your whole cash flow? That's always a bit of an issue, isn't it? Where do you go to? What happens when it all dries up for a month, and the next thing you know, 4 minutes later, or four weeks later, you've got no cash in the bank, but you know your order books are full for the following month. These are the trials and tribulations of a small to medium scale enterprise. And we'll just have a little bit more of a look around the show right now as well. And this is what we got here. You can see it really is, it's buzzing. Now, this is bearing in mind that we've actually got one of the keynote speakers talking at the moment, so the hall kind of did empty out a teeny weeny bit. Candy Canner there, one of the 4 networking areas, Smile, that's what this is all about. And what else have we got there? We've got Vivico, we got an advert there for Stefan's book. And just over there, I think it's just down there, where just behind that gentleman who's just looking down at the bump table. You've got to be careful how you say that. Can we just have a look at the kind of bump that is on the table, if you don't mind? Let's have a look at what's on the table, what kind of stuff we got. So it is the biggest bump table in the country. If you want information, if you want to get the kind of you've got to be so careful how you say this, but if you're looking for information for your business, if you're looking for the right contacts, if you want to exchange contacts, maybe you've got some information about your own business, this is the place to actually put it. So that's the largest bump table in the UK. Fascinating. Once again, Wolverhampton Racecourse is where we are. It is the Business Networking Show. You're watching Business Connections Live. We're streaming the program all the way through the day, and we are powered by the AA. Right, another bit of a reminder, some more good business advice from Business Connections Live. On the show tonight, my guest is Steve Mills. Now, Steve has been on the show twice before. He's back again. We're going to be discussing all things LinkedIn. There's been a lot of changes on LinkedIn over the past couple of months, and it really does, particularly if you're a business. I think LinkedIn has changed if you've got business pages and things like that. But the power of LinkedIn is truly second to none.
I think all these sites are fantastic, and I would say that LinkedIn's probably better from a business-to-business point of view. If I was more business-to-consumer based, maybe I'd be looking at something more like Facebook as the key, but all these sites have got their place. All of them work fantastically well. We all know, you know, Facebook's a fantastic site for business, and LinkedIn is also sometimes called actually the Facebook for business. Mm-hmm. The one big thing that you can do right now that you couldn't do literally at the beginning of May is you can add articles to your profile. Just look at this stat here. This is really powerful. This shows that this particular article has been shared by 479 different people. Well, the big one, which I actually thought was not such a great thing, was the removal of the product and service pages. Because when I had a company page, I could also upload product pages, so I could have 10, 15, 20, an infinite number of pages all marketing my products. They've changed that, they've removed it completely, and what they've come up with now is something they called showcase pages. If you're new to LinkedIn and you've got 20 connections and you're not really using it very much right now, there are a whole range of things that you can do to move your business up that sort of ladder on LinkedIn before you need to go and pay LinkedIn some money. So I've set my advert up, I've uploaded an image, I've gone into added a headline and some great text here. So my ad looks something like this here on the right hand side. I then go in here, and this is the big difference between this and Google. On Google, it's a matter of somebody's typed something into Google, they're looking for something, and your advert pops up because you've got keywords in here. On LinkedIn, and indeed on Facebook, this works the opposite way around. You're looking for them. So this is profile driven rather than tag driven. But I can then target people by job title. So if I sell HR services or marketing or recruitment or whatever it is, I can target people by that. Or, again, I can target people by category, by job function. So here, rather than just going into the top and type in, you know, I'm looking for accountants in London, I can be much more sort of segregated. So I can here search on a particular industry, for example, or I can search a company, and so on and so forth. And then you scroll down to your summary, this area here. Oops, sorry. Let's just go back to this area here and then click on the edit button. Hey presto, on the right hand side, LinkedIn now tell you these are the words that you need to add in order to optimize your profile and to get found on LinkedIn. Okay, so the number one thing I would suggest that you do on LinkedIn is to be consistent. You need to use it on an ongoing basis. Number two, I would say, go and get some training. Make sure that you understand fully what you need to do on LinkedIn and all the different opportunities that there are. Most of the people I meet use 2 or 3 different ways. On my training programs, I teach over 40 different strategies for growing your business on LinkedIn. The last comment I'd make would be to utilize groups. Groups are an awesome opportunity. If you want a way of getting a message out free of charge to thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of people, you can do that for free on LinkedIn groups. Thanks for listening.
Hello there, you're watching Business Connections Live. Steve Mills there. A fantastic program on LinkedIn. A lot of people don't realize just how good LinkedIn actually can be when it comes to growing your business. When Steve actually does a mail shot out, instead of maybe going out to 300 or 400 people, he actually goes out to 1.7 million people by using LinkedIn and by using groups. That program, by the way, has had over something in the order of 3,000-4,000 individual views. So if you want to be one of the people that are getting their learning when it comes to LinkedIn, it's a perfect opportunity for you. Just incidentally as well, this is quite fascinating. If you hold your camera up and you want to actually go to the page where we're broadcasting now, if you're watching this at home, of course you're already there. But if you're here at the show, if you just click on that with your smartphone, then you can actually watch the stream program live as it's going out today. Simply click on that, and that'll take you directly to the page. It's as simple and straightforward as that if you want to find out what's actually happening here at the Business Networking Show. Just a moment, we're going to be finding out a little bit more about what's taking place at the Business Networking Show, and also have a word with our sponsor as well. And we'd just like to thank the AA for powering us up. We're going to find out exactly the kind of services that they provide when it comes to home emergency repair. That's a brand new service that they've just brought about. And also what they're doing by the roadside these days. So let's go over to Helene and find out what's happening with the AA today.
Thank you very much, Steve. The room is so you can hear a bit of a buzz behind us. That's because Rachel Elnor has finished her speech. And as Steve said, we're here with our sponsor.
Okay. Well, it looks like we had a little bit of an audio problem. Surprisingly, it worked all the way up there, but here she is standing right next to me, and we can't hear a word she's saying. So we'll have a word with the AA in just a moment. Now, we've got another piece of video from one of the past programs, all sorted out. So another good piece of business advice from Business Connections Live.
Search engine
optimization is probably one of the most important things that you've got to do to your business website to make certain it's working for your business. Remember what we've said about business websites in the past. Your website is part of your marketing campaign, and to make absolutely certain that it is getting you the most benefit from it being there, it needs to be properly SEO'd. My guest tonight is Mark Rouvray. He's the SEO expert who's joining us tonight, and he's going to be talking about how small businesses can raise their ranking in the Google search engine results simply through search engine optimization.
Fundamentally, it's two parts to it. It's making sure that your website is clear to Google as to what it's all about. What does your website fundamentally give to people? And secondly, it's promoting that website across the internet so that you are seen by Google as having a good reputation for those key search terms. What we're talking about here is the natural or organic search results, those that are not those paid ones at the top or at the side. So essentially what I do for my own website is exactly what I'm doing for my clients. And you're absolutely right, there is, and this is one of the battles that we have, is that people do get bamboozled by some of the technology and some of the spin that is provided by people who often, most small businesses will tell you, have probably had a phone call from somebody who says, I will get you to the top of Google. And really anyone who says that, they should be wary of. What kind of business do you want to attract? Now you mentioned London, and a common mistake that people make is to actually say, well, I'm interested in London. I want all the business in London. Well, realistically, as a small business, London is probably the population, I think 30 million or something like that. It's the population of a small country like Belgium. So as a small business, you're not really targeting the whole of London. You are trying to build up business in your own local area and the surrounding area. In reality, it does take time to actually achieve results with SEO. How quickly you can achieve them obviously depends again upon what are you trying to be ranked for. For those big businesses, they are looking at bespoke strategies around exactly what is that company trying to achieve, so it's tied in with their business planning, their marketing plan for that company, their specific objectives, and then it's analysing all the competition, exactly what they're doing, their websites, and how they're promoting themselves online. Okay, so I'm Mark Rouvray from Active Web Design. We've been talking about SEO today. The key thing to think about really as we started was what are the key search terms for your business? That's where you need to start. If you don't know those, you don't know what you need to be found for, and you can't optimize your website. So spend a bit of time thinking about that. If you've already got a site, then review it and see where those keywords are placed and think about restructuring the site. If you don't have a site, you're in a good position because you can actually build from the bottom up with those key terms in mind. So that's the first thing to actually think about. And then you need to think about how you actually put the content together which actually reflects those. Now, make sure you're not trying to do everything with your homepage. Think about landing pages specific to those key terms and actually gearing those terms up. Those pages are geared up then for those terms. Think about not only the placement but the content. Think about how you can actually get content relevant to those terms, whether it's through testimonials, examples of your work perhaps, case studies, or further helpful information that relates to that subject. That's a great way of getting further information onto your site. Going beyond that, part of the battle is about getting it right on your site, but then beyond that it's about promoting your website for those key terms and looking at where you can get those, whether it's in blogs or through social media, and making sure you're linking back to your website and the specific pages again for those key terms. There's 1,001 things really it takes to do a good SEO for your site, but the more of those that you can do, the better your SEO will be. So if you're doing it for yourself, then take a deep breath, take your time and do it over a long period of time. Don't think you can do it all in one go. It's something that takes time and it will take continual effort. Things do change with the process for SEO in terms of the way Google handles it, so it is difficult to stay ahead of the game. So that's where obviously if you bring in a supplier for SEO services, then that's where you can actually gain from their knowledge of what's happening now and having somebody who's regularly going to do that for you. So Active Web Design are a company who operate right across the UK. They have advisors in all locations that you can find through the Active Web Design site, activewebdesign.com, or my own local service, the surreywebdesigner.co.uk, which is a site, as you've already seen, optimised for SEO purposes for my business. And we're providing local consultation to local businesses for all the net marketing services, whether it is a web design, SEO, or mobile or apps development.
Mark Rouvray there, fascinating insight into SEO for websites. I think a lot of people actually get very confused when it comes to SEO. We were talking about pay-per-click, I think it was this Wednesday, in fact, last Wednesday's program. If you want to find out how to effectively do a pay-per-click campaign using Google, well then, you know, this is the place to be, Business Connections Live. All right, let's see if we've got more luck this time with our microphone. Maybe they can come along and send a patrol out to fix our mic when it comes to getting that working. So it's over to Helene.
Thank you. Atmosphere buzzing. Okay. And we are powered today by the AA. And I'm here with our guest from the AA, who's sponsoring Business Connections Live. Let's talk a little bit more about this organization that we know and love, but maybe don't know enough about. Find out who you are first.
Yeah, hi, I'm Anthony Collett from the Salesforce, here today to promote AA products and offer services to tailor to your needs.
Anthony, we all think we know the AA for picking us up by the roadside, but is there much more to that as well?
Oh, certainly. Our latest cover we're offering now is we cover homes, so if your home breaks down, then AA is the one you... We do to cover either the person or the vehicle. The product is sold to your needs.
I never actually realized that you could do anything in home services or repairs or anything else besides roadside help with the AA, so I'm amazed already. And it's home and business. What's the one thing that you really give your customers?
Peace of mind, security, the feeling that we'll always be there and you will get home if you break down.
You can't ask much more than that, really. Peace of mind and security goes a long way. Come and find us here and come find the AA here. As I say, they're powering us and everything else is a power-packed audience.
Absolutely fascinating, and sorry about the sound problems that we're having there at the moment, but just one of those things when you're doing a live program. You're watching Business Connections Live. Brad Burton, I've just actually heard he's on stage right now. We'll just see. I'm just going to ask. I'm going to ask Bear if he could just look in through the door. Can you have a little bit of a look through the door, because Brad Burton's on stage at the moment. Just sort of see if we can actually see what's going on as far as he's a very dynamic speaker. If you've never seen Brad performing, he is the #1 motivational speaker in the UK. Also very heavily involved, of course, with 4 networking. A lot of 4N representatives, 4 networking people are all here today and actually talking. There we go. We've got Brad on stage, as we can see there. Wearing the customary T-shirt and giving it what's for. I mean, really telling it the way things are these days. I think sometimes we need a bit of a wake-up call occasionally. And the nice thing about Brad is he's the guy that will actually deliver that wake-up call for you. A lot of the things that he says, of course, just straightforward common sense. Tells you what you should really be thinking about when you're in business, how you should be maybe looking at the way that your life and business interact with each other as well, for that matter. So a fascinating insight. There he is on stage at the moment, the Business Networking Show. That's Brad Burton. Great stuff as well. Okay, as I said, we're up here at Wolverhampton today. We are surrounded by a whole host of different businesses. Just looking around, we've got Cass Stevens. Let's see, a couple of companies over there. When it looks, we're talking to business owners as well. More income, more profit, more focus, more momentum. We've got the marketing room just opposite us. In fact, we've got the web-centric solutions. Increase your sales with online marketing within 30 days or your money back. That's a big claim, isn't it? That is a big claim. I'll tell you what, I'd be frightened to make a claim like that. I'll tell you what, if we don't get it right, we'll give you your money back. 30 days. There's Steve the barman's just walked by. See you at lunchtime, by the way, Steve. What else did he do there? Paid advertising, so pay-per-click, search engine optimization. We should be having a chat with this guy, shouldn't we? We should be. We'll do you next, right after we have another piece of business information, marketing advice, business advice from Business Connections Live. My guest this evening is Dee Blick. Now, you've probably seen we've been talking about Dee over the past couple of weeks. She's going to be at the Business Networking Show, but there's more to Dee than meets the eye. When it comes to marketing your business, what do you do? How do you do it? What's the most effective way of doing it? How do you market a small to medium scale enterprise? How do you go about doing that? How do you get return on your marketing spend? That's what Dee tells companies to do.
I think that I work with businesses from all sectors and all sizes. My biggest client is 250 million quid. My smallest client's about half a million he turns over. I think the biggest mistake that you see any business make is they dive headfirst into marketing tactics. And the way I look upon marketing is the engine that drives sales. Marketing compresses the decision-making unit that makes it easier for you to get the sale. If you've prepared that ground, if you know who you want to reach and why, where you're going to find them, if you've got a nifty message, it's much easier to then get that person or that group or that big mailing list to actually respond to your overtures than steaming in there with some ill-thought-out, clunky, clumsy old message. This guy actually put in the email, I can guarantee you an endless supply of hot leads that you can turn on and off like a tap. And I thought, you know, I've been in this game for 31 years. I've really learnt my craft. I've yet to find the marketing miracle at the end of the rainbow that will somehow transform a business overnight. It just doesn't exist. Don't assume, unless you've got legitimate reasons to know the reason why clients left you and it was not good, don't assume you can't woo them back. And that's a classic example where the cost of it was time. I've actually brought a letter here today. I won't go into any detail to show you, but it's this. It's as simple as this, a bit of letterhead paper, some text. On the day that went out, it was when it was received, 3 businesses, one that's worth £100 million, 2 that are over £10 million, rang my client, who's a small business owner who's partnered with this brand. They rang my client and said, we're really interested in your new credit insurance product. Can we meet? One little letter that went there. We also offered a webinar as well beforehand. So my message that I convey is that businesses have to build campaigns. They've got to look at the decision-making process that a prospect or a client goes through before they actually buy. There's 5 stages: awareness, interest, evaluation, desire and action. We're still the same person whether we're online or reading a newspaper, but we read differently on the internet. We scan, so we're hungry, we're impatient to sort of gobble up the facts. So we'll scan from left to right, we'll go up and down very quickly. If we're sitting in an armchair, we'll spend longer reading a letter. So we've got, as a copywriter, I know I've got a bit more of mind space in a letter that's going to be read rather than an email where I've got to really pack it in the first few lines and dive straight into the bullet points. But also in emails that I create, they're very much links. Rather than saying click here, you'll say you can find out about this now. Do you like the look of this gorgeous organic chocolate Easter egg? You can buy it here. Take a look at it in more detail, and that becomes your active link rather than the ubiquitous click here for more information. My name is Dee Blick. I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing with 31 years marketing experience and an author. And I guess what I want you to take away from the things I've been speaking about today are don't dive headfirst into marketing tactics. Get out of your comfort zone. Stop serious underselling and know who you want to reach, why, where you find them, the barriers that could be stopping them from doing business with you and the benefits that will engage these people, and then build campaigns that move them from being not aware of your product into being aware, interested, evaluating it, desiring it, and then action.
Actually, Dee's going to be on at 12:15 today here at the event. She's going to be talking. She's going to be telling you more about the marketing gym, of course. Once again, a fascinating insight into maybe how to maximize your marketing spend, the things you can actually do to increase your customers. Just a moment, we're going to find out about web-centric solutions. We're going to be talking to them in just a few moments' time. It really is. It's a full schedule when it comes to speakers here today. They've got a number of different rooms where the speakers are taking place. Let's just have a look. We've got speed networking. That's going to be in the Way-In bar at well, that's that happened about half an hour ago, so let's move on a little bit further than that. Brad Burton currently on stage. We've got Mark Smith, he's going to be on at 11:20. John Davis, Just Cashflow, who are the main sponsors of the event, he's going to be talking today in our main display here. Work Hubs, Philip Dodson's going to be on. Then we've got the 4 networking lunch. We've got some speed networking taking place there with Steve the barman. Sass Huntwood from Sales Acceleration Strategies. Then, as I said, Dee Blick's going to be on from the Marketing Gym at 12:15. Some of the other highlights. Well, we've got Tom Lawrence, TLC Office Supplies. He's going to be with us a little bit later on. Let's see if there's any names that I recognise. Oh, Debbie Huxton. She's going to be on 2:35. We're looking forward to seeing Debbie again. We saw her earlier on. She was looking absolutely radiant as she came in. She did a program a couple of weeks back. That was a really good insight. And then Steph Thomas, Business Networking for Dummies. You saw Steph a little bit earlier on. You can see him again if you come along to the show. And we'll show you a little extract from Steph a little bit later on today here at Business Connections Live. We're powered by the AA today. It is the Business Networking Show. The main sponsors are Cashflow. It's great to have them with us. It's great to have the AA with us as well. And you know what? It's great to have you with us too. We hope you're enjoying the program and you're finding some of the information really sort of informative. In just a moment, we're going to be talking to Web-Centric Solutions and find out how they can give a 30-day money-back guarantee if it doesn't work. That's a big claim, isn't it? That is just frightening. Hello, looks like Helena's pulled on this one. Find out more about that in just a few moments' time. Here's another piece of marketing advice from us here at Business Connections Live. This evening, what we're going to be talking about is business development, your business development in a connected world. What does that mean to you and I? Well, to reveal all is Jim McLaughlin. He's the Managing Director of Axial.
What we're really talking about today is the impact that the internet and different aspects of communication via the internet is having on business development. So the first question clearly is, what do we mean by business development? For some people, business development is about selling. For some people, it's about marketing. For startup companies, often it's about hustling. And then he looked to put together a very eloquent exposition of what business development is, and he came up with something along the lines of business development brings together analysis, planning, marketing and sales to ensure maximum impact in the marketplace. But I think that for many businesses there's a great deal of confusion about how can I use new social media to help develop my business, and in fact, are social media the right way for me to develop my business? One of the areas that causes a lot of grief to people is understanding that sometimes you want to put out a sales message, and then if you want to put out a sales message, you should choose an appropriate medium for putting out a sales message. And that medium could be a brochure, it could be telemarketing, for example. If you want to use social media, and most people who want to have an integrated marketing campaign will want to consider how they use social media. It's very important to understand that usually the objective that you will achieve using social media will not be to generate leads for your product or service, because that's not what consumers use social media for. So using any of the social media platforms typically will not directly generate sales. So for LinkedIn, that would mean joining particular interest groups, and those groups may be around a particular technology, they may be around a particular type of product. So what they would want to do would be to have a person or people who are members of those groups who are generating, who are throwing questions, relevant questions into those groups, or who are answering questions that are put in by other people. And the purpose there typically would be to try and establish the company as a thought leader. If you don't understand who your audience is and you don't understand the value that you can deliver to that audience, it's going to be very difficult to craft a message that will actually speak to that audience. And ideally what you're looking to do is to understand what the benefits are that you can deliver and articulate those in the most concise, effective way that you can. But again, we have to take a step back and say, what is it that we want to achieve with a particular message? Are we looking to build the image and the brand of our company and our services, or are we looking to sell a product and a service? And the social media element of the business development mix really come into their own when you're looking at building the profile and building the credibility of the company rather than actually trying to make the sale. I'm Jim McLaughlin, Managing Director of Axial. We're a business development company. We help small and medium-sized businesses find more customers and understand their marketplace better. Today I've been talking about business development in the connected world. And the key points that I would like to leave with you are that the medium for getting your message across is important, but the message itself is key and essential. To get that message right, the first step that you need to take is to make sure you have a clear understanding of who your audience is, both in terms of the kind of businesses that you're targeting and the individuals within those businesses, and the benefits that you offer those people. You then need to decide if the message that you want to put out is designed to build your brand and your credibility, or if it's designed to generate sales, to sell your product, to sell more of your product and service. And those two elements are part of a process, but they're different parts of the process. Once you've decided all of those things, ideally what you should be looking to do is to build a strategy and a marketing plan for a period of time that incorporates the most appropriate media to ensure you achieve your objectives. So by all means, use social media. If what you want to do is to strengthen your brand and strengthen your credibility, but if you want to achieve sales in a B2B environment, you should also be thinking about more traditional methods of reaching your marketplace, like telemarketing, like advertising. So the whole mix of marketing tools that are at your disposal.
Jim McLaughlin there from Axial Computing, great guy, and some really good advice as well for that matter. You're watching Business Connections Live. Tell you what we'll do. Hello, there I am. Let's just have a look at this little stand. I was just telling you about it a moment or so ago. Web-centric solutions, there they are. Online excellence is what they claim. Increase your sales with online marketing within 30 days. Or your money back is a big claim, actually. With me, we've got Chev with me. Hiya, Chev, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
That's your business, yeah?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the business and what you do.
Basically, we've been around the last 6 years and we help a variety of businesses make more money online.
All right, and do a lot of people come to you misinformed when it comes to actually getting their business up and running?
Definitely. They think it can be really expensive or that it's a scam, but it's totally not the case.
You know, we've got people that are assembled here at the moment. What would you say would be the three big key things that they can do themselves to maybe increase their own online web presence?
I would say,
is it go down the route of pay-per-click? Is it to do that? Is it to SEO properly? What should they be doing?
I would say definitely first thing, have a blog and get on social media, as well as doing pay-per-click and paid advertising. I wouldn't recommend SEO as a short-term strategy. It's more of a long-term strategy. Mm-hmm. So if you want sales in the next few months, social media, pay-per-click, and a blog.
Do you think people see a return when it comes to social media? I know that Brad, for instance, I was talking to him the other week, and he does something like 140, 170 tweets a day.
That's quite excessive.
I mean, and that is Brad. You know, some people say this is a little bit too much. I don't know.
Yeah.
But how does he get time to do anything else? I mean, really, anything else? But, you know, he's doing 170 sort of tweets. Is it that the voice that you use when you're doing tweets that makes them active? I mean, for instance, somebody described it to me that doing a tweet is a bit like sticking a note on somebody's windscreen on a windy day. It's there for a moment, then it's gone.
Yeah, that's a problem. You've got to make it engaging, something that someone's going to want to read, click on, and then share. Because there's no point having something really bland or automated. It's got to be relevant, and it's got to be everyone wants to share it and make it go viral. You've got to put a lot of thought into each tweet that you do.
And is that the kind of thing that you advise people on?
Oh, definitely.
How they should be putting a structure, a proper campaign.
Yeah, we put together a full strategy going forward from all the way up to 12 months, 24 months. Some businesses we've done the last 4 years, managing their social media accounts, and it makes a difference.
Now let's look at your stand once again, and I notice on the stand, so there is web-centric solutions, but there is a bottle of champagne down the bottom of the stand. Where's that champagne? How do I get this bottle of champagne? That's what I want to know.
It's pretty simple. Just put your business card in the little plate holder below, and that's it.
All right, and you've had a few already there, haven't
Yeah,
you?
that's right.
You see, a bottle of champagne. Everybody likes a little bit of bribery, a little bit of blackmail and corruption, I think. There we go. Listen, the best of luck. It's good to have you with us
Thank
today. Just remind everybody what your business actually does. It does.
We're a digital marketing company that does pay-per-click, email marketing, SEO, and social media.
Fantastic. Listen, been a pleasure talking to you. Don't walk away too quickly because you're all wired in.
All right.
So there you go. It's as straightforward and as simple as that. I mean, honestly, if you want to find out more from that, just very quickly, website. We should have done your website.
Yeah, Web-centric
Is the
solutions.
website? Can you see the website on the display?
Yep, at the bottom. Oh no, it's right. You won't be able to see it. It's at the bottom.
It's right down the very bottom. That's.
Yeah.
You need
Just
someone to
type
talk to you a little bit about marketing on pop-ups.
Just type into Google Web-centric solutions.
Okay, just type that in on your browser, Web-centric solutions. You'll find out. You'll be able then to talk to Chev as well, and he'll give you some really good advice when it comes to SEOing, pay-per-click, everything that you need to know to raise the awareness of your website to make it more effective when it comes to getting future customers and building customers as well, for that matter. You're watching Business Connections Live. We are powered by the AA today. Our thanks to them for coming along and sorting us out. Made absolutely certain that the whole program is going out, and we're here at the Business Networking Show at Wolverhampton Racecourse today. Great to have your company. It's good to know that you're watching online as well, for that matter. If you're in the hall and you'd like to actually find out or watch the whole program online, all you've got to do is just hold that up to your smartphone and that will take you straight to the website. There's the QR code. We'll stick that up somewhere on the stand so that people can do that. Chev, thank you very much indeed.
You.
More marketing advice from Business Connections Live. My guest this evening is Nikki Creel. We're talking all about Twitter tonight.
I'm a social media consultant, a trainer, and I'm the author of How to Twitter for Business Success. I got into it because I needed more business. I was a master NLP practitioner. So it was one of these things that I was so in love with NLP that I wanted to sell the NLP, and I forgot all the marketing that I'd ever learned. And everybody said, you have to get on Twitter, you must get on Twitter. And I started a Twitter account in August 2009, and within 2 days I ran away because I just did not get it. You find there are two groups of people on Twitter. You get people who whinge and complain, and you get people who positive and happy people and saying good positive things. The two groups don't talk to each other. Mm-hmm. Guess which group has got the biggest number of followers?
The bad group.
No.
Oh.
They've got fewer followers, fewer retweets, and their message doesn't get through. But negative people attract negative people, positive people attract positive people. I would suggest that any business person has a Google alert for the business name, and also there's something called mention, which you can actually get your business name, so you get email when it appears in a social sphere. I think the main thing is you've actually got to think about what you want to get out of using Twitter, and think of it from a business sense. What are your objectives? Is it to get more brand awareness? Is it to get more sales? Or is it to build loyalty? Because it depends on which stage you're at. It doesn't matter how fabulous you are, if people don't know you're there, they're not going to buy for you. Quite often I've had tweets and nobody's responded to the tweet at all. It's almost like if a log falls in a forest, doesn't make a sound, you know, sort of that type of thing. But I've had tweets that nobody responded, so I was sure that nobody had seen them. And then 2 months later, somebody asked me, the only place I'd mentioned it was on Twitter. And I quite often have people referring back to tweets that I've done that have had absolutely no response. Everybody at certain stages have said, oh, Twitter's declining, etc. But now you can't watch a TV program or listen to a radio station without a hashtag. Hi, I'm Nikki Creel, social media consultant, trainer, and author of How to Twitter for Business Success, and I work with business owners, inspiring them to use social media more strategically, empowering them to use it through training them and giving them the right skills to use social media, and I actually help people manage it if they're time deficient and need help maintaining a social media presence. When you tweet, you're actually interacting with people, and building a relationship with people it should never be underestimated. You don't know where that relationship might go. So a single tweet and a single thank you might actually be the start of a relationship. Just remember that tweeting is not about you. Think about who your readers are, or who might read that tweet, and write with them in mind. And I think it's a case of not doing the sales pitch all the time. It's not that you can't sell to people, it's that you should balance it out with being nice, giving helpful, useful information, interacting with people. So there should be a nice balance, and probably you should check your tweets if you do it a lot. So probably about 4 to 1 sort of salesy type of tweet. It's all right to blow your own trumpet. That's what you're there for. You're in business, and if you're using it as a marketing tool, you need to actually occasionally talk about your business. But I think the most important thing with Twitter is have fun, because it is fun, and just be open to whatever opportunities can happen, because you never know what can come out of a single tweet.
I was just actually having a look here to see if Nikki was actually going to be at the event today. She isn't speaking today. Nikki Creel there, talking about the power of Twitter. And once again, a lady that actually does know her onions when it comes to Twittering as well, for that matter. I think she's probably given Brad a few signposts as well when it comes to actually putting his campaign together. You're watching Business Connections Live. Great to have you with us. We're here at the Wolverhampton racecourse today. It is the business networking show, sponsored by Cashflow, but also, are you busy up there at Cashflow? Are you busy? Does a thumbs up? It's like that. So they're all in at the keynotes at the moment. That's what's actually taking place, all in at the keynotes. And there's some really good keynotes here. What time's Neil on? Neil Clough is going to be on, from NWC Consultancy, runner-up in The Apprentice. He's going to be on at 1:25. We are going to be chatting, hopefully, to them. We should be getting some of these different keynote speakers to come and join us here on the stand as the day goes on. All right then, I'll tell you what we're also going to do. Around about lunchtime, we're going to replay the program that we did with Brad Burton and Debbie Huxton as well, for that matter. We'll be checking that program out in its entirety. So you can sit back. If you missed it the other evening, it was a lot of fun. And we were talking about this particular show, and also what's important when it comes to networking at events like this one. But right now, more marketing advice, more sales advice from Business Connections Live. My guest tonight is Annie Knight. She's the Executive Commissioning Editor for Wiley Publishing. And tonight we're going to be looking at 4 dummies, how to publish your business book, and a whole load more, in fact, on top of that.
The business list that I work on, we're looking for sort of new trends, but certainly some of the business titles that do particularly well are ones that are either, we've got sort of two streams, either key sort of core essential content that's especially relevant for startups. Say bookkeeping for dummies, for example, does incredibly well, and that's because if you're starting a new business, you need to know how to do basic bookkeeping and accounting, otherwise, because you're doing it all for yourself. And marketing for dummies, selling for dummies, these books do really well. Project management for dummies, because they're core skills that you need if you're starting up, either as an entrepreneur or an owner of an SME, and you need to know how to do those things. So those type of books, if you could think of a subject that's a core skill for any small business owner, then you're onto a winner, really. All of our authors are experts in their subject, but they all have to follow the same guidelines. It starts right at the beginning. The table of contents has to be set out they're all set out exactly the same way, and the book's divided into parts. It's usually about 5 or 6 parts. You all start off with a getting started part. That's part 1, and that's an introduction to what the book's going to cover. And then you have a part 2, which could be a planning chapter. It's still sort of introductory level, but it's getting a bit more into the topic. The authors that we choose empathise with the readers. No, the authors aren't dummies, and the readers aren't dummies either, and the authors know that, and it's just a matter of harnessing the intelligence of the readers, raising their confidence, getting them to trust the authors and getting them to trust the brand, and then they will learn from the books. Readers like the part of 10's chapters in particular at the end of the book, but you've got your top, you can sort of skip to it. The whole structure of the book, you're meant to be able to go to any part or any chapter and understand that chapter in its own right without reading any of the rest of the book. In terms of finding authors, it's more often than not, I will seek them out and I will approach them, and sometimes they're from larger firms, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they meet people who that own startups, and you know, they happen to be a fantastic author, and so it's a mix. The average for Dummies books somewhere could be anywhere in between 300 to 400 pages, generally speaking. Some of them are a bit shorter, but it might be because it's more of a specialist niche subject. But generally speaking, it's sort of in between 300 and 400 pages. And so we give feedback to the authors. They then come back to us and say, okay, we think it's ready to sort of submit now, and we have a look at it and decide whether they're right or not. And then we submit it to the project editors, who look at it in even greater depth than we do, and they're much more detail sort of oriented, the project editors, and they're the ones who approve it when it's finally ready. Then we offer the author a contract, and that process can take several weeks at least. And I mean, that's when the author's written the first draft, and so that is the hardest part: getting that sample chapter and table of contents down, getting the tone right, getting them to understand how to empathise with the reader but not patronise. You've got to be on the side of the reader. You've got to. That's how you can really sort of teach them about a subject. Well, I'm Annie Knight, and if you've been watching the rest of the programme, you'll know that I've been talking about our For Dummies series, in particular the business and management list, which I commission titles for. I commission new authors to write for that series, and we're always keen to find as many new authors as possible for this series, because this series, its key thing is that it breaks the information down into accessible, understandable information. It takes away the fear that the audience have about complex subject areas, and that's the key for the Dummies title. It's a tried and tested format. It's got lots of icons in it, lots of case studies, things that make things so much simpler for the reader to understand. And our readers are intelligent people, but sometimes subjects are complex. Sometimes they might have a fear of presentations, a fear of all sorts of things within their workplace, and it's impeding them, it's stopping them getting their business up and running, and we can solve all that by producing books like we do for them. So if you are interested in finding out what book might be suitable for you, we'll have a Wiley stand at the Business Startup Show on November the 27th and 28th. So we'll be there, and I will be there, as will some of my colleagues. We'll be able to, if you tell us a bit about your business, we'll be able to guide you in the right direction, what books might be suitable for you. If you'd like to write a book, then I will be there, and you can tell me all about that too. And I would be very, very keen to talk to you about that if you're interested in writing.
Well, we just heard actually that Brad's just finished his keynote speech that's outside. Helene's with a couple of people that have been inside and have been listening to the words of wisdom from the man himself. What's their general feelings?
Thank you, Steve. What is the general feeling? I mean, the atmosphere in here is amazing, and everyone is doing what they're supposed to be doing, networking. So we stopped a couple of people who've come out of one of the events to find out who you are and what you feel about today.
Hi. Yes, it's a really interesting event. I've heard Rachel Elnow speak before, and she did a fab talk, so that's great.
And let's find out who you are.
My name's Jane Sumner. I've come from Milton Keynes. Yeah.
And Jane, what do you do? What's your business?
My business is all about image branding.
Okay. And who's with you?
Hello, I'm Paul Ryan. I'm from Improve On You. Personal impact in a business world. That's what I do.
Okay, so we have a lot of impact, visually and otherwise. What are you hoping to take away from today, and do you think so far it's meeting your expectations? Jane?
I'm always looking for new ideas and to reinforce the ones I already have, and a lot of the speakers or the people that we've spoken to already, you know, it's just thinking about a different way of looking at things, just to get some new inspiration.
And you feel that they're providing that today?
Yeah, certainly. The first two speakers I've spoken to, very good.
Just a little bit about what they said.
Well, Rachel is always brilliant. I mean, she spoke at a conference that I organised last year, and she's very inspirational towards women, which I'm always behind, 100%. I think she has learned a lot through her career, and I think we can take a lot away, the fact we don't always get it right. We have another opportunity, so seeing things from a different perspective. And, you know, with Brad, a similar sort of thing, really. You know, you can, out of adversity, we can make an opportunity.
I love Brad. Brad he's on fire. He's jumping all over the stage, right? And the two of them have great stories, and they've come through the other end. Thanks very much for stopping to talk to us, and enjoy the rest of the day. Oh. Should we carry on?
Yeah, so a little bit more, just to find out what the gentleman thought of Brad's presentation. That's what we were after.
I'll tell you what I thought of Brad's.
Excuse me. Tell us what you thought about Brad's presentation.
Well, I loved it. I've never seen Brad speak in person. I've never met him, but he gave me one of the best pieces of business advice I've been given so far, which is if you think you're as good as you are, get out there, start creating workshops. I teach presentation skills. I teach personal impact. It's a very tough sell. So how do you do it? You get up, you create a workshop, you charge low rent, give people some fantastic learning, and then they'll talk about you. And that's exactly what's happened. So it's been fantastic to see Brad in action today. Can I just talk about another speaker
yes.
that I saw at the best of the rest? I'm not very good at LinkedIn. So I know that there's a guy here called Angus Grady. He did the first speech of the day, and it was fascinating. You pick up tools and tips. I'm probably actually going to give him a ring and maybe hook him over and work with him on it, because building your LinkedIn profile is hugely important. So that's another good thing I learned today.
Why don't you connect with him on LinkedIn, and then you won't have to...
Well, that was his bit of advice. He said, link in with me and we'll talk. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do.
Somebody told me yesterday that you can make $1 million with LinkedIn. We're missing something, aren't we?
We certainly are.
We should link in.
We should link in together.
Connections Live.
I
We're
can't wait.
LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Fantastic. Angus Grady, I'll tell you what we're trying to do. We're trying to get Angus. Thank you very much indeed. That was fantastic. We're trying to get Angus Grady to actually come down. We'll have a bit of a chat with him. Is that Angus Grady over there, is it? Is that Angus Grady, the very man? Go and talk to that lady down there for us. So we've actually found Angus Grady is here. Steve Mills, of course, joined us on the programme as well. He's one of these LinkedIn experts as well. But what's good, we've got Angus Grady in the flesh here. He was one of the keynote speakers earlier on today. Over to you, Helene.
Hi.
The man himself.
Wow, I couldn't have written that.
Exactly. I was just going to say, you can pay him and leave that brown envelope after.
I'm going to link with him up on LinkedIn, for sure.
We're definitely all linking in.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm trying to get better at LinkedIn myself, and I think everybody here will be thinking I should be there, but I don't really know what I'm doing with it.
It's a really simple social media platform that's a business platform, and it allows you to connect with people, to find people. It's all about the F words, being found and finding. And it's connecting with people that you could do business with. And it's a warm call introduction system. You share information, they share it back. It's wonderful.
So once you've made the connection, I will say, hands up, I've spoken to people in other countries saying, you don't know me, but you want to know me, and so let's connect. Is that, what's the next step there?
The whole thing after that is then to share valuable content. So if there are people that you want to connect with and they might be influential to your business, or just to connect across, sort of boundaries, just to share content and to make sure that it's valuable content, because you have a value proposition as like yourself, whatever your brand stands for, and that gets then reflected on your LinkedIn profile.
And why LinkedIn instead of Twitter or one of the
LinkedIn works really well with Twitter. So, if you've got a presence on Twitter, having that kind of LinkedIn base is amazing as well.
So it's a tandem approach.
It's a tandem approach, and it's like anything. It's about listening as well. Too many people broadcast, buy me, look at this, do this. But the whole point of social media is that it's a listening platform. So you listen to the opportunity. I mean, Calvin Coolidge, a great American president, no one really knows him. One of the greatest things he ever said was, no man ever listened himself out of a job.
Good point.
It's good.
One of these, two of those.
Exactly.
Use them more.
I've never listened myself into a fight, and I'm sure Brad hasn't either.
Have you met some interesting companies?
It's been great today. It's been great, and it's always good seeing Brad. Brad is he is brilliant at motivation,
He's
isn't
a
he?
real firecracker, isn't he?
He's just and energized today. One of his best, I think, today.
Well, one of his best. If you're not here now, you should be here now. We're having the best of the best.
I'll tell you what we'll do very quickly. Quick straw poll. Bear on camera. Can we just have a look at the people that are in front of where we are? Hands up those people that feel they're using LinkedIn effectively at the moment.
I love LinkedIn.
That's a bit frightening, isn't it? Two. You've got all these clients over here. I mean, get over there and talk to these people here. Right. Fantastic. Listen, if you want to find out more about LinkedIn, we've got a guy. Have you come across Steve Mills at all?
I haven't, but I will.
The Steve Mills, he also does LinkedIn as well and training as well.
And he's
You,
here,
yeah,
isn't he?
you two should get together. He did a program recently on Business Connections Live, and it's up in the 4,000 or 5,000 views. So have a look at that. But we'd like you as a guest on the program one time. Fantastic job done. I'll tell you what, we'll give you some more marketing advice right now, business advice from us here at Business Connections Live.
With me this evening, my guest is Aaron Thompson. He's the Digital Director for Business and Commercial Banking at RBS Group, talking about BizCrowd, the new free online community.
BizCrowd is a proposition that we at RBS and NatWest have built in response to what we believe is a gap within the market to help support the UK SME economy. What BizCrowd is actually trying to do is understand what your needs are. So you, Steve, what do you need to achieve today, and whether or not you can then leverage the community in order to support your desire to meet that need. So far, overwhelming response has been hugely positive, and particularly if you think about who we are and BizCrowd's parent, introducing something like BizCrowd into the community is dare I say it, a real breath of fresh air, and how the bank is really, really keen to engage with communities, with businesses, in a really different way. So one of the things that I passionately believe in, and I'm sorry I'll start to kind of give my digital background away here, but it's all about continuous improvement. You need to have the flexibility and adaptability to listen to what customers want and address those questions. And if you're not doing that, you're not doing the right thing by in this case, your community or your customer. It doesn't really matter who it is, but the ability to listen, respond, go back to the market, that is, as a product owner or a channel manager, the thing that you should live and breathe by. Because it's free and it's a community, you're in control. You get to decide when and where and what you want to do. We are simply giving you that accessibility to that website. So in terms of registering for the website, it's really, really easy to do.
5 minutes.
And you can also sign in through social media. So if you use Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, once you've gone on and registered either to the social media network or to our site, if you're digesting through a tablet, you just click on the link. It takes you straight through security in a secure manner. Get online, go to BizCrowd, sign up, be a part of the community, and actually be active in promoting or responding to people's needs. The second thing, if there are businesses out there that feel that they can and wants to get involved with BizCrowd, the team would love to hear from you. So BizCrowd is your opportunity as a small business to get involved. It will enable you to post a need, seek out companies that are able to enable you to answer or get answers to those needs. It enables you to promote your own products and services and company, as well as building your own profile. Now, if I think about the search functionality you talked about, if you sign up to BizCrowd, we will create a natural search capability for you straight away. You've got the marketplace, which gives you access to products and services at your fingertips with special offers. You've got the needs matching engine that enables you to say, this is what I need help. Businesses, please respond. And to your point, it's all geolocational, so it's relevant and contextual to your specific need and to your local area. So BizCrowd is all about how we can help you. BizCrowd is a community that has been built through extensive research, understanding exactly what it is that our businesses need in the UK economy to thrive and grow. What we're doing is responding to that need. So I'd urge you and encourage you to sign up to BizCrowd today, post a need and find out how many responses you get, and if you are able also to respond to other people's needs, you will find that you will win business contracts off the back of those. If you do that and you start to become an active community member, you will grow your kudos within the community, and you will find that really BizCrowd, the world is your oyster. It's your opportunity to get involved and make a difference.
Aaron Thompson there from BizCrowd, RBS. Fascinating. Once again, keep using the word fascinating, don't I? No more. Every time I say fascinating now, be a pound in the fascinating box. You're watching Business Connections Live at the Business Networking Show. We've been brought to you by the AA. There are proud sponsors today, powering us up here and getting the program out to you. I was just having a word with Angus, actually. We were talking about Steve Mills, who is one of the chaps that's been on the program. He did a fantastic session on how to use LinkedIn, how to use groups, how you should be marketing your business. And Angus has agreed to come on the program as well to give an alternative view, maybe a different view. Maybe his methodology is going to be slightly different, but he's going to give you more advice on the program on a future date when it comes to using LinkedIn effectively. And LinkedIn is such a powerful tool. There's no two ways about it. You get LinkedIn right, and you could be opening up all sorts of new prospects and new business. A lot of people don't realize that unlike the traditional pay-per-click or the traditional advertising that you have on the other websites like Facebook or maybe through Google, the nice thing about LinkedIn is that you can hone in right in on the key people that you actually want to contact and you actually want to get to. Okay, let's see what's happening at the moment. So as far as the schedule's concerned, we've had Brad. Mark Smith is talking at the moment. Very shortly, John Davis from Just Cashflow, who are the main sponsors of the show, are going to be presenting in one of the different presentation areas here. And as you can see, this is what's taking place. It goes in peaks and troughs, actually, here at the show. What tends to happen is we get this kind of interlude in between the different keynote presentations, and then everybody piles in and they actually watch the presentation live for that matter. If you are watching online, it's great to have you with us. We'd like to thank YouTube as well for being there. We love them. We love them. Thank you so much. You can find us on our YouTube channel, Business Connections Live, or you can go to our website, businessconnectionslive.com. If you do go to that website today, there is the opportunity to win yourself a business video. We will produce a business video. All you've got to do is sign up. Also, if you are watching this on YouTube right now, please do subscribe. There's a small button just there. Just subscribe to us. And that way, that'll help us as well maintain and continue making programs for you. And you can always watch the live program, which goes out every Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. Wednesday night, 6 o'clock. If you're in business, if you're an SME, if you want advice on marketing, if you want advice on sales, if you want advice on SEO, if you're looking for advice for your business, all you have to do is go to Business Connections Live every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Okay, more marketing advice. Here's another extract, some of the highlights from one of our past programs at Business Connections Live.
You're watching Business Connections Live. Jim McLaughlin, the Managing Director of Axial, as in coaxial, talking about generating leads and finding brand new business. He's with us this evening.
There are 100 different things that people have to think about, and I think it's also that people tend to do what they're most comfortable with. Sales and marketing is really all about communications, and not everyone is a natural communicator. I think that before you think about getting onto the telephone or sending out an email or sending out any form of communication, it's absolutely vital to sit down and understand, firstly, who are the people that I need to speak to? Where are those people? What kind of people are they? So the first thing that any organisation should be doing is looking at understanding and segmenting its marketplace. What's very important for every organisation to understand is the various ways that they can interact and engage with potential clients and attract those people to them. Well, I think LinkedIn is an absolutely key area. So what we find increasingly is where we used to go out and purchase lists regularly for people, now much more frequently we'll use our researchers, we'll sit down with a client and we'll go through that process of identifying a profile of people, and we'll then go out and we'll search the web, and particularly looking at social networking sites like LinkedIn, and in a business-to-business environment, LinkedIn is the premium site. That's where most of the people that our customers will want to speak to are going to be found. So rather than actually buying a list, we would research the names of people that are likely to be interested in the product. So the next step is, having defined all of those things, you need to be sure that your proposition and your messaging around that proposition are articulated in a way that's appropriate to that target market, because you're likely to, most companies are likely to have more than one target market, and there's no point in just having a single message that you want to fit all. If you've got a campaign, for example, that's around a new service or a new product, you want to make sure that the messaging that you're taking out there is appropriate to the person you're speaking to. So for example, if you're selling a technology proposition into another company, the people that are likely to be involved in that purchase will be IT people and finance people. Well, the message that you want to give to the IT people will be entirely different to the message you want to give to the finance people. And what I would say is that one of the benefits that a company like ours can bring to companies is that our business is about articulating messages. It's about understanding the benefits that can be delivered, and I think that it can frequently be of value to a company to have an external person who doesn't have an investment in a particular product or service from a particular angle. Our role is to stand in the shoes of the potential customer and try and articulate the message and the proposition in language that will be meaningful to that potential customer and will resonate with them. And that's frequently easier to do for someone who is not intimately involved with a product. I think that it's very important for every business that wants to get the most out of its investment in business development and lead generation to make lead generation part of an annual marketing plan. Whether you do that in-house or whether you engage a company like Axial, make sure that there is a plan in place and you're going to follow that plan rather than just doing something ad hoc and just to hit a target at the end of the quarter. That's not the best way to get the most out of your investment. The second point I would make is to remember that lead generation is about establishing a conversation. It's all about business conversations, and to do that effectively, it's important to understand who you're talking to and speak to those people in language that resonates with them. Make sure that your messaging is about the benefits to them. It's not about your product and service, it's about the benefits that it can deliver to their business. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, and this comes back to a point that Steve raised about speaking to thousands of people. It's not about speaking to thousands of people. As in most things in business, it's all about focus. So understanding what you want to do and focusing down so that the smallest number of conversations that you can have lead to the maximum output. If you'd like to discuss any of this with me, I'd be more than happy. You can reach us in a number of ways through our website, which is at Axial, that's AXIALL.UK.com, and if you go to the Contact tab, you can send me an email from there. You can send me an email at jim@axial.uk.com, and you can reach me on the phone at 07799 076980.
Which camera am I on? Ooh!
Jim McLaughlin, fantastic, a great bloke there from axial.co.uk or .uk.co. Something like that, who knows. Anyway, with me right now, ladies and gentlemen, here broadcasting live from the Business Networking Show, and we'll have a loud cheer from the assembled one or two that are here. Brad Burton!
Yes!
Hey, boom!
How are we doing?
I'm doing all right. How'd it go in there? How was
amazing.
Keynote
I want to go again. I want to go again. You only give me 25 minutes. That sucked. I want to go again.
They only gave you 25 minutes.
But honestly, awesome. Genuinely, I mean, awesome. I mean,
you're one of the driving forces behind this particular event.
Yeah.
So just tell us a little bit about what you wanted to achieve out of this.
Well, you know, the thing is with all the networks is I believe that they're all a bit disparate. All right, so we're all rivals and we're all doing our own thing. And what we wanted to do is bring them all together under one roof to work together. And it's the first time, so we've got the likes of BNI, we've got First Friday, NRG, all the big networks are here today, along with mine, for networking, and we're all working together. Look at this. This is nuts. You know, 6 weeks ago, Steve, I was worried about this event because the tickets weren't selling. They just wasn't. And then the last 2 weeks have just seen a spike. We had 480 as of yesterday tickets sold, and we've had 120 through the door today as well on the door. Absolutely amazing. I love what you guys are doing with Business Connections Live, so thank you very much for your support.
No, it's our pleasure being here as well, for that matter. So what do you think people will get out of it when they walk out the door today? Is it a fact that it's just a social thing, or will they get some real business oomph out of it?
Well, you know what? At the very least, what people will get is the energy. You can hear it, it's crackling, you've got real energy about it. I'll put it this way, if you're running a business, that's what you need, energy. The more energy you've got, the more enthusiasm you've got, the more successful you're going to be. Hi Steve, yeah, I'm a motivational speaker. No, you're not. You know, this is about getting energy up, and that's what this is about. So at the very least, you're going to get energy. Will business be being done here? Yes. Will connections be being done here? Yes. Tick, 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 tick.
What more could you want?
Well, I'll tell you what more could you want. We are booking this venue again, and we're doing it again next year. We've done it, honestly. We spoke to the guys already, the organisers.
That's it.
Exclusive.
It's sold. It's a success then, as far as you're concerned. That's it. So we're at #1 this year. Next year, we're all going to be... We're going to be back next year.
Yes!
We're going to be... All right, well, let's try that again. Are we going to be back next year?
Yes!
Yes.
Tough crowd.
The tough crowd, but we like them tough.
Yeah, totally.
Now, the final thing I want to say to you before you rush off, because you've got lots of things to do, for you, who else are you looking forward to on the key? I know this is unfair of asking this, but we've got some fantastic keynote speakers.
You know, the thing is with this, the biggest question, I would say, for a lot of people is who you're going to miss. That's the problem. See, the sort of vision for this is when we did the show, it was to be, I went to a Scout Jamboree or a Cub Jamboree when I was 8 or 9 years ago. And I remember going there and just being overwhelmed with stuff. What do I do? Do I go on the rope swing? Do I do this? Do I do that? That's what we intended to do today. We created this in a manner where you are going to miss stuff. And we did it on purpose. And I'm going to miss people today. So who am I looking forward to? You know what? I'd be lying if I told you. So I'm not going to do that. But I'm looking forward to everyone. I'm looking forward to everything. I'm just soaking up the atmosphere. And I just love it. Honestly, I'm so excited, as you can gather. I want to go again. I want to go again. But it's, see, 6 weeks ago, Steve, honestly, internally, we're going, oh, no.
What have we done? What have we done?
Yeah. And this is the thing. Sometimes you need to set yourself an outrageous goal. And we did that. And, you know, if this would have been empty today, like the Mary Celeste, I'd have been a laughing stock. But it's not. So thank you, everyone, for attending.
Well, listen, it's great. Thanks for inviting us along as well. It's been fantastic fun being involved with it too.
Steve, is the microphone off? Good. Steve, you know what it is?
What is it?
We really like you guys, and we want to talk to you beyond this about 4 Networking TV, running your show on a monthly basis, running 4 Networking with you as presenter. We might have to lose the tie, but we'd really be interested. We love what you
gives me the authority.
No, Steve, you give yourself the authority, all your experience, but we'd love to work with you on a 4 Networking basis, doing networking shows every single month live with Business Connections Live.
Fantastic.
Let's talk.
Let's do it.
Cheers, my friend.
Let's
awesome.
look after yourself.
Ladies
and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Brad Burton.
Hey! Thank you.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Lovely. Okay, then, let's have some more marketing advice after that. Boy, this is sort of news breaking as it actually goes along here at this particular program. We'll talk to some of the other keynote speakers as the day goes on, but right now, here's more marketing advice from Business Connections Live.
This week's guests are Vanessa Green and Fiona Butler of Wigwam PR.
I think the first mistake is not recognising where the story is. So we often have clients who come to us and tell us about great news. That might be internal news for their company. It might not be what the outside world wants to hear about. And when talking to them and hearing about their business, we suddenly find out all sorts of information that really does make good PR. So the first bit is identifying the right story, which is the most crucial part.
So the main idea is that at Wigwam we are a senior team, so it's really key that we understand our client's business. So that's sort of where we start off, with a business knowledge and experience to really understand what needs to be done for them. And it's a bespoke programme for each client. It normally encompasses ranging from sort of writing to award entries to speaker opportunities. So there's a whole programme all put together, but the key thing is really understanding their business objectives and goals, where they want to go, and making a programme that suits that is realistic, on message, and making sure that everyone's behind it.
Again, it's a very bespoke service, so we will really look at what a client may need and also what the impact of that may be. So there is no point in just promoting a CEO or somebody senior in the organisation if they've got such a strong personality but they're not backing up that with any information about the brand, the products, because at the end of the day, PR is helping them to grow as a company and to sell their services and products.
And so sometimes we have to sit with people who are very excited about the technology and say, what we need is the business benefits here. What we don't need to know is from the bottom up how this actually works. What are the benefits that a customer can buy into here? How's it going to give them some business advantage? And really keep on that focus. We all buy products for a benefit.
What we need to do first of all is find out which press to target, so where their audience is. So for Nigel, he started off wanting very local coverage, and that's a really nice local story and innovative local business. Budgets are tight these days, so you've got to make the money work really hard. So be very focused and targeted. And it's amazing, really. We've had stories which have been in the Surrey Advertiser and the Financial Times, and we've had more impact and more results from the Surrey Advertiser, although, like you say, the vanity was, wow, you've been in the FT. And I think that's one thing that we're very good at looking at is, where do you actually want the results? Because it's easy just to go and get reams of coverage. What you really want to focus is the impact on the business.
Absolutely, and across the board on your communications, PR is sort of the cornerstone where the messaging is developed, the strategy is developed, and I think it is just that judgment call on any communication, on any channel that goes out. It needs to be consistent with the core objectives of the business.
Make sure you know the reasons for doing PR. What do you want to get out of it? What messages do you want to convey? And who do you want to get those messages to?
I'd say that PR can help you really understand your messaging and how you sit against your competitors. So if you do go down the route of meeting with a PR company, make sure that you feel slightly interrogated by that company. They should know all about you, really understand what your ambitions are and help you hone your messaging. If you're doing PR yourself, make sure you really understand the process of writing a press release, understand what a key message is, and don't be afraid to use it. It's really important that the wider world knows about what you're doing as an organisation, and therefore the sales will hopefully follow.
I do wonder sometimes how many press releases end up in the bin because they've been written badly, badly worded, bad headlines on them. It just makes you think, doesn't it, sometimes? Maybe there is real worth actually to go along to a PR press agency who really get what you're doing, understand what your business is all about, and then can create some amazing stories about your business that will capture the journalist's eye. Fascinating insight. Once again, you'll find Wigwam online if you want to find out more about what they do. We're here at the Business Networking Show. We are broadcasting live. We're on our YouTube channel at the moment. You'll also find us on our website. For those people that are in the hall, if you want to check it out, just simply use that code there, and that code will take you directly to the website. Also, if you do sign up with us today, for that matter, there is an opportunity. When I say sign up, I mean kind of register. Give us your name, your email. Each month we give away a fantastic video package worth in the order of around about £873 or thereabouts, but not exactly. And we'll put together a business video for your website. Now, we're giving that away absolutely free to one of the lucky recipients who phones up or signs up each particular month. So that's something that you can actually get involved with simply by going to businessconnectionslive.com. So then, where are we going to go to next? I'll tell you what we are going to say. We've been brought to you today. We are powered by the AA. Great news, by the way, about Brad and about the fact that we've got another show. This time next year, if you're not here this year, she'll be here next year. It's going to be bigger, brighter, better. Where have I heard that before? Now, we are powered by the AAA, as I said today. If you want to find out a little bit more about their roadside assistance services, ask them about BRC, breakdown repair cover. I've got a Jag, 180,000 miles on it. Water pump's just about to go. Guess who's going to be getting that fixed for me? That'll be the AA then. That's what it's all about, because that's the one of the services that they provide. But did you know they also do central heating cover as well? Do you realize that they do plumbing cover? It isn't just by the roadside. They're actually now taking care of you in your home as well. So if you want to find out more about the AA, if you're not a member already, maybe you're with the other lot, or one of the other lots, the ones with the flags, or the ones that take you from R to C, whichever one you're with, maybe you should be thinking about, see, that's a quaint little thing. If you want, you can actually change the direction you're with and go with the premier brand, which is the AA. Have a word with the team that are here today, find out more about what they can offer you. We're offering you a whole load of business advice and tips. The programme goes out live every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. We've had the likes, big stars we've had on there. We've had Brad on. We've had Stephen Thomas, who's standing behind the camera at the moment taking a picture. There he is, Stephen Thomas, the man who wrote Networking for Dummies. It's a great book if you want to find out how to maximize your return when it comes to networking at events like this one. Then read his book. That's true, isn't it? If you want to find out, and you're going to be talking later, aren't you? 10 past 3, Stefan's going to be talking. Can we see Stefan just for a moment? There he is. Look at that camera there. What a handsome man, eh? And also, there's the book, Business Networking for Dummies, and you wrote it all with your own fair hand. Talk to the camera, because the face ain't listening. Oh, look, Debbie, when are we going to be talking to you? When are you going to, whenever you've got a moment, got Debbie Huxton, she's in the background as well, and she's radiant. Oh, look, there she is. Can we have both of them? There we are, look, looking absolutely gorgeous. Anyway, enough of this. We're going to talk to them all later on. There's a plate of chips coming through, so we've got to stop filming there. Bring those chips through. We'll be talking to another one of the stands in just a few moments' time, right after we give you more marketing advice and tips from Business Connections Live.
My guest this evening is Phil Smith from Soundtrack to Your.com. Yes, I know it sounds like it's a name that isn't quite finished, but what they're saying is it's a soundtrack to your, well, everything, to your life. It can be to your life, to your marriage, to your work day. It's all there. You fill in the gap where you think another word should be. Soundtrack to Your.com.
It's really how we use and consume music in our lives, really. It's the fact that we all have great music that sort of we like to run to, or we like to listen to when we're on the bus going to work, or, you know, we reminds us of our holidays, reminds us of lovers, future and past. It reminds us of the stuff that we had at our wedding, first record we bought. And we thought, well, if you had a record shop where you chopped all this up into these categories, into these new genres of the way that we use music, it's immeasurably much more interesting and useful for people like you or I or anybody else to actually go and find new music to listen to. And it's all about that, crowdsourcing musical taste.
The music that is on the website, who does it belong to? Whose is it? Is it mine? Is it yours? It obviously still belongs to the publisher of the piece of music in some way or another. So who does it belong to? For instance, I went onto the site, I'm not a member of the site today, I went on there and I was listening to Aerosmith. And I thought, well, who does that belong to?
Well, the way it actually works at the moment is that it is a completely legal service. Completely legal. And what we actually do is we use pre-licensed libraries of music, both from YouTube and another provider called SoundCloud. That's the way that you get to hear all the music that you actually want to listen to through the site. So it's pre-licensed by YouTube and it's pre-licensed by SoundCloud. Well, the money that we originally raised has taken us to this point and will certainly sustain us for the next 3 to 6 months. So that's not really an issue. Over that next 3 to 6 months, the issue is then to raise the next fund of actual, which would be your first proper fund of round of funding, beg your pardon.
And you're going to be doing crowdfunding,
We're doing this with a site called ShareIn at the moment, sharein.com, and they're a brand new crowdfunding platform. Fantastic people based in Scotland, and we are launching with them, and they go live to super launch in a few weeks' time. So in a few weeks' time, anybody and everybody will be able to have an opportunity of owning a piece of Soundtrack to Your, one which I strongly urge people to take up.
How do you drive audience? How do you get people there?
It's not the snaffist. Well, the simple truth is it's by what it is. It's not essentially going to catch anybody who say is interested in just joining a music service like Google Play or Spotify, one of those. But what it is going to interest people is going, do you know, I'm going to start running this year because obviously that's what I need to do. What music should I listen to? Talk to your friends about it, find stuff out. It's people who are interested in music for specific things you will find with us.
Who are your mentors?
The ones that we've used have been terrific, really. We've got a great group of people. We have 3 or 4 people who are on our board one or two have done internet businesses of their own. One guy did an amazing motorbike business online, made a fortune and sold it. We've got people from the city, we've got people from legal, we've got people from marketing who are all actually sitting with us and have been giving us the most awesome advice. And to be honest with you, if that's one of the things you really ought to consider is the quality of your business is probably at the beginning is predicated upon the quality of the professional advice and skills and enthusiasms those people can bring to the party. And we've been blessed. I'm Phil Smith, soundtracktoyour.com, and if I was as truthful as I can be, the things I would absolutely tell you to do about setting up your own business is, more than anything else, believe in your idea. Hone that idea until that idea isn't an idea, it's your idea. That's what it's got to be. And then you've got to drive it. You've got to find the right people and work as hard as you can. It's never going to be easy, but it's a heck of a lot of fun.
Soundtracktoyour.com. If you haven't been to the website, check that website out. Very good idea. It means that you can actually listen to other people's soundtrack to their as well. Fascinating again. See, I use the word fascinating. Now, autoresponders. What do you know about autoresponders? Do you know anything about autoresponders? If you know nothing about autoresponders, now's the time to find out. You may have heard of the likes of Aweber. You may have heard of the likes of MailChimp. Autoresponders are a great way of automatically building your lists. And let's face it, if you don't have a list of prospects or customers, then you're really missing out. But there is one company that's out there at the moment that's doing a grand job. They are CRM. And Helene is with them right now. Find out more about autoresponders. Helene.
Thank you, Steve. We're here with Matt Ruddle, and as Steve said, at InTouch. I don't know anything about autoresponders, so I'm hoping that I'm going to be educated. Matt, take it away.
So autoresponders, great way of following up. So we all pick up business cards, but it's about what we do with that. And an automated campaign, so autoresponders, could mean that you drop people into a filter. So that you drip feed marketing to them, and just over a period of time they actually get the messages. Rather than you having to sit there and press the send button every single time, you basically just feed them into this pipeline. And that can mean all the clicks and the opens come back to you as well. So rather than you actually, you can spend more time doing what you do best rather than actually sitting there building the emails yourself. So that's what automated campaigns are all about, is just saving you time and actually moving your business forward.
So Matt, I've been dropped into filters and pipelines, and is that painful, or is that actually going to get me to give me a database and a mailing list that can really work for me?
Yeah. So it's going to be very, very painless and going to be very successful at the end of the day. So what it's going to allow you to do is take care of your day-to-day running of the business, whilst you know that the business cards that you pick up at an event like this are taking care of themselves. So you can have 3, 4, 5 emails dropping off over the next few weeks to say, hey, I met you at this event. Let's do some business, let's have a chat, and let's continue that conversation.
And how difficult is it for me to do this with my business? Is it straightforward?
Yeah, incredibly straightforward. I mean, our whole philosophy is that we don't want you spending days and weeks and months trying to build these things. We want you to be able to just simply create it and let it run and let it actually be successful for your business. So within a couple of minutes, you can have that sequence that will generate your business.
And is this going to cost me an arm and the other leg, or I will have to take out a loan from the cash flow folks?
No, definitely not. So something as simple as either £9 a month, or £19 or £29. So we try and keep everything priced really reasonable to help businesses grow, which is what we're all about.
Wow, so for less than my needed coffee every day, I might be able to really grow my business with you. And has today been good for you?
Yeah, we didn't know what to expect, but it's been really, really good to meet people that we've actually done business with previously, so putting names to faces, but also meeting lots of new people that will hopefully do some business with in the future.
And we're going to see you back at Business Connections Live soon?
Depends if Steve will have me back.
Steve, you heard it here first.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, the last time I saw Matt, it was down as a very, very bad, noisy Skype line. And I must admit, I didn't recognize you there. Now that I've seen you in the flesh, you're much more handsome than I thought you were.
It's the lighting, yeah.
And the makeup. Listen, we'd love to have you back on the program. We are, in fact, customers of InTouch CRM, so Business Connections Live. And other autoresponders are available. But what we like about it is it's a UK-based company. When you get through to them, you get great technical support. They talk to you as if you're a human being. And you kind of feel that, unlike the other side of the Atlantic, where you feel like you're going into a multinational conglomerate, what you get with InTouch CRM is you actually get a first name of someone that you can talk to, who, when you phone back at a later date, remembers who you are. So I mean, really, I mean, you're getting bigger, aren't you, Matt? You're getting larger.
Sorry, Steve, I missed.
So Matt asked if you were getting bigger. Are you growing?
Yeah, I mean, globally. And we're based in Western Supermare in Somerset, which is bonkers. So we're trading China, US, Australia, everywhere.
Wow, a bit of the surf goes to the surf.
Fantastic.
Congratulations for that.
Excellent, thanks a lot there. And we will have them back on the programme again. We'll talk you through the entire progress or how you should actually put together a autoresponder campaign, how you should actually use it. The important thing about autoresponders, as Matt was just saying, is it helps you grow your list. And for a lot of businesses, that really is the most valuable asset that you're actually going to have within your business. If you've got a really good list that you can actually sell to on an ongoing basis, then you've actually got something that maybe you can sell on when you're looking at maybe exiting your business in the future. So talk to Matt at InTouch CRM, have a word with them, find out what they can do for you. You may already be using an alternative one. I keep mentioning them, the likes of Aweber and MailChimp and people like that. There is a difference. I find them slightly complicated, a little bit difficult, a little bit restrictive. But what you get with InTouch CRM is it's easy to import your existing database. You can really, really go for it. InTouch CRM, if you want more details, they're growing your business. It's never, ever been easier. Just go online, tap in InTouch CRM, and I can promise you they'll come up top of the list. All right, then more marketing hints and tips when it comes to business from Business Connections Live.
This week's guest is Lisanne Jacobs from Ology Coaching. We're going to be looking at what's available for you if you've suffered from the recent UK floods.
So Ology is a group of around 50 business coaches worldwide, and about half of those work in the UK. And what I do is I help businesses grow. I help them overcome the barriers to growth.
The Business Support Scheme. Tell us a little bit more about that and what it actually covers and who it's really for.
Okay, so it is £10 million that's available in total. It is for small and medium-sized businesses that have been hit by the flood since December of 2013. It covers all sorts of things like clean-up costs, material and stock damage, anything exceptional that the insurance company won't cover. I think obviously whenever you try to claim anything on your insurance, do read the fine print and do talk to them. And if you're thinking of getting out insurance for years to come, you know, be very careful what it is and isn't covered. Yeah. But it's too early to say. You know, all I hear is obviously that the government and the councils are planning on handing out this money as long as you can, you know, prove your case. So I would say definitely go for it.
We've had the Business Support Scheme. We've talked about the Government Business Support helplines that are there, and that was a number. Repair and Renewal Grant.
Yes, so this is a specific grant of a maximum of £5,000, which is available to both homeowners as well as business owners. And it is really specifically to help them repair the buildings as well as make them more resilient to flooding. This will also be run by the local councils and should start on the 1st of April. So any business that has been hit by the floods can get 100% business rate relief for 3 months. Once again, central government will be publishing guidelines to local authorities. So
I know it's very soon.
Yes.
You know, last week we were still flooded. Yes.
Yes, but obviously, you know, if your business is in financial troubles because of the floods, speak to your council. If you're supposed to pay your business rates, just let them know that you'll be paying them either later or not at all for, you know, a certain period of time.
So what are the revenue doing to help small businesses?
So basically you can get an extension of any taxes that you owe them for 3 months. That includes VAT, corporation tax, PAYE. So pick up the phone to them. The number, I'm not sure if it's up here on the screen, is 0800 904 7900. They're open 7 days a week, weekends as well, 8 to 4. And just talk to them. If you can't pay your taxes on time, they will listen, and at least financially there's lots of support. Obviously the main question for a lot of people who have been affected is what's going to be done to avoid this happening again next time, and that's still a big, big question mark. Hi, my name is Lisanne Jacobs, and I help businesses and non-profit organisations overcome the barriers to growth. For smaller businesses, that tends to be looking at their goals, their business strategy as a whole, and maybe specific areas like their sales and marketing strategy or cash flow management. For larger organisations, it usually involves looking at the people side, leadership and management, communication skills, delegation, staff retention and recruitment. I do a lot of this with government support. I am a registered and accredited coach with Growth Accelerator, which is a government-funded programme for any organisation with less than 250 staff. It helps them grow the organisation so they can employ more people and generate more turnover. And that's what happens with my clients. So through my coaching, my training, my consultancy, they grow, they get more turnover, more profit and a better cash position. The business owners, the managers and the staff have more job satisfaction, and they have a more sustainable business going forward. A recent survey from the Department of Business, Innovation and Skills has found that 67% of owners of small, medium-sized enterprises want to grow within the next 2 to 3 years. In practice, they found only 20% will. And what usually lacks is the support. So do go and get the support. Call me. My number is 01784 770 595 or 07900 437 680.
So then, Lizanne Jacobs there, fascinating insight once again into the whole world of funding. Interestingly, while she was on the program, she was talking about one of the fundings when it comes to sustainable routes. And they've got all sorts of funding available for that at the moment. And one of the actual pieces of funding they were talking about was a piece of funding concerning getting additional laptops or a new laptop if it would reduce your travel time. So we thought there's going to be a whole load of stuff you're going to have to fill in for that. It's going to be a book like this. It was a 2-sheet form, filled it in, and they paid half towards a brand new MacBook Pro. For the simple reason it would actually reduce the miles that we travel, so that when we get to one of our customers' sites, we can sit there and we can actually do the work on their site without having to go backwards and forwards. So check that out. Go to the program as well. There are a lot of grants out there for small to medium scale enterprises if they're trying to grow their business at the moment. I've just had Brad come up to me and say, "You're feeling hungry?" So I think we've got chips coming around for everybody in just a few moments' time. It is the Business Networking Show. We're at Wolverhampton Racecourse. It's great to have you with us. We are powered by the AA today. Hurrah for the AA. If you've ever wondered, hurrah for the AA. If you've ever wondered to yourself, well, they only just do breakdowns, so they by the roadside. They do more than that. Things like breakdown repair cover. If your car does break down, they'll get it to a garage and then they'll sort it out. That's great, absolutely fantastic. They do home emergency cover as well. So everything from your gas boiler through to your plumbing, they'll sort that out. We've got windscreen assist. What other products have we got? I'm running out now. Fuel assist, battery assist. There are all these assist things, and I don't know whether you were at the Festival of Speed at Goodwood this year. They were down there and they were showing off some of their vintage fleet as well. If you want to actually come along to Wolverhampton and maybe sign up, there we go, AA for the road ahead. You can have a word with their fine sales team who are here today. A fantastic opportunity to find out more about what the AA offer, and our thanks to them for supporting us here at this event. It is the Business Networking Show. Very shortly, there he is. What a handsome man. I am waving to you. Give us a salute. You see, I am convinced that the other lot have stolen that. They've used the AA strapline in their advertising. It's neither here nor there. If you are watching online, thank you very much indeed. It's great to have your company. Yes, sir. This man here. We can have him on the show. In fact, Brad has just organised another guest on the program. Come round here and sit down. This is all a bit sudden. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Brad. We'll just put that round there like that. We'll pop that on. Do I have to take my glasses? Live television, that's what it's all about. You got funny ears. No, you're okay. You're doing well.
Thank you.
So, tell us then who you are, what you do, where are you from?
I'm John Heslop, better known as Johnny from Dunny, from Doncaster, of course. I'm regional leader for Phone Networking up in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire, running 20 groups. I have a couple of businesses that I'm a director of, and another business I'm a partner in, and I'm doing a bit of property development as well, so I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. So I've got plenty going on in my life, and that's it in a nutshell, basically.
So I mean, for us, first impressions of today's show, what do you think? Is it as good as you thought it was going to be?
It's better, actually. Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I said this to my missus this morning, this is the busiest show I've ever seen at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
you know,
before it even opened.
Before it even opened.
Yes.
There was loads of people knocking about, and it just seems to be evolving all day long. You know, it's absolutely brilliant. I've done plenty of shows up in Yorkshire as well, so first time I've been out of Yorkshire to do a show.
Tell us about the psyche of the people, the networkers, shall we call them, for want of a better phrase. People that go to the network, are there different types, different groups? Are there people who are just addicted to going to networking events, or are there people that really do get mileage out of it?
I think, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all in there for the reasons of building our businesses, and that's the first reason I went to networking was to get more business. But I've got so much more from it. I've got friendships, I've got advice, lots of free advice, I've got suppliers, and the personal development. I mean, I'm regional leader, and I've actually done presentations. I was 3 years ago, I did a presentation to 100 area leaders in our National Area Leaders Conference. When I did my first 40 seconds in a networking event, I was trembling like this, and I thought I would never ever do that. But I think a lot of people go for that. You know, they're sat at home, they're on their own all day, they sell one-man bands, and it's just an outlet to go and share ideas and bounce ideas off each other. If I hadn't have had £1 worth of business out of for networking, then my membership would have been still worth it many times over. The extra business that I've developed is the cherry on top, I suppose.
What do you reckon the biggest mistake is for people when they come to events like this, or when they go to a 4N networking event, or to a BNI, or any networking event for that matter? What's the big mistakes that people make?
I think the biggest mistake is, if people are new to it, is to sell. And that's the biggest mistake to take, because it's a total switch off for most people. I just look at it as a relationship building organisation. Go and build relationships. If business happens, fantastic. If business doesn't happen, then it's a social friendship. That's also fantastic. But yeah, people go and try and sell.
So that is the big mistake. We hear
big
that a lot.
mistake, yeah.
Have you read Stefan's book, by the way? He loves us because we really do push it.
Yeah. I have read Stefan's book, and I mean it's got everything in there. You know, I keep a copy, because if I've got any of my members that are asking me anything about for networking, then I'll use that as a reference book. Read this section, read this section. It's all covered in here, yeah. It's an excellent book, yeah.
So what's the next big event then for you guys?
In my personal business or for networking?
Yeah, for networking, yeah.
For networking, we've got a Kirklees business show up in West Yorkshire. That's happening in October. So we've got a stand there. After that, I think it quietens down till into the new year. The next really big one in my sort of area is the Wakefield Business Conference. I mean, that is this is as big as the Wakefield Business Conference. The Wakefield Business Conference has been going for 4 or 5 years.
And here we are, day one, first time it's been on, and we've been able to capture the imagination of all these different people that are here today.
Excellent.
So absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
It's excellent, yeah.
Well, listen, it's been a real pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, no
it's
worries.
Obviously he's a big fan of yours as well, which is what it's all about. But I think that's the difference about what Brad does, isn't it? You don't feel like you've got someone who's running a business that doesn't care less.
No, it's I mean, having worked alongside Brad as a regional leader for 3 years now, is very inspirational. I mean, we have our regular national meetings where all the regional leaders get together, and you come away from them meetings buzzing, absolutely buzzing. Brilliant guy to work alongside.
What do you think the most important thing is that he's ever said to you that's actually you've gone, do you know what, Brad? Up until that, I've never realised that.
In my early days of networking, I had a one-to-one with Brad, and the most important thing he says, tell me about your business. And I told him we're doing this. He said, can I swear? No, I can't swear. He says, John, your business is easy to solve. Get off your ass. And outsource this, outsource that, and go and outsource that. You're doing too much of the dog work yourself, and that's what I went and did.
You must have been the inspiration for 2 of his books.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much
no
indeed.
worries.
Look forward to seeing you on the program in the future. Thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at the Business Networking Show. We've got another interview coming up in just a moment, and we're going to be talking to somebody else up the other end of the hall. It's all to come right here, live from the Business Networking Show in Wolverhampton. We'll see you in just a moment, right after another piece of marketing advice from Business Connections Live.
I'm Adam Marshall. I'm Executive Director for Policy at the British Chambers of Commerce, which is the national body for chambers of commerce across the UK. And I had the privilege of comparing today's event with great debate on the future of aviation here in the South East.
How successful do you think today has been?
Today's been an incredibly successful event because what it's allowed local businesses to do is to come in and evaluate the proposals for new airport expansion on their merits, and to hear directly from the airports and the promoters themselves about the kinds of schemes they want to deliver. So what I'm hoping is that those businesses can then go away and take the knowledge that they've garnered and decide who they're going to support and how they're going to do it.
Well, yes, that's right. I mean, the Airports Commission announced its interim report before Christmas, and it shortlisted 3 options for expansion to deliver that extra runway that we need in the UK. 2 were for a 3rd runway at Heathrow. The second was for a 2nd runway at Gatwick. And what the Commission also said was that it found sufficient merit in the Isle of Grain proposal for a new 4-runway hub airport. It's therefore going to analyse in greater detail between now and the middle of this year that proposal, and decide in September whether or not to shortlist the Isle of Grain along with expansion plans for Gatwick and Heathrow.
Well, I'm certainly in favour of Gatwick. I think if I look at the other 2 proposals, there's only one of the 2 currently on the shortlist, which is Heathrow. So from our perspective, we really see this as a 2-horse race now and a competition to decide where the next runway goes between Gatwick and Heathrow.
I have a saying, which is that while Britain dithers, others do. We've spent far too many decades in this country agonising over whether we should expand our aviation capacity, whether we need new airports or new runways, etc. We've got to get on and do something. The business community is impatient, and it won't tolerate simply more warm words and more kicking of the can down the road. They want to see a solution. They want to see something actually happening on the ground.
One of the reasons why the Mayor is so attracted to a new airport to the east of London is the regeneration effects it would have. It would transform East London, but also North Kent as well, in terms of jobs and houses and a boost for the economy out there.
I think one of the biggest things that's happened to Gatwick over the last few years is the fact that the BAA monopoly was broken up and Gatwick was sold. That's when I joined the business, and in separate ownership, I think in 4 short years, since 2009, we've made dramatic progress, improving customer service, growing passenger volumes and bringing in lots of long-haul airlines as well as short-haul airlines, and investing over £1 billion in upgrading the facilities that passengers enjoy.
People say it can't be done, it's too expensive and it takes too long, but actually we think that's just a counsel of despair. And of course, countries the world over have built new runways and new airports, while we've become the world champions of dither and delay. So let's just get on and do it now.
Well, the Gatwick option can deliver nationally, and the Gatwick option can deliver legacy carriers, getting you to the long-haul destinations, particularly in the emerging economies. And in 4 short years, we've had dramatic success. We now serve over 50% of the high-growth emerging economies, whilst at the same time, we can get business travellers to and from all of the European major cities and business destinations with affordable travel on the low-cost airlines.
I think everyone argues some of their points well, and everyone has their weak points. Heathrow has a difficulty with the fact that it's located in a densely populated area. Gatwick has a difficulty because it can't attract some of the same flights that Heathrow would. And of course the Mayor's proposal has difficulty because it doesn't exist yet except on the drawing board. So all of these proposals have difficulties, all of them have their advantages. The important thing is to actually get down and do something. Let's see some diggers on the ground.
I was flying through Gatwick the other week actually, and they're actually saying, they're promoting very heavily that this is the right place to build that other runway. As you heard in that particular piece, they were talking about Boris's runway down in the estuary. That's not going to happen now, is it? So where's it going to be? Is it going to be Heathrow or is it going to be Gatwick? Some people say there should be a high-speed link between the 2 airports, and then we'd have a super hub. Be very interesting. With me right now, I've got Steve Beattie. Okay, the new. For all our Scottish viewers that are with us at the moment, of course, the big referendum was yesterday. Going to ask him straight away, which way did he go, yes or no?
I went straight down the middle.
Straight, sat on the fence, yeah. He's telling fibs, actually. Exciting day for the Scots yesterday, though, wasn't it?
You know, I served 10 years in the army, Steve. You know, I love this country, and I think everyone's got to choose to live with democracy. Not be babies about it, not be kids. The choice has been made, let's make the best of it. You know, we're all in this together, and I see everyone around here today scared, you know, out of their comfort zones. I think that's where change really takes place. Not knowing exactly what you want, but being willing to live in that discomfort and pushing through it and learning. And you know, I'm proud to be Scottish, you know, but I'm proud to be British as well.
And so you should be. Tell me, what do you do as a business? Because you're very. It's quite obvious that you're quite at home speaking publicly.
Yeah.
So what do you do as a business?
I teach people how to use their story to sell more. I think story is the number one thing, the number one quality value that connects one person to another person. You know, when you walk into an iPhone store, you know, we walk into an Apple store, you don't say, what are the features and benefits of this new iPhone 6? You're buying it because there's some story that you love this machine, you love this phone. And it's the same for if you sell a car, if you sell a house, if you sell a coaching practice. People will buy from you because of you, not because of the features or benefits. You are not a sales page, you're not a video sales page, you are a person. Sell from your heart, sell the truth. No more BS, sell them your story. Because if you can connect with a person right here, you'll be your customer for life. They will be with you for life, like the way people are with Apple.
This is very much, oh, my mic's gone, hang on a second. Oh, it's falling out there. I've unplugged myself. Yeah.
It's just part of the story, you see, Steve. Part of the story.
For the date, there we go, I'm back again. I mean, the thing about it is, from my days doing shopping television, it is all about doing the sizzle. It's selling the sizzle, isn't it? And that's what people are interested in. The story always sells. And I suppose that's the biggest problem. Now, we had somebody on from who uses the Sandler techniques about feeling the customer's pain, making the customer tell you what's wrong with them, what's important to them, because a few of the quotes from him are things like, buyers will always lie. They do because they just do.
Yes.
And you know, and people, when you tell them the features and benefits, they don't care.
They switch off.
They switch off.
You know, they switch off. You don't wake up in the morning and say, I wonder what the features and benefits of the new iPhone 6 are. You don't care what they are. You just want to know that you can turn it on and it looks great.
Yep.
That you can tweet, Facebook, and it looks better. You want bragging rights. You want to say, I've got the iPhone 6 and you don't.
Yeah.
That's what people want. They want to look cool. People want happiness. And I think stories are happiness.
Now here's what we're going to do right now. What I want you to do is I want you to give us that condensed thing that people should be thinking about when it comes to using the spoken word for selling, how they should be going through it, the process they should be using in just a couple of sentences. Just give us those golden nuggets that everybody here actually needs to increase sales and to be more effective when it comes to communicating.
Okay, the number one asset in any business is attention. Any business on the planet, the number one asset is attention. And to get attention, you need to capture that attention, captivate the attention, and captivate them. You want to keep them for life. Capture them, captivate them, and cultivate that attention. Go to work for them and help them succeed. And the only way to do that is by listening. Shutting up and listening to them.
Absolutely fantastic. Will you come on the programme?
I will come on the programme.
You come on the programme one Wednesday evening. We'd love you to come down to the studios in Shepperton and actually have a word with us, spend an hour with us, and impart your wisdom. That would be fantastic.
That would be my pleasure, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Listen, Steve Beattie, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Steve. Fascinating insight into the whole world of selling. Now we've got another guest coming up. We're actually going to do this straight away, as if by magic, from one to the other. So our thanks to Steve. And if you are finding it difficult to maybe to capture your sales, if you are finding it difficult to communicate with your customers, maybe you should have a word with Steve. Here's the guy that's going to be able to tell you. Steve, whereabouts are you going to be at the show today if they want to talk to you?
I'll be everywhere.
You're over just to the left. If you're here at Wolverhapton today, find our stand, come to us, have a word with us, and then you can whistle down, you can see Steve Beattie and have a word with him. And he did tell me that he was all for the union. Or not, as the case may be. So anyway, well done to the Scots, by the way. I think fantastic, the fact that it's still the United Kingdom. Now with me, we have another guest. This is Baz Meany. We'll just get the mic on for you there, Baz. Let's see there. Is Baz with us? Hello there, Baz.
How you doing?
There you go. That was fascinating. Baz, what do you do?
I sell confidence.
See, this is all these emotional skills. We had Debbie Huxton, she was on the other week,
Right.
and she's looking internally as well, selling
Okay.
the confidence. Is it something we as a race, as a nation, are missing, do you think?
No, everybody's born with an abundance of confidence. And as the years go by and everybody's telling you what you can't do, you start losing that confidence. And there's various things that actually affect it. Worry, fear, self-doubt. Those are the kind of things that will actually remove and strip a person's confidence. So it's just about learning the techniques and the ways of actually getting that confidence back again. Because what you think about, you bring about. So if you honestly believe that you can't get results, there's no way you'll ever get a result.
So, when people come to your courses, are they looking then for that single little piece, that little element that's going to actually project them and move them on to be more confident? Or is it a difficult journey for them?
Depends entirely on the individual. You see, a lot of people want to change or say they want to change, but when it comes down to actually changing, they don't really want to change because they would like the results but don't want to put in the effort for it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, today, in order to achieve anything, it's the amount of effort you're prepared to put in will produce the kind of results that you want. So individuals want lots of things in life, but they don't want to work for them. So it's kind of like we get the idea that if I don't work, I'll go to the government for a handout.
Yeah.
You know, where I originally come from, you don't work, you don't eat.
You're not going to get that handout, are you? No. So how long do the courses take? And when people go away from it, what skills do they go away with? What are the concrete skills they go away with?
Well, basically what I try and do is I try and work with an individual for between 4 and 6 months. And at the end of that period, I hopefully will be redundant. If I'm not redundant, I've probably failed.
Oh, right. Do they get their money back? 30-day money back guarantee?
Most of them get the results. I've
They get the results.
I've never had to give money back yet.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
How long do the courses take? 2 days, 3 days, a week?
No. I work with them on a weekly basis, and we do Skype calls on a weekly basis, and it's all about bringing the best out of them. You see, people don't fail because they don't know. People fail because they don't use what they do know. And I'm not a magician. All I do is bring out what they know.
It's just identifying what the inert skills that they already have.
Absolutely.
All right, something to leave them with right now then. What would it be if you had maybe 3 or 4 key points, the things that they could start working on today to improve the way that they are communicating with people, to give them more confidence? What would be the 3 or 4 skills that perhaps they could work on?
I think the main skill is what you think about, you bring about. So if you can control your thought process, you control your destiny. And that is by far the strongest thing anybody can do. Any winner in life has a great command of their own thought process. They're constantly seeing good things happening. So, you know, you always get the story glass half full.
Yeah.
Okay. They constantly expect good results. So when you have a confident expectation of a great result, and you believe you're going to get it, and you think that way, invariably you will get that result.
Because you're in the right state of mind, the right frame of mind,
Absolutely.
and that actually helps you to be more successful.
And you can do it in all areas. I've got a YouTube site, which is an amazing site as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, Baz, we'll have a look at that, and
Yeah.
we'll put some of the videos from you onto the Business Connections Live
Fantastic.
website,
Thank you.
the YouTube site as well.
Great.
Would you like to come on the program at some stage in the future?
Yeah, well, we can always talk about it.
Thank you. No, the enthusiasm
Yeah.
was meant to be, of course. We say we'll think
I
about
like
it
to
over
hear-
there.
yeah, I
All
like to
right,
hear
that's
about what I'm
fantastic.
gonna do before I
Baz
do
Meany,
anything.
thank you very much indeed.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy. So there we go. That's Baz Meany, absolutely incredible guy, and giving us a real insight into maybe how to be more confident. You can see where Brad gets it all from, can't you? Quite frankly. Right. Here, give someone over here. Yeah. Oh, and let me just get that mic. He's sitting on it. You come round there. There we go. There we are. Yeah, you're there. Pull it down to you. Pull it down. They're rat bags to get on quickly, aren't they? Just talk into it.
There we go. There we go. Let me tell you something about this man, Basil, right? I was going through some bad times going back in the early days of phone networking, 2007, 2008, and Basil went out of his way to help me and keep me going. And you know what? Anyone can back a winning horse, but this guy backed me when actually people didn't back me. And that's the difference. People can back a winning horse. This guy backed me when I had nothing to prove, had nothing going on. So thank you very much. Basil Meany, boys and girls. Seriously,
Fantastic.
top man.
Well done. Baz, thanks very much. Brad, take it easy. That's great. Excellent. There you go. And he's even sorted out us coffee and food as well. What more could you possibly want from the main man here?
Good effort. These are mine, Steve.
Oh, oh yeah. There you go. Thank you very much indeed. I tell you what, let's have another piece of business advice from Business Connections Live.
Now, this week I'm joined by Mike Osborne, Managing Director of Phoenix Business Continuity Unit, an acknowledged leader and award-winning continuity and business continuity disaster recovery service.
Phoenix IT Group is a UK-based specialist provider. We provide infrastructure support, break-fix maintenance, application support, help desk services for business. And a big part of what we do involves around supporting IT infrastructure. And of course, as businesses developed over the last decade, email, applications that give 24/7 availability of data on any device, being able to keep those businesses up and running has been a growing part of the Phoenix business. When you look at a lot of the things that have happened, the recent floods, if you go back a decade, some of the terrorist incidents that are fortunately beyond us in recent years, there's a whole profession that has kept business in London, particularly the big financial institutions, up and running through all those crises. The reality is one of the biggest drivers right now to people looking at business continuity is satisfying customer concern. Because if you think about it, what your major clients would be interested in is if they're putting business your way and then they're embedding whatever you do into what they do,
right,
and they've got this big brand and reputation and large customer base to satisfy, if you fail, they fail. When you explain that there are business benefits to this, that you can grow an organisation on the back of having this, rather than it being yet another cost of doing business, they very quickly get it. When you then move on to the fact that it's not as expensive they thought in the first place, you've broken down another hurdle. And in terms of the top 10 threats to business, they say unplanned IT and telecom outages is number 1,
right,
cyber attack is number 2, and data breach is number 3. Well, when I think of disasters, I'd have said fire, flood, terrorism. I don't think I'd have said IT, cyber attack and data breach. So that just shows you how far technology has moved on in the potential threat to business. But you mentioned 9/11, of course, that was America's big terrorist incident and one that really shook the foundations of business continuity and disaster recovery across the globe. The smaller you get, the bigger the actual impact of having a disaster, because you're not resilient, you haven't got a second office. So for the really small firms, it is a topic that they need to look at, but it's really quite simple. If you've got customer names, customer contact details, make sure you've got those outside of a single office. Make sure you've got a copy of them somewhere. If you've got a single telephone line coming in, work with your comms provider to see how quickly it can be diverted, even to a mobile number if your telephone line goes down. So there's 2 tips there that actually the most important things that small businesses need is to be contactable by a customer or to be able to contact a customer. Mike Osborne, Managing Director of Phoenix's Business Continuity Division. Phoenix is a specialist business continuity. We're 25-year-old this year in terms of delivering disaster recovery and business continuity. We're UK-wide and we're nice people who know what we're talking about. We've talked about a lot on this session. We've created a website for SMEs, which is www.phoenix.co.uk/SME, and on there you'll find a lot of the reference material that I've referred to, a lot of general advice and white papers, and it's all there to review in your own time.
That's Phoenix IT. They're just up the road here, actually, and they were talking about business continuity and disaster recovery. Also, another part of Phoenix as well, they also deal with cloud technology. So if you want to get all your applications up in the cloud so that you can work from anywhere, so you can actually do business when you're on the move, when you're out and away from the office, Phoenix IT also specialise in that as well. The disaster recovery part of it is fascinating too. When you talk to somebody about disaster recovery, what constitutes a disaster in one business doesn't constitute a disaster in another business, but what they do have, they have a scalable solution that can really resolve the issues for small to medium scale enterprises. So if you can't go into the office, you can't do business, then you need somehow to get to your data, to your customer list, and you've just got to keep making money. And Business Continuity by Phoenix IT is who you should be talking to. If you go on to their LinkedIn group, you can find out more information about them. You can find out more about Mike as well, or if you go to Phoenix IT's website, give you the complete gambit, the insight into what kind of services they can offer a business just like yours. With me right now, I've got Julian Wellings. Now, Julian is involved with doing email and also video marketing. If you've tried to do an email campaign, has it been successful? Have you got the message right? Have you put something together that will actually be opened by your prospective clients? How do you start thinking about an email campaign? What are the criteria you need to be writing down when you start? Here is the man that knows all of that. Julian, it's great to have you with us. When people come to you, is that the kind of typical scenario? I've tried email marketing, doesn't work.
It is really, and very often they've signed up with MailChimp, which is a free program. They've used one of the standard templates, and a mistake a lot of people make is they just pile in everything they know. This is what I want you to read. What they need to do is to stand back and think, why is this relevant? And to me, relevancy means it's only relevant if it adds value for the reader. So unless you're a professional copywriter, what I advise people to do is to write it, think about the relevance, sleep on it, and read it again the next morning, and I guarantee they will change it.
Do you think this is the biggest mistake that a lot of businesses make? And everybody seems to come back to it, as we're looking at the psyche of the sales process. That as a salesman, you're talking about features and benefits. As a consumer, as a customer, you're actually looking for the story, you're looking for the sizzle. So really the two aren't really matching up at the moment. You're thinking one thing, the customer is thinking something very different.
Yeah. Certainly with the email they receive, what they want to know is, how can this make a difference to me? Why should I open this email? What's in it for me?
Well, one of the things I often see is that when you go to websites that go, we've been established for 20 years, we've got 400 employees, 50 vans, got this 1,500 square foot, and you're thinking, I'd never searched for any of that, and quite frankly, I don't care. What I want to know is, do you sell the widgets that I need? And people do get lost in their own business because they're so close to it.
They do, and I mean, putting on your website that you have 50 vans, or you've just opened a new call centre is fine, as long as you turn that feature into a benefit. So we've just opened a new call centre, which means we can deliver even better service to you 24 hours a day, or whatever.
Well, it's an interesting area. Now, you not only do email marketing, you also do video marketing as well. So tell us a little bit about that. You mentioned to me just a moment or so ago that you film testimonials that people can use.
Yeah, absolutely. The video marketing service I provide, it is for SMEs. So if BP or Tesco came to me, I'd send them somewhere else. It's predominantly SMEs to use on their websites. And the testimonial videos, I've done a lot of those, and what I ask the subject to do is I coach them to tell a story. So they're doing a testimonial for a supplier of theirs. Why did you choose Acme Widgets? What was your problem? What was your challenge? How did Acme Widgets help you to solve it? And then finally, what were the tangible benefits? So what I don't do, I don't just rock up with a camera and say, tell me why Acme Widgets is great. I coach them to tell a story.
How powerful do you think testimonials are on somebody's website? We'll look around here. We've got the guys over there at Web-Centric Solutions giving away a bottle of champagne. We've got Office Mail over there, who we're going to talk to later, and all these other exhibitors that are here. When it comes to a testimonial, how powerful can that be?
I think it can be very powerful, particularly because with YouTube now, it's so easy to embed on your website, and you can then obviously use it on social media and other platforms as well, even LinkedIn. So I think if they're done right, if they're done well, and the production values are good, then they can be powerful. If you film it on an iPhone's got HD video, sounds okay, but it's not great. But it's not going to look great.
Right. Well, listen, absolutely fascinating. If you had to give away a couple of trade secrets, the things that would actually be the key things for people to remember here if they were doing their own email or video marketing? What would they be?
With email marketing, it would be don't import every single person you've ever known into your list. Communicate only with people who've asked to hear from you, and ideally contacts from the past 2 years. And video, resist the temptation to DIY. The cost of producing videos on an iPhone is low, but resist the temptation to DIY.
More professional results. I think the day of the cheap video is slowly departing, isn't it? Listen, it's been an absolute fascination. Julian Wellings, thank you very much indeed. We look forward to talking to you again in the future. We'd love to have you on the show one day to talk about email marketing and video marketing. That'd be fantastic. And once again, Julian, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Steve.
Absolutely brilliant. Julian Wellings there, talking about email marketing and also video marketing as well. You're watching us here at the Business Networking Show. This is where we are right now. Brought to you, powered by the AA today. And you're watching Business Connections live on our live stream. And we've been streaming the whole show all the way through the day. Keynote speakers, we've had the likes of Dee Blick, we've had Brad Burton, of course, we've been talking to him. Debbie Huxton's going to be talking a little bit later on as well. And we've had a chat with some of the different stand exhibitors that are here as well at the moment too. And I can see that one of the keynote speakers, Neil Clough, is here too. Lovely to have you here. He's going to come back. I've just been told he'll come back and talk to me. Thanks very much. We've been rattling on about him now, and we're really looking forward to it. So that should be good. See you later on there. And talking about guests, here's a lady that's been walking around. It's got a great big sign on her chest. It says, oh, let me just, oh, your microphone's fallen down. Oh, hang on. Let me just sort your mic out. Yeah, there we go. Hang on. Where's your ears?
Here they are.
There they are. Oh, look at that. There's one here. Yeah. And I think it's because it's pulling. There we are. Sit on that. There we are. Matron. There we go. That's the beauty of live television. So with me I've got Dawn Catlow. She's got the big T-shirt on that says, well, not a big T-shirt.
Thanks.
Yeah, big words, small T-shirt. That's the right way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dawn, tell us what you've been doing for this show, because we've had a lot of contact with you on this.
Yeah, I'm the project manager for the show, so I've been working on it for the last 6 months. It's been fantastic because I've met lots of different people and spoken to lots of different people, different businesses all over the country, which has been wonderful. It's been some stressful days, 1 or 2, but it's been really good, and it's fantastic.
Well, I'm just going to say, now that the show is actually here, how do you feel about it all?
I can breathe.
You can breathe again?
Yes, I'm breathing.
That's very good. But I mean, is it more successful than you imagined it would be?
It's great. It's what I hoped for. So yes.
I mean, if you just look around there, I mean, it's a little bit quiet down this end because we've got a keynote going on at the moment, and Neil's just turned up. There's Brad. Thank you very much. If you look the other way, though, we've got the largest bump table. And that was just an inspired idea, isn't it? All the information is there for all the different people who want to sort of come along and get the bump. Can you just sort of stroll up to it, Neil, and let's just have a look at the bump table. There you go. Here we go. He's on the move.
50 feet of bump table.
And it is one of the largest bump tables, hasn't it? Let's have a look. There we go. So, and anybody's been able to put all the information they require. They can put anything they like there, can't they?
Yes, all their information, their freebies, cards, leaflets, special offers, anything, and then other people can go and have a look, see what they're interested in.
What's been the biggest learning for you?
The biggest learning, I don't know really, because this is the first show, full national show that I've done, so all of it really.
So it's been a real insight, isn't it?
Yeah, I've done smaller things, but not to this scale.
If somebody was organising a show, Dawn, apart from the fact that they would have to come to you to get it all organised, because that goes without saying that, but if they were organising a show, what would be the key things that they should keep abreast of?
Make sure you've got a long lead time, can completely keep under control what you need to do, what your end result should be, where you want to be, how you want to get there, who's going to do things, and just keep on top of it, really.
And is there anything you would do differently next year for this one?
We'd have a longer lead time.
That's Brad's fault, yeah.
So that would be good, and it would help. Obviously, people next year will be able to see the success of this year, which this year we had nothing to show them. There was nothing there to show them. So we just had to tell them about how it was going to be, and it's been even better.
Fantastic. Well, Dawn, thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure working with you. Dawn was able to sort us out, actually put us in our little mobile studio that we've got here. So, Dawn, thank you very much indeed. It's been an absolute pleasure. Don't go too far because you are still wired in. And let's just have a look at the bump table. Any highlights down there, Neil, as far as the bump table is concerned? What do you think? What's anything of any interest? Go on, well, let's see your hand. Pick something up and let's see what we've got there. Can you? What have we got? Where's your hand? There. Anything you like. Excellent. Of all the bits that he picks up, so he's going to be collecting. Yeah, he's in the free pens, obviously, and chocolates. There we go. We were thinking more of business things. Thank you very much indeed. Some more business information in just a moment. Just let me remind you as well that Business Connections Live is here due to the kind support. We are powered by the AA today. If you want to find out what services the AA offer, it isn't just services by the roadside. They are now offering support and repair in the homes as well. They've got home assist, but it doesn't stop there too. They've got petrol assist, battery assist, windscreen assist, a whole range of different services to make your life easier. To their members, they are the fourth emergency service to us. They've been a fantastic help. I would like to thank the AA for supporting us today. If you want to find out, or if you want to sign up for membership, or you just want to get any information concerning maybe your existing cover that you've got with them, or if you'd like to extend it, maybe you'd like to find out about their recovery fleet or whatever, we've got one of their guys. You can have a word with him and he'll tell you more about what the AA offer. Right now, though, it's more marketing and business tips from Business Connections Live.
My guest tonight is Annie Knight. She's the Executive Commissioning Editor for Wiley Publishing. And tonight we're going to be looking at 4 dummies, how to publish your business book, and a whole load more, in fact, on top of that.
The business list that I work on, we're looking for sort of new trends, but certainly some of the business titles that do particularly well are ones that are either, we've got sort of two streams, either key sort of core essential content that's especially relevant for startups. Say bookkeeping for dummies, for example, does incredibly well, and that's because if you're starting a new business, you need to know how to do basic bookkeeping and accounting, otherwise, because you're doing it all for yourself. And marketing for dummies, selling for dummies, these books do really well. Project management for dummies, because they're core skills that you need if you're starting up, either as an entrepreneur or an owner of an SME, and you need to know how to do those things. So those type of books, if you could think of a subject that's a core skill for any small business owner, then you're onto a winner, really. All of our authors are experts in their subject, but they all have to follow the same guidelines. It starts right at the beginning. The table of contents has to be set out they're all set out exactly the same way, and the book's divided into parts. It's usually about 5 or 6 parts. You all start off with a getting started part. That's part 1, and that's an introduction to what the book's going to cover. And then you have a part 2, which could be a planning chapter. It's still sort of introductory level, but it's getting a bit more into the topic. The authors that we choose empathise with the readers. No, the authors aren't dummies, and the readers aren't dummies either, and the authors know that, and it's just a matter of harnessing the intelligence of the readers, raising their confidence, getting them to trust the authors and getting them to trust the brand, and then they will learn from the books. Readers like the part of 10's chapters in particular at the end of the book, but you've got your top, you can sort of skip to it. The whole structure of the book, you're meant to be able to go to any part or any chapter and understand that chapter in its own right without reading any of the rest of the book. In terms of finding authors, it's more often than not, I will seek them out and I will approach them, and sometimes they're from larger firms, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they people I meet that own startups, and they happen to be a fantastic author, and so it's a mix. The average for dummies books could be anywhere in between 300 to 400 pages, generally speaking. Some of them are a bit shorter, but it might be because it's more of a specialist niche subject. But generally speaking, it's sort of in between 300 and 400 pages. And so we give feedback to the authors. They then come back to us and say, okay, we think it's ready to sort of submit now, and we have a look at it and decide whether they're right or not. And then we submit it to the project editors, who look at it in even greater depth than we do they're much more detail sort of oriented, the project editors, and they're the ones who approve it when it's finally ready. Then we offer the author a contract, and that process can take several weeks at least. And I mean, that's when the author's written the first draft, and so yeah, that is the hardest part: getting that sample chapter and table of contents down, getting the tone right, getting them to understand how to empathise with the reader but not patronise. You've got to be on the side of the reader. You've got to. That's how you can really sort of teach them about a subject. Well, I'm Annie Knight, and if you've been watching the rest of the programme, you'll know that I've been talking about our For Dummies series, in particular the Business and Management List, which I commission titles for. I commission new authors to write for that series, and we're always keen to find as many new authors as possible for this series, because this series, its key thing is that it breaks the information down into accessible, understandable information. It takes away the fear that the audience have about complex subject areas, and that's the key for the Dummies title. It's a tried and tested format. It's got lots of icons in it, lots of case studies, things that make things so much simpler for the reader to understand. And our readers are intelligent people, but sometimes subjects are complex. Sometimes they might have a fear of presentations, a fear of all sorts of things within their workplace, and it's impeding them, it's stopping them getting their business up and running, and we can solve all that by producing books like we do for them. So if you are interested in finding out what book might be suitable for you, we'll have a Wiley stand at the Business Startup Show on November the 27th and 28th. So we'll be there, and I will be there, as will some of my colleagues. We'll be able to, if you tell us a bit about your business, we'll be able to guide you in the right direction, what books might be suitable for you. If you'd like to write a book, then I will be there, and you can tell me all about that too, and I would be very, very keen to talk to you about that if you're interested in writing.
You're watching Business Connections Live. We are at the Business Networking Show. With me, another guest. It's Alan Rochell. Rochell.
Yep.
A little bit there. That's very good. Now, you're from Fire Safety Net Limited.
Yes.
That's your own business, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now, why are you here today, apart from the fact that you are a 4N member?
Yeah. I was asked by 4N to come to the show. Actually, I did it last Friday and did a fire risk assessment of the rooms that they use in here. Brad wanted to be absolutely sure that, as well as having a fantastic show, it would be safe. So I came here, did the fire risk assessment, I've talked with the show organisers and with the venue. So if in the unlikely event there is a fire here today, we're all going to go out, we're all going to be safe. So that's why I'm here, but also of course I'm here to network and meet people for my own business purposes.
I mean, one of the things from my background, I had dealings with health and safety, where courses have been run when it comes to using fire extinguishers. Sure. Now, one of the biggest problems that people have is, even though you see all the signs everywhere around the building saying, in the event of a fire, do this, that, or the other, what actually invariably happens is that people never get the experience to actually use a fire extinguisher in earnest until the fire is actually raging around you.
Absolutely. There's a great Fawlty Towers episode, which wasn't made as a fire safety film, but it's become that. And it's that classic thing, you know, where they set fire to the kitchen, and John Cleese does that thing where he picks up the fire extinguisher to use it, and then suddenly goes, you know, starts trying to read the instructions down the side. You're absolutely right. I mean, what we do in companies is we say, in your company you should have a small number of people, fire marshals, fire wardens, trained to use the extinguishers. Everybody else should just get out, because you're right, it's too late, you know, when your backside's on fire.
That's the wrong time to be doing it.
Yeah.
Now, a couple of years back, what everybody could do is they could actually go on training courses to actually experience using a extinguisher.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of thing that your business does, or is your business purely to go around and to do the fire assessment for a particular venue?
We do a bit of both. It starts off with a risk assessment, and the risk assessment will tell you all the other things that you need to know. And as part of that, invariably, I will say, given the size of your company, you need to train, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people as fire marshals. But we'll do the risk assessment. That'll tell you what sort of fire alarm you need. You may not need one at all, of course. What standard it needs to be, how many fire doors you need, the whole thing. But the thing starts with a risk assessment and moves on from there. And we do train fire marshals. It's good fun. It's a 3-hour course. We have a laugh and a joke with our clients, but we teach them all that stuff about how to open a door if there's a fire, how to check the door, to make, you know, see if there's a fire behind there. And because I spent such a long time in the fire service, I can bring those real situations in to explain to people, you know, how it's going to happen.
So who are you targeting that at? Is it small SMEs, medium scale, or is it large multinationals?
Most of my work tends to be with SMEs. So, for example, this week I've been in a manufacturing company, I've been in a retail company, next week I'll be in a care home. So it's across all of those places. But the legislation is really straightforward. It says if 5 or more people are at work in a building, you must have a fire risk assessment. And people say, well, actually, we're directors, we're not employed. Well, of course you are if you're a director employed by the company. It even includes volunteers. So that's the place that you begin, and then from there you build the rest up. And we just try and help people to have sensible solutions, I think, really.
When you do assessments and you go in there and you see different people's premises, what's the big problems or the big mistake that they make?
The biggest issue is housekeeping. So if I go into a factory and there's rubbish everywhere, there's dust everywhere, the bins are overflowing, that tells me that they're going to have a fire. When fire risk assessment first started in the late 90s, I was still in the fire service then, and we were looking very closely at risk assessment because it was a new thing. And we looked at 20 years worth of fire reports and all that experience. And the thing that came through in the end, the one common denominator, was poor housekeeping. So if I'm in a place and it's covered in wood dust and shavings and things, it means they're going to have a fire. So housekeeping is the big thing. And the other thing is people think if they've got a fire extinguisher, they're safe. And of course, what you need is a fire exit, not a fire extinguisher. But we just make sure they've got that minimum requirement to be safe.
Okay. Listen, it's been fascinating.
Thank you.
If people want to get in touch with you and they want to find out a little bit more about Fire Safety Net Limited,
yes,
find you obviously online.
Absolutely. www.firesafetynet.co.uk.
Fantastic. Really, really interesting. So thank you very much indeed for popping along. Don't get up too quickly because you are plumbed in.
Okay.
And so it's important. So thank you very much indeed.
Alan,
thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So there you go. If your premises, if you need them to be assessed, if you need to find out whether you are following all the fire regulations, if you need someone who is a professional like Alan is, that will come to your premises and actually sort things out for you, then he's going to be the very perfect guy for you. And there is always that issue as well when it comes to using a fire extinguisher. The first time some people get to actually get their hands on a fire extinguisher is when there's a fire, and that's probably just a little bit too late. So you really need a little bit of training on that, and that's the kind of thing that Alan, once again, and companies like his, but Alan can actually provide for you as well. It is too late to be reading the instructions when the house is burning down around you. That'd be a fair assessment, wouldn't it? There we go. Lovely. Okay, you're watching Business Connections Live. We're coming live from the Business Networking Show. We're powered by the AA today. If you want to find out more from our colleagues at the AA about the kind of services that they provide, simply just pop along to us here at Wolverhampton. If you are watching online at the moment and you're thinking, well, I keep hearing the words the AA come up, didn't realise they did home emergency assist, or they do breakdown recovery, or trucks, or glass, or all the other services they provide. You can also go to their website. Recently been redesigned, actually. It's the AA.com, the AA.com, if you want to find out more about the business. It's as simple and as straightforward as that. Okay, let's move on. Oh, there we go. Was that my head in the way there? No, it wasn't. It was somebody else's head in the way. Can we see the logo again? It's the camera in the way. AA, for the road ahead. With me, I've got a man that's got 0 on his t-shirt. Hello, your name is?
Gary Turner.
Let me just move that microphone for you, Gary, just so it's a little bit closer to you.
My head's too big.
Yeah, no, your head is perfectly shaped, it's the microphone's too short. So tell me, Gary, what is it that you do there?
So I'm the managing director at Xero, and Xero is an online accounting system for small businesses. Most small businesses, when they set up, start on a kitchen table with a sheet of paper, a calculator, a pencil, and perhaps a spreadsheet, and decide to start a business. And they then move on and their business grows and it turns into something real. But a lot of them never move beyond accounting for their finances on a piece of paper or that spreadsheet. And so Xero is a great product for those kinds of businesses that want to move up to a proper system of record that not only helps them keep on top of their businesses more effectively, but enables them to get their money in more quickly. They know where they are day to day, not just month to month. And so we got a lot of businesses, about 40% of our customers come from those micro businesses on the kitchen table. And then a large number of our customers are coming to us from traditional accounting software products that have been around for 20, 30 years and are not really that.
Does one of them begin with S?
Yeah, it does.
That one?
Yeah, definitely.
We can mention their name, can't we? I mean, because I've used the likes of Sage and those double input accounting systems, and for the business bloke, that can be sometimes quite complicated, quite difficult to actually use, can't they?
So I think the problem is most people in business are not accountants or bookkeepers. They're not financially trained.
An accountant.
And so what has happened is that software has evolved, and the first PC applications 20, 30 years ago, when they came out, were really good for their time. But we're now living in a multimedia world where we're online a lot more. Our customers are looking to engage with us in different ways, and we want technology to work for us differently from 20, 30 years ago. And so our company came about because there was an opportunity we saw to build something that was easy to use, even if you weren't an accountant or bookkeeper, but also gave you the information that you needed to run your business.
So with your system, it allows me to raise invoices, do quotes, and then input codes for the different services I provide, and also then do a record that I can send to my accountant, and will remind me when invoices are overdue. Is that the kind of service?
It is, but that's not really that interesting. That's the kind of stuff that you'd expect to be able to do.
So what else can it do?
So all the really cool stuff that you can do is that you can send invoices to your customers with payment links on them to make it really easy for your customers to pay you. You can share access to your system with your accountant or bookkeeper. So rather than taking a backup of your data, or rather than sending on paperwork, you can invite them in and they can do the bookkeeping and the complicated things for you. You can do a lot more online because the data is stored securely in the cloud than you could ever do when the data was on the hard disk of your PC or laptop. And so it does all the things you'd expect that an accounting software product would do, but it's all the other stuff that you can only do because it lives in the cloud that's amazing. So you can, one of the big problems that businesses face is getting money in and the length of time it takes to get paid. And what most people forget is that a big part of the problem, and I'm doing a talk on this shortly, is your cash flow is impacted not just by how long your customers take to pay, but how long it takes you to get the invoice out. And so we have got smartphone and tablet apps that enable you that if you're out doing a job for a client, rather than kind of taking a note of that and then maybe at the weekend when you've got some spare time catching up with your paperwork and doing your invoicing, is you do it on your phone or you do it on your tablet in the car park of the client's office, and they get an invoice the day you've delivered the services.
In fact, if you left the office, you can do it, can't you?
And so
you do the work, and they're getting it.
So not only do you get the invoice to them really quickly, you look really slick and professional, and that's a great thing for your company identity and brand. And so there's loads of things like that that you can do that you could just never do on a desktop product. And I've had a really great day here today. I've spoken to 50 people, and 40 of them, if not more, have either been using our product or our accountants working with their clients on our product and getting great feedback. So it's awesome. It's a great event.
You've got the girls up there. They've been working very hard for you up there. You're also the primary sponsor of the show as well.
So we're not actually. So as much as I'd like to say that we are a sponsor of the show. And actually, I think the primary sponsor have the girls working for them on their stand.
Right, yes.
Yeah, casually. No. So we're a sponsor, but no, we're zero. So we're great opportunity to speak to lots of our customers here.
Well, we mustn't confuse the audience then, so if they want to find out more about this particular package, if they want to go online and they want to actually transfer their existing accounting system, they want to bring it over to you, where do they go?
So they just go to our website, xero.com, that's xero.com, and within a few seconds you can sign up for a free trial and play with the software and see if you like it. And if you like it, you sign up and you pay monthly, so it's really easy to get going and try it out.
And ongoing costs?
So ongoing costs we have 3 price plans: £9 a month, £20 a month, and £25 a month, depending on what you require. Most people are on a £20 a month product, and so for the price of, you can't get a good cup of coffee for 70 pence a day.
No.
So for 70 pence a day, all of your kind of the things that you worry about in your spreadsheets and paper, all that goes away, and Xero takes care of that for you.
So once again, the website again is
Xero.com, Xero.com.
It's as simple as that. If you are looking for an accounting package that's going to be online, of course you get that added resilience as well of in the cloud backup as well when it comes to what's actually happening to your particular data. Once again, thank you very much for joining us here. Enjoy the rest of the show and enjoy your keynote that you're going to be giving in a little while as well. You're watching Business Connections Live. It's great to have your company as always. It is the Business Networking Show. We are live at Wolverhampton Racecourse. We've been streaming this all day. Thank you very much indeed to our YouTube partners as well for supporting us today and giving us the facilities to be able to give you a high definition web stream live for the duration of the show. We are brought to you as well by the AA, so our thanks to them too. Moving smartly on, another piece of interesting, informative information from Business Connections Live.
Our guest tonight is Paul Glynn of Sadler Training, West M25.
Basically stop selling and look for people's, what we would call pain. That's to say, what people are really concerned about on a personal level. If we stop looking at interest and stop looking at features and benefits and actually look about what they are really interested in, that's to say their problems, we start there and finish there. Yes, features and benefits are going to be important, but only much, much later in the process. We don't start there, we actually start with what people are really concerned about. I mean, I occasionally go out with salespeople, because I'm asked to do that sometimes, and actually sit through, I don't say a word, I just sit there and just observe. It is absolutely extraordinary how even good salespeople really have just one train crash after another. It's just extraordinary. This is typically how we think we should be selling, right? We've got some sort of rapport between us, we do that wonderful needs analysis, right? I then do some sort of presentation, tell you about the features and benefits, right? Okay, and then I ask you some clunky clothes, if I could do those for 50 quid, would you take it? Or something like that, you know, some sort of half Nelson or whatever it is clothes, and you say, oh, don't know, might be, let me think about it. There is this idea that pain is a business problem, right? But I'm not talking about a business problem, I'm actually talking about how someone actually feels about it. Now we've got a real situation, we've got a real live example. They're absolutely reliving this very annoying situation. And at the moment, we're still at a business level. It's a business level problem. But then we go one stage further and say, how does that make you feel, the fact you're losing thousands of pounds over this? What's uncomfortable, the reason why this looks uncomfortable, by the way, is because we're trying to suggest that people should sell in a different way. That's the uncomfortable bit. For the buyer, it's not uncomfortable at all. What this actually, I know we're being very analytical right now, but what it actually comes across as is a business conversation. That's all. Would it surprise you if I told you I've only done 3 proposals in 5 years? For example, recently I had a meeting with an old contact of mine, and I said at the beginning of the meeting, if it's a yes, then I need to have a meeting with your CEO. Are you going to be happy with that? And she went, yeah, okay. And that's what I've got next week. So that was the yes. Okay, so that's the upfront contract. We then work out what the pain is at a personal level, not a business problem. Why on earth should we bother to fix this? If it's not big enough an issue, then let's not do it. If it's something that's burning and has got to absolutely happen, then we can help. And it usually tends to be 3 lots of pain in actual fact in order to be able to be sure we can actually get the commitment we want. Sander, David H. Sander, was an American who was actually figuring out that it was very, very hard to sell. He wasn't particularly successful at the selling stuff. And he said, well, wouldn't it be nice if the client, the prospective client, did most of the work, you know, rather than so I didn't have to work so hard, you know. And he looked into what was then quite a new human psychology theory called transaction analysis. So he worked with the transaction analysis people and figured out that there was actually a way of being able to make that into a sales process. And in fact, working with our natural suspicion, if you like, and putting that with NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, we always go back to that, I know, and putting those things together, he actually worked out for himself a process that he could follow that seemed to work. So my name is Paul Glynn from Sander, West M25. I empower business people through assessments, training, coaching and mentoring to get more business using the counterintuitive Sander communication process. So the main points I want to leave you with is you are told again and again to go out and tell people what you do. They don't care. Nobody cares. They are only worried about their own problems. So start and finish with those. All buyers lie all the time. They don't mean to, but they just do. Nobody likes being sold to, so stop selling and let your prospects close themselves. But to do all that with confidence, you're going to need a bulletproof system.
Lights and the cameras. And you're watching Business Connections Live. We are live from the Business Networking Show here. It's a fantastic show, a fantastic event. One of the largest bump tables is here at the moment. And also a lot of people actually having lunch now. We've got cash flow just down to our right at the moment. And sitting next to me, I'll let you introduce yourself. Your name is?
My name is Jamie Breeze. Nice to meet you, Steve.
Nice to meet you
and
too.
The viewers at home. I am a partner here at the Business Networking Show here in Wolverhampton, and it's a real honour to come along and meet all these great delegates. I met some of the speakers like Rachel and of course Brad. And I run a company, a business exhibition called the Business Showcase Southwest. We hold that event in Bristol. It's a premier business exposition. And the event we had recently, we had Karen Brady, CBE, now a live peer of course, and she was one of our keynote speakers. And about 90 exhibitors and 1,800 or so delegates. So a good first event. And we'll be doing the next event in May, same venue, but for 2 days next year.
So a real success story for your one then.
Yeah, that felt like a bit of a plug. That was quite a long plug.
It was a really good plug. I just let you get away with it there as
yes.
well. But I mean, a real success as far as the event
It has been, yeah. I can't wait. Literally, I can't wait for the second event. We just signed up First Great Western as a sponsor. We have another sponsor who's an international brand who are going to announce next week. So, you know, now is the time to get involved in networking, and also business exhibitions are experiencing a renaissance. You know, during the recession it was a tough time, I'd imagine, to hold a business show where companies are reining it in, marketing budgets are being squeezed, but there is a renaissance for business events now.
Do you think people, when they come along to events like this, are actually maximising their return on it? Are they really getting it right? You know, we look around an event like this, there are a lot of people here who will be socialising, they'll be talking, they'll be meeting old friends, but are they actually doing business is the question, I suppose.
Okay, so I've been manning our stall over here with my partner Sarah, and today we've connected with dozens and dozens of small to medium businesses, actually some larger businesses as well. One of my pals has come up from the West Country. She works for Stanner, you know, the stair lift and commercial lift company, and she's travelled for 2 hours first thing in the morning to come, and she's a senior role within that big family company, national, international brand, and she's here networking. So I'd say it's a success story, especially for an inaugural event.
Do you think a lot of people get the networking right?
Not everyone. So I've been running a business network event for 7 years.
Because you're going to be seeing people coming in, you're going to understand the kind of things that they do, and you will see the mistakes that people make. And there are a lot of people that you will talk to that say, yeah, I went to a networking event, that didn't really work for me, never see any business out of it. Are they just in the wrong place in their head?
There's two mistakes which people often make when it comes to networking, especially if you're quite new to it. One is to talk at the person you are speaking to talk at them, not to really pace your energy, to actually ask them pertinent questions. And there are several standard openers, such as, hi, where are you from, what do you do? Of course, but actually when you start to talk at somebody and labour that...
What tends to happen at that point is, I'm not interested in you, move on,
yes,
isn't it?
Yeah, and you need to pick up on the body language, you know, your eyes glaze. I actually work as a professional presenter. I do a show which airs to 390 million people around the world, all the subscribers of the Discovery Channel. It's on at the moment. And with my partner, we also do some coaching on how to present. And when it comes to networking, people often think it's just a card gathering exercise, and actually it's a chance to communicate well with someone, develop rapport, and also look somebody in the eye, and you start to feel, without really joking, you know, you get that feeling of where you're connecting with someone. If their eyes if you do that, and if your eyes glaze over, if your eyes do you like that?
Yeah, very good.
I'm a professional communicator.
I tell you what's quite interesting is actually your body language as well, the way you're moving your hands in the pace, the way you accentuate. Do you think people sometimes when they go and they're talking to people, they don't accentuate, they don't talk in a way that is going to be engaging to the other person?
That's the key word, engaging. If you keep your hands by your side, or you're just grabbing onto your business cards, waiting to give it to them, waiting to give them the business card, don't take it. That's not what to do. It's about pacing the reality and also pacing their reality. Listen to how they're breathing. This is a powerful tip. It's something which people misconstrue. Actually, your breathing and the way you breathe actually affects somebody else's breathing. So if you start to relax a little bit and you start to slow down when you're communicating with
Well,
someone.
you know when you're communicating because you start to mimic, don't you?
Yes.
So your breathing rhythms are around about the same. Your pace starts to become very similar.
Yes.
Your phrasing becomes very similar,
does.
and you actually do know you are connecting. You're engaging with each other.
Engaging
aren't you?
and creating rapport. Is that key word? So the two key networking tips, I think, when it comes to coming to an event like this, one of our learned friends around here, or one of my events, it would be to think about what your key message, what your key propositions are, and how you can communicate that quietly, succinctly, and also with a degree of passion as well. If you're not passionate, people pick up on that, and it just kind of murders the moment. It really kills it. Strong language, but it really does. And also, watch what the other person's doing as well. If they're doing, like you just said, if they're not breathing to match you, you're not pacing their reality. And also if their eyes are sort of drifting off and looking over there, they need to move on. They've got stuff to do. And the other big tip as well, if you're coming to a business exhibition where people are exhibiting, of which many networking events are also exhibitions as well, if you are visiting, don't try and sell don't go around just selling to all the exhibitors if you're a delegate. There's something which actually kind of winds up the people who spend good money on an exhibition stand.
Has anyone done that while you've been here today?
Actually, no.
I think they're all very well behaved.
They're good. They're good folk. There's lots of people from 4N and some of the big networks around the UK, and they're actually quite familiar with the networking story, and some of the skills and protocol. But if somebody's paid good money to exhibit, let's say 200, 300, 400, maybe even 500, and in London, 4 bags of sand is about right for a big week-long event.
Yep.
For a big, really good stand. That's good money well spent. But if you're a delegate and you've just come to sell to the other exhibitors, that's a kind of a faux pas, which, it's really quite sad actually. It really winds up exhibitors. They've come to talk to you.
So don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Okay, final tips then, and final reminders. Your big show is going to be taking place.
It's on the 14th and the 15th of May next year at Bristol's Colston Hall. It's a wonderful venue. We're confirming our keynote speaker lineup as we speak, and we're making it a 2-day event rather than one, so it's a success. Read my column in the Sunday Mirror. It's there for 15 years. And also, if they want to watch my show, it's called Auction Kings, and it's airing each day on the Discovery Channel, usually in most countries around the world, certainly Britain.
Fantastic. That's a great sell at the end there, isn't it?
Do you like that?
Yeah. Watch my programme. You can see it anywhere in the world. It's a great sell. Listen, you can watch this stream anywhere in the world as well, for that matter. So it's great to have your company. Hey, listen, thank you very much indeed. The very best of luck. Absolute pleasure talking to you.
Likewise.
And talk soon.
Thank
you
Steve.
very much. Come on the show.
I'd love to.
Do that. Okay, we'll organise that if we can get your business cards and everything.
Done.
And we haven't sold to each other at all, but I think our rapport has been good.
It's been good.
All right, get that business card over to one of the team and we'll sort all that. Thanks a lot. That's great. Business Connections Live. It's around about lunchtime. It's all gone there's a bit of a hush. And I think we've got one of our keynote speakers on as well at the moment. Am I right? Let me have a look at the... all right, what time have we got here? We're 1:25, so we've got Neil's talking at the moment. Neil Clough, NWC Consultancy, but of course he was the runner-up in the Apprentice, so he should be chatting. We're going to be talking to him very shortly on the programme as well, for that matter. Still some great talkers to go all the way through the afternoon. We were talking to Gary just a moment ago from Zero. He's going to be talking very shortly. We've got Debbie Huxton. She was on the show a few weeks back. She's going to be on at 2:35. We're going to be looking at speed networking. We've got Steph Thomas about business networking for dummies and a whole load more. There's a lot still to happen here at the Business Networking Show. In fact, if you can get down here before 5 o'clock, then you've still got a bit of a chance to see the exhibitors that are here, to talk to the exhibitors and find out a little bit more. And maybe, who knows, that little bit of networking you do today could actually have big benefits and big returns tomorrow. We're with you today courtesy of the AA. God love them. Thank you very much indeed. We're powered by the AA here at this particular event. And we've got another guest on our stand. As if by magic, the seat has changed. With me right now, let me just get... Yes, I think that's right.
I think it's working, yes.
It's kind of working.
It's kind of skew-if, isn't it?
It's a bit
so
skew-if. Yeah, let me just... No, don't move it anymore. We're
okay,
there. That'll
there
do.
we go.
These microphones are just
yes.
so... Your name, sir?
Alec Jones Hall from Midlands Expo. Good
Very
to meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
Yeah.
So another regional exhibition, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Targeting what, for looking at networking and business development for
we
SMEs?
do regional business shows across the country. We just did Southwest Expo yesterday in Swindon. Brad was speaking. Neil was speaking for us.
Right.
So we have travelled up from Swindon to be here today, and my business partner Alison's travelled up from London to be here, and we had 850 people turn up for the Southwest Expo yesterday.
Which is great, actually, which is fantastic. Do you see a bit of a resurgence then when it comes to business shows at the moment? Are people really looking for them now, hungry for the information that you get them?
I think so, but I think it's got to be the right type of business show. I think people who are coming out of the office for the day want to actually it to be valuable for them. So I think the business show like today, good keynote speakers, good workshops, good networking opportunities, good exhibitors, they're going to be happy, they're going to make that effort to come out of the actual office, and it's going to be a valuable day to them. So I think if the business show is right, I think it will get a good crowd, good following.
We talk a lot about, when people go to shows like this, about how they should be networking and the best way to maximise their return. What about the exhibitors that are here? What should they be considering? How can they make the show more successful for them? What are the things they should be considering?
I think every exhibitor, we encourage all our exhibitors to invite all their clients, invite all their contacts, invite all their prospects, market the show themselves as well. Because if every exhibitor here invited only 10 people, 10 of their clients turned up, you'd have a completely different show. You potentially have another couple of hundred more people. So promote it yourself, but also think about how can their stand be different? How can they stand out? What do they want to get from this? How can they stand out from the crowd? How can they shout a little bit louder to make themselves stand out from the other exhibitors?
Of course, there is the danger then long term that everybody is shouting.
Yes, yeah.
And I suppose there is a certain element here, isn't there, where we've got a number of different pop-ups.
Yeah.
And it does seem to be, this is the way that small to medium scale enterprises, when they're doing shows like this, they will have a pop-up, and that will sort of, have the right words about their business.
Yes.
Do you think they get those words right?
I think you really have to think about your branding on your banner. You have to think about how the banner's actually been branded. So we always say have your message up the top, because we've noticed today on our stand, people are walking past, they're quickly looking what you're about, what you're doing, and if you haven't got your message right, not your messaging down the bottom, if it's not at the top of your actual banner, people are going to walk past and forget who you are and what you're doing.
The other interesting one is when you've got web addresses at the bottom of the banner.
Yes, yes.
And well, it's true, isn't it? It sits down the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
And people walk by and they don't see what the web address is.
They
so
do, the web
how are they ever going to find you?
And people have got their key selling point right down the bottom, or what their USP is, or what their business is about right down the bottom. People don't see it. It's behind tables, or or they're standing in front of it.
There are people looking at their pop-up banners right now going, ouch,
yes.
Like that. Okay, so the next show for you is going to be when?
Midlands Expo, Aston Villa Football Club, 6th of November. We have Debbie
Aston Villa supporter over there.
Great. We have Debbie Huxton, we have Neil Clough, we have Brad Burton. They're come to speak for us for networking, doing the speed networking. We are really looking forward to it.
Well, I must admit, we had Debbie Huxton on the programme a couple of weeks back. She is an absolute delight and looking absolutely radiant here today.
She is, absolutely.
Gorgeous. So, and she's really different kind of book. Her little red book is fantastic.
Yeah.
So that's a real insight into those one-liners that every business needs to actually work to.
Yeah.
Brad, of course, is a great motivational speaker. What kind of feedback do you get? You've got to be very careful when I ask you this, but what kind of feedback do you get after Brad? Are people shocked, surprised, or do they feel that they're really getting that real motivational?
I think it's a mixture of all three. When we first had Brad, we had him at the Thames Valley Expo, which is, as you know, very corporate, some really big corporates, big blue chips there. And some people were a little bit curious about having him. Why were we having him? But afterwards, he baffled people's preconceptions, their corporate preconceptions, what they thought about him. When they'd come and heard him, I think everybody in the room could relate to the story that he had. And they did, he is a life changer. He changes people's business life. And I think it went down a storm.
And he's a nice guy as well.
He is, absolutely.
This has been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Really fascinating. The very best of luck with the next expo as well. And it's nice to get guys like you involved on shows like this. And there's a real nice feel about this particular show where we've got a number of different networking events and companies from around the UK all getting together.
It's great, it's
and
fantastic.
working together to maximise the return for our people that are here networking.
Absolutely, it's been great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'd love you when you're down south to come on the programme.
We'd love to.
And,
it'd be great.
Sit there for an hour and we'll chat about the ins and outs of how to maximise networking and why they should be going to a show like this.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Don't walk too far. You're going to unplug it. Fantastic. And there you go. So we've got more guests to come in just a few moments' time. And what we're going to be doing right now is some more marketing hints and tips from Business Connections Live.
This evening, what we're going to be talking about is business development, your business development in a connected world. What does that mean to you and I? Well, to reveal all is Jim McLaughlin. He's the Managing Director of Axial.
What we're really talking about today is the impact that the internet and different aspects of communication via the internet is having on business development. So the first question clearly is, what do we mean by business development? For some people, business development is about selling. For some people, it's about marketing. For startup companies, often it's about hustling. And then he looked to put together a very eloquent exposition of what business development is, and he came up with something along the lines of business development brings together analysis, planning, marketing and sales to ensure maximum impact in the marketplace. But I think that for many businesses there's a great deal of confusion about how can I use new social media to help develop my business, and in fact, are social media the right way for me to develop my business? One of the areas that causes a lot of grief to people is understanding that sometimes you want to put out a sales message, and then if you want to put out a sales message, you should choose an appropriate medium for putting out a sales message. And that medium could be a brochure, it could be telemarketing, for example. If you want to use social media, and most people who want to have an integrated marketing campaign will want to consider how they use social media. It's very important to understand that usually the objective that you will achieve using social media will not be to generate leads for your product or service, because that's not what consumers use social media for. So using any of the social media platforms typically will not directly generate sales. So for LinkedIn, that would mean joining particular interest groups, and those groups may be around a particular technology, they may be around a particular type of product. So what they would want to do would be to have a person or people who are members of those groups who are generating, who are throwing questions, relevant questions into those groups, or who are answering questions that are put in by other people. And the purpose there typically would be to try and establish the company as a thought leader. If you don't understand who your audience is and you don't understand the value that you can deliver to that audience, it's going to be very difficult to craft a message that will actually speak to that audience. And ideally what you're looking to do is to understand what the benefits are that you can deliver and articulate those in the most concise, effective way that you can. But again, we have to take a step back and say, what is it that we want to achieve with a particular message? Are we looking to build the image and the brand of our company and our services, or are we looking to sell a product and a service? And the social media element of the business development mix really come into their own when you're looking at building the profile and building the credibility of the company rather than actually trying to make the sale. I'm Jim McLaughlin, Managing Director of Axial. We're a business development company. We help small and medium-sized businesses find more customers and understand their marketplace better. Today I've been talking about business development in the connected world. And the key points that I would like to leave with you are that the medium for getting your message across is important, but the message itself is key and essential. To get that message right, the first step that you need to take is to make sure you have a clear understanding of who your audience is, both in terms of the kind of businesses that you're targeting and the individuals within those businesses, and the benefits that you offer those people. You then need to decide if the message that you want to put out is designed to build your brand and your credibility, or if it's designed to generate sales, to sell your product, to sell more of your product and service. And those two elements are part of a process, but they're different parts of the process. Once you've decided all of those things, ideally what you should be looking to do is to build a strategy and a marketing plan for a period of time that incorporates the most appropriate media to ensure you achieve your objectives. So by all means, use social media. if what you want to do is to strengthen your brand and strengthen your credibility, but if you want to achieve sales in a B2B environment, you should also be thinking about more traditional methods of reaching your marketplace, like telemarketing, like advertising. So the whole mix of marketing tools that are at your disposal.
It is the Business Networking Show, powered by the AA. Well, at least we are anyway here at Business Connections Live. Terrific show, some fantastic results, fantastic feedback from all the people that are here. Brad's doing a sterling job. He's just lining up the guests for us at the moment. So really absolutely incredible. So thank you very much to him. With me, talking off for networking, we've got Terry Cooper, who of course is the chairman.
Good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon. Great to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Now,
Thank
the
you.
last time I saw you was at the Excel Centre.
It was, yes, at the business show at Excel back in May.
Yeah. You just come off stage.
Yes.
Your passion is sales, isn't
Absolutely.
it?
I'm passionate about sales.
And we were talking a little bit about the standard technique.
Yeah.
We were talking about the features and functions and all the rest of it. But what angle do you put on it? What's your spin?
My ethos is that sales can be overcomplicated, because sales is just about having a conversation. Until you can engage with somebody, you can't sell to them. Because if you think about it, people only buy from people they like, they know, and they trust. So sales is about having a conversation to build rapport. And until you've built that rapport, and until you've relaxed somebody, you can't sell to them. Now, selling is okay if there's two winners. So while you're having that conversation, you can find out if somebody wants or needs your product and service. And if they want or need your product and service, and then you can extol the benefits of that to them, then that's where the sales process works. And that comes off in a conversation. That's how it works.
Is it just all about relationships then?
It's all about relationships. Unless you build the relationship with somebody, you'll never be able to sell to them. That's face-to-face, business-to-business sales.
What about this whole area about building this rapport, the different ways of doing it, as much as that we try to sell the features and functions, but everybody's talking about building a rapport. But does it become a little bit sort of matey in the end? Well, or do you have to still draw a line professionally?
No. What you have to do as a salesperson, you start off by having a conversation, but that conversation moves towards a sales conversation, which if you're there to sell something to somebody, that becomes inevitable. Now, the art of the good salesperson is to decide if it's right to continue with that conversation, because in sales there has to be two winners. You have to win to sell to somebody, and they have to win to buy from you. So that's when it turns from a conversation into a sales opportunity, when you've asked questions, you've built rapport, and you've established a need or a want for your product and service. And you've got the person will then see the right benefits to buy from you.
Now, you're the chairman of For Networking.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about that association, that connection. How did that all come about?
That all came about, I actually joined For Networking as a member back at the back end of 2006. And at my first For Networking meeting, I only had my business 29 days. My background is top level corporate. Brad was actually foresighting. And I thought, this young guy's got some pretty good ideas here. He's a bit rough around the edges. He comes from Manchester, but actually I like what he says.
But we don't hold that against him.
No, we don't hold that against him. And at the end of it, he was asking, at the end of his foresight, he said, I'm looking for volunteers to start groups. And I thought, well, I quite like this. I'll have a go at that. And I couldn't stop my hand going up. I can do that, Brad. I can do that. So we had a cup of coffee afterwards. And that's when I thought, I really, really like what he says here. And with my experience, I could really help him. And that's all it came about. I just wanted to help somebody that I saw had something about them and could be successful. And I had the experience to help them to be more successful.
So what does this mean then for the future of For Networking?
Well, I think we've just scratched the surface of For Networking, because For Networking, we've established Australia, where we've got 15 groups in Sydney, and we've just moved into Melbourne, so we've opened up in other parts of Australia. But we know that For Networking brand works, and if it works in Australia, it will work worldwide. I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity now of being able to take this brand global.
Which is really exciting, isn't it, for the whole organisation?
Absolutely, yeah.
And what about the show here today? I mean,
what a fantastic show.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't, Dawn Catlow and her team, Jackie and Dee and everybody that's worked to produce this show, I think have done an absolutely amazing job.
They really have, haven't they? It's been fabulous.
From something that was an idea in one of our board meetings back in February, we've actually turned it into something which is just an amazing show. I've been pleased and proud to be here today.
Well, it's been a pleasure of ours to know that you've been here as well. Lovely to meet you.
Lovely
Come
to
on
meet
the
you
show.
too. Thank you. I'd love to.
Terry,
Thank you
we
very
must do
much.
that. Come on the show, and we'll talk a little bit more about sales technique and the way you actually go about.
There's so
creating
much
that.
more
There's
to
so
say,
much.
which we don't have time
and so
today.
many different ways of doing
Yep.
it. I think,
Yep.
I think that's the whole thing about it.
So
thank you very much indeed. Have
Thank
a
you.
lovely afternoon. Don't walk too far. You are plugged
With the
in.
microphone. Thank you very
that's
much.
right. I tell you what we are going to do right now, though. We're going to join Helene, who's up the other end of the hall here at the moment, and she's got a really interesting guest to talk. Not that Terry wasn't, but another interesting guest to actually talk to.
Hi, good afternoon. We're back. It's sort of after lunchtime and everyone's milling around again going to the next events. And I'm here with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I understand this. You're in the legal profession, and find out a little bit more about what you're doing.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I'm Elizabeth Nolan. I'm from a company called JFH Law. We're based in London. I specialise in helping businesses and individuals with employment law and contractual needs. So I cover everything from employment contracts at the beginning, policies, to contractual disputes and employee issues at the end.
Do you think that people get a bit frightened around employment contracts, around disputes about hiring people and the legal field, and how that is a bit of a minefield for the SME?
Absolutely, yeah. I think lots of companies, particularly small businesses, are really concerned about the administrative burden that comes with hiring employees. They've heard an awful lot of horror stories. They see all these things reported in the press about companies having to pay thousands of pounds out to errant employees. And so it's very difficult, and so part of what I do is to try and reassure companies that you can get through this as long as you've got the basics right, and as long as you communicate with your staff. The instances of actually finding yourself on the wrong end of a claim are significantly smaller than you would think.
And how do you engage with the SMEs? Is it on a regular retained kind of basis? Is it a one-off? Is it a mix of things? And a rough guide on costs?
Sure. Well, we do a mixture of things, really. With the small businesses, we tend to just be there ad hoc, really, whenever they need us, because it's not cost effective for them to have us on a retainer. Bigger companies will have retainer arrangements with them. If we know they're going to be calling us frequently, then we're happy to do that, and it works out better for them. But with smaller businesses, yeah, ad hoc. So we either have hourly rate structures, or we do fixed fees for things like document drafting. The average cost of, for instance, terms and conditions that we draft will be anything from about £500 upwards to about, say, £1,500, depending on the level of detail, the sort of business, what's needed. And we spend an awful lot of time making sure that we are getting the product right for the client. There's no point, if you want just a cut and paste or a download template, you can get that off the internet. You don't need to come and speak to someone like me. The point of having it done properly is you should only have to have it done once.
And what made you decide to come to the show today?
Well, I've been involved with networking for the last couple of years now, really. My firm itself, we started just over 4 years ago. And I head up the employment law department, so an awfully big part of what I do is business development. And I've found that networking has been really invaluable for that, particularly for working with small and medium businesses, because that's where they are. They're going there to get clients, and a lot of the services that I offer will complement what they're doing. And so it made sense to come here to exhibit, and I'm going to be speaking later on as well.
Oh gosh, so you're a keynote speaker. Has it been successful for you so far today?
Yes, absolutely. We've got a couple of special offers running, so we've had lots of people sort of coming by the stand. We've got some sweets as well, so that always entices people in. But we've got offers running on wills and on terms and conditions. And we're just encouraging people to come along to sign up, we've got pens and torches and things like that, and they're disappearing very, very quickly. So no, so far so good.
Wonderful day for you, and I think we're just about to go back to Steve. We'll see you over at the stand. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, with me, I've got Simon Whitbread. He is from All Sorts Consulting. Slightly different angle when it comes to the way that consultants work. I always feel about consultants, they're the people that actually turn up, come to your business and tell you what you already know.
Yeah, so many do.
Many do. But you're a little bit different, aren't you? Because it's the aspirational element of this that's important, isn't it?
Yeah, so many people start businesses for so many different reasons. It might not be to make money, it could be to help out, it could be to change a social issue. And for lots of them, they don't quite know how to frame that or to build that. So I help them work out what their vision is and then work out what the practical steps to achieve that.
How do they know they want to talk to you? What's the questions that they ask themselves? Why will they go looking for all sorts of consulting?
I think in most cases I tend to meet people in situations like this. So I spend a lot of my time out and about talking to people and trying to get to understand them. I think one of the biggest things for me in business is asking questions. So I go out and talk to lots of people, ask them questions about what they're looking for, what they're trying to achieve, and then normally the answers kind of help me shape the conversation with them and take it from that point onwards.
Is there a lot of similarity between the different, the problems that most companies have?
Yes, there are some simple things that everybody kind of suffers with and struggles with. I think lots of us think that we try and do everything, that we start a business and we do all the marketing, we do all the sales, we do the finance, when actually most of that we don't enjoy and we're not necessarily very good at, and we need to bring more people in to kind of help us with those things, and that often goes wrong for lots of businesses.
Do you think that's the areas that people will fall down on, and the reason that businesses will not work is because, yes, they've got the passion for the bit,
yeah,
but running a business is a completely different story.
Yeah, totally. I think lots of people are wonderful at what they do. They've got amazing knowledge, amazing skills, but actually running a business takes a whole host of different skills, and sometimes you need help to do that, and sometimes you just need a bit of training to kind of point you in the right direction.
Now, when you say training, what kind of training do you provide? I mean, is it hands-on? Is it one-to-one? Is it accountancy? Is it you can't be surely?
I'm not a master. Yeah, not at all. I'm very much about one-to-one, hands-on. I try and walk alongside my clients to understand their pain and their problems in order I can provide the right support and advice. But for me, and this is one of the great things of involved in networking, is that I've got a host of other people that I can say, if you need a good accountant, I can give you a list of three people. Go along, talk to them, and find the one that's right for you. And it's the same for any part of the business. You need to have a host of people around you who can provide those support services.
And really important as well.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So if you had to sum up the host services that you provide, or the key services you provide, what would they be?
For me, I provide that one-to-one support, helping people to understand their vision for their business, looking for where they go, and helping them to put the practical plans and strategy in place to achieve that. And then I can signpost people onto the great services that provide some of those extra support things that they might need.
Now, you're also a member, aren't you, of 4 Networking
as
well?
Yeah, I've been a member for 4 years now. I started all sorts about 4 years ago, having been made redundant from Aviva, where I used to work. And I knew immediately I needed to get out there and start talking to people. I think Brad always talks about that thing where you're sat at home waiting for the phone to ring. That doesn't work, so I wanted to get out and about, and I found 4 Networking worked for me. The fact I can go to lots of different groups across my area, meet new people all the time, really helps me to build the contacts and build the support I need for my business as well.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, listen, if you had a passing message then to our viewers that are watching this right now about their business, what do you think it would be?
I think get out and talk to people. It's amazing how much you can find out from other people, how much people offer in help and support for free, but also just that feedback on your business idea, on the things that you're thinking, the things you're wanting to do. People are always more than happy to kind of help out and to give you advice on that as well.
Absolutely fantastic. Simon Whitbread, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Must get you on the show as well in the future.
Yes.
You are watching Business Connections Live. We're here live at the Business Networking Show at Wolverhampton Racecourse. We're having a great day, actually. Real buzz around the building, which has really been nice. Meeting lots of very interesting people that are here this evening or this afternoon. And the thing that's been really nice about it is the absolute enthusiasm from everybody that we've met, everybody that's come onto our stand, everybody that we've talked to, absolute enthusiasm about what they do. They love what they do. They love the fact that they can share their knowledge with other people as well. Is that Stephen Thomas again, still promoting his book? Can we have a shot of Stephen, please, if you don't mind? With the book. The man is on more than I am. So there you go. Stephen Thomas, he'll be talking. He's one of the keynote speakers a little bit later on today. Hey, listen, we've got more business advice and information for you right now here on Business Connections Live. My guest this evening is Dee Blick. Now, you've probably seen we've been talking about Dee over the past couple of weeks. She's going to be at the Business Networking Show, but there's more to Dee than meets the eye. When it comes to marketing your business, what do you do? How do you do it? What's the most effective way of doing it? How do you market a small to medium scale enterprise? How do you go about doing that? How do you get return on your marketing spend? That's what Dee tells companies to do.
I think that I work with businesses from all sectors and all sizes. My biggest client is 250 million quid. My smallest client's about half a million he turns over. I think the biggest mistake that you see any business make is they dive headfirst into marketing tactics. And the way I look upon marketing is the engine that drives sales. Marketing compresses the decision-making unit that makes it easier for you to get the sale. If you've prepared that ground, if you know who you want to reach and why, where you're going to find them, if you've got a nifty message, it's much easier to then get that person or that group or that big mailing list to actually respond to your overtures than steaming in there with some ill-thought-out, clunky, clumsy old message. This guy actually put in the email, I can guarantee you an endless supply of hot leads that you can turn on and off like a tap. And I thought, you know, I've been in this game for 31 years. I've really learnt my craft. I've yet to find the marketing miracle at the end of the rainbow that will somehow transform a business overnight. It just doesn't exist. Don't assume, unless you've got legitimate reasons to know the reason why clients left you and it was not good, don't assume you can't woo them back. And that's a classic example where the cost of it was time. I've actually brought a letter here today. I won't go into any detail to show you, but it's this. It's as simple as this, a bit of letterhead paper, some text. On the day that went out, it was when it was received, 3 businesses, one that's worth £100 million, 2 that are over £10 million, rang my client, who's a small business owner who's partnered with this brand. They rang my client and said, we're really interested in your new credit insurance product. Can we meet? One little letter that went there. We also offered a webinar as well beforehand. So my message that I convey is that businesses have to build campaigns. They've got to look at the decision-making process that a prospect or a client goes through before they actually buy. There's 5 stages: awareness, interest, evaluation, desire and action. We're still the same person whether we're online or reading a newspaper, but we read differently on the internet. We scan, so we're hungry, we're impatient to sort of gobble up the facts. So we'll scan from left to right, we'll go up and down very quickly. If we're sitting in an armchair, we'll spend longer reading a letter. So we've got, as a copywriter, I know I've got a bit more of mind space in a letter that's going to be read rather than an email where I've got to really pack it in the first few lines and dive straight into the bullet points. But also in emails that I create, they're very much links. Rather than saying click here, you'll say you can find out about this now. Do you like the look of this gorgeous organic chocolate Easter egg? You can buy it here. Take a look at it in more detail, and that becomes your active link rather than the ubiquitous click here for more information. My name is Dee Blick. I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing with 31 years marketing experience and an author. And I guess what I want you to take away from the things I've been speaking about today are don't dive headfirst into marketing tactics. Get out of your comfort zone. Stop serious underselling and know who you want to reach, why, where you find them, the barriers that could be stopping them from doing business with you and the benefits that will engage these people, and then build campaigns that move them from being not aware of your product into being aware, interested, evaluating it, desiring it, and then action.
You're watching Business Connections Live, and we are live from the Business Networking Show. Lovely to have your company with us. Great afternoon here. Real nice buzz, as we were saying, in the hall. Neil Clough has just finished his keynote speech. What we thought we needed this afternoon was just a little bit of colour. That's what we thought we needed, a little teeny weeny bit. Just to brighten out, because, you know, sometimes business people can be a bit grey and just a bit dark. And so what better way to get a bit of colour than to have a word with Helene? Have a look at this.
So all the different people, and what stands out constantly, Steve, is this woman's glasses that say Doodles on them. This is Abigail, and Abigail is from Doodles. Abigail, we love the color, right? But tell us why you did that and what Doodle does.
Okay, I did it because I wanted to stand out from the crowd, and one of the speakers said today that you need to find your yellow shorts. So I think I have actually found them. So what my business does, we do anything from web design, social media, email marketing, all the sort of things that you need for your business, obviously starting up or running it, etc., etc. And really I just help to find my clients their yellow shorts, really.
So actually, by wearing pink, vibrant pink, you found people find their yellow shorts. I'm sure there's something in the color wheel there. And is there something that you do that's different from your competitors?
I'll try to say, yeah, I think so. Whenever I speak to a client, I want to know about their business because I find it hard to sell something that I don't actually understand. So I'd probably spend time with that customer to obviously find out what their business is about, so I'll be able to do my best for them. And obviously, if you're passionate about somebody else's business, you can do the best for theirs as well.
Have you been going to some of the talks that we've had today, the keynote speakers?
Yeah, I've been to Brad's. It's the reason I've come.
Oh my, it's a Brad fan. She's come for Brad. And what do you take away when you watch Brad?
Oh, everything. I bought his book. I'm going to read this book. I don't know. It's pretty much just think about my life and think about the direction I'm going. No plan B. It's all about the plan A.
So would you say that Brad actually changes people's lives and their business lilives?
Well, I think networking has changed my life. Because not till recently I was going to pack it all in, and it wasn't until I attended the Aldridge networking meeting the other day that I actually turned it back round again. So I feel that his networking has helped me obviously keep my business to grow it.
That's phenomenal. And what more can we say about Brad? We're going to have to put him on commission. Back to Steve.
You know what they say, poor old Brad. Can I just say hello to our viewers in America? I've actually had a text come in. So hello to Florida. Glad you enjoyed the programme. They're loving it. That's not bad, is it? We're right across the world right now. Oh, have we got Neil Clough coming? Neil! We're going to have Neil on. Can we sort Neil's microphone out? You're watching Business Connections Live. And we're going to have a word with one of our keynote speakers that's here today. It's Neil Clough, runner-up in The Apprentice, but he does more than that now. He does a lot more than that now. Crikey, you're running around at a full rate of knots, aren't you? Yeah, we'll just pop that on. We'll get that over your lug hole. And we'll get that up. It fits you perfectly. You're the first. You've obviously got a small head, which is good.
That's the first time anyone said that.
Fantastic. Well, fantastic to meet you. Let's talk a little bit about the event and what you've just been talking about. For those people, I'm just going to pull that up so that it's there. I'll let it sit there. What have you been telling them in there when you've been doing your keynote today? What's been the key things you've been trying to get over to the audience that turned up here at the event?
Well, the big thing is, first of all, people coming to events like this, because what a great event that's been put on, and it gives everyone the opportunity not only to network, but to get advice and listen to speakers and get advice from other people as well. And you know, when you start a business, then it's always difficult. So to learn from other people that have had the highs and lows, it's a great experience. So a great event. But my message is really clear. You've got to find the reason why you're doing it. You know, because if you want to be really successful in whatever it is that you're doing, then why are you motivated? What makes you want to be successful? Is something going on behind my head?
No, I'll tell you what it is. It's one of those. I mean, we're going to let you just... There you go. That's it. Always the star. There we are. That's it. We've got it back on again. There
I
we
thought
go.
you'd have someone do that for me.
I mean, it is incredibly hot here at the moment. It is incredibly hot here at the moment. So let's go back to when you started, because I mean, you came on the scene very, very quickly, and I suppose it's the elephant in the room, and you must get sick and tired of being asked about it. But The Apprentice, a couple of years back now, that must have been life-changing for you at the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But when you were on the programme, it was quite obvious you were a very driven person. So without The Apprentice, you would have probably got or achieved what you've achieved anyway, would you?
Do you know what? I think what The Apprentice has brought is I can achieve it a lot quicker. You know, I'm pretty sure that, you know, I would have got there. But it would have took a hell of a lot longer. And The Apprentice, I just feel really blessed that I got an opportunity to do something that has platformed my career. And that's what it was. It just opens up so many doors. And it's wrong, but there's people that will speak to you now because you've got a better profile that maybe you wouldn't have spoke to before. So I think it just speeded up the way that, you know, hopefully I'll be successful in business.
But I suppose to a certain extent, regardless of what the technique is or the tools that you have that have been made available to you, no, regardless of the business you're in, you've actually got to utilise those tools, haven't you?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
in this particular case, The Apprentice came along and you used it as a Neil Clough marketing tool, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go in to win. Let's not put any doubt around that. It was winning was the most important things, and I get asked this all the time. Why did you do it? And after screaming at the TV for 8 years, what are you idiots doing? I thought I best do something about it. If you don't try, you don't get. So. What I did when I applied, I genuinely wanted to win, and I'm still gutted that I didn't win. But I've come out of it with, you know, a reasonable good profile, and it's helped me project my career. So, you know, win-win, and you make the best of every situation, win or lose. You make the best of the opportunities that you get.
Well, you're not just going around the country doing keynote speeches at the moment. You're actually running your own successful business,
That's
aren't
right.
you?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that. What are you actually doing right now?
Okay. Well, as well as speaking at a lot of different events, I also run a sales consultancy. What we do, we offer consultancies for startups and SMEs, so businesses that are looking to grow. We also do sales training, so looking at giving people the skills they need to succeed. And now we're just expanding into sales recruitment. So basically, with a bit of a difference, that our theory of being good at sales is that you need to be trained and you need to have the skills, you need to succeed and be developed continuously. So our recruitment is different, that the people that we place, we also train for a 12-month period, making sure that they're successful in their roles. So yeah, it's exciting times.
Do you think SMEs, small businesses, startups, do you think we get the sales process wrong? Or is it different for each individual person?
I just think it's impossible to be a master of everything. When you start a business, how can you be a great accountant, a great secretary, a great salesperson? It's impossible. And for me, you have to surround yourself with people that have got those skills. You know, I'm good at sales. I'm rubbish at most other things, but selling is something that I'm good at. So I've teamed myself up in my business with people that have got skills that complement mine, and that's my advice to anyone, is network with people that can help you, you know, complement your skills.
In the world of sales then, what do you think the biggest mistake is that people make?
Easy. Don't ask for the business. I mean, my biggest thing all the time when I train people is, you can improve your sales today if at the end of every call or at the end of every appointment you actually ask for the sale. And there's so many people that say they do it that don't. It's criminal.
They never go for the close.
No, they don't go for the close. You know, you waste your time of building up rapport and getting on first name terms and do all the things that sales trainers tell you to do. But if you don't ask for the business, the answer's always no.
So why do you think that is? Is it just an inherent shyness that people have?
I think it comes down to confidence. A lot of people don't have that ability to be able to close someone in a non-aggressive way. You know, it's not as simple as saying, are you going to buy this? It's more around making sure that you've given them everything they need so that when you ask them to buy it, it's an obvious answer, yes.
Yeah. That microphone's a real dagger.
Yeah, I'm playing around.
Yeah, but you're doing okay.
I'm doing my best.
You're battling through it. So that's
I think it's when you said I had a small head, it was obviously a lie.
So what's the future hold for you then? What's the next step for you? Okay, you've got the consultancy working, you've got the keynote speech working. Where does Neil Clough want to be in a year or so's time?
Yeah. Well, I've got a really clear kind of path, really. I've got a 5-year plan for my business. Hopefully going to make it.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Do you know what? Are people saying rubbish at planning? I know where I want to get to. It's just a plan of actually getting there. And I think with my business, I just want to look back in 5 years' time and actually created something that is special, that I can say I've been successful because I've created something that's great. And that's really what drives me on to do, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I can do that.
Well, we've got a few people that are standing around us watching us right now. Mine's doing it now. It's coming out in sympathy with yours. If you had to give maybe 3 or 4 key pieces of sales and business advice to the people watching this, both at home and also in the hall here today, what would those key pieces of advice be?
Okay, put me on the spot, but I would say the first bit of advice is to network. There's never a bad meeting, as long as it's with the right people. And I think events like this today is a great way to build relationships and get to learn from other people what their highs and lows in business. So network with people that can complement your skills, not people that got the same ability. There's no point me speaking to another salesperson. Speak to people that can complement your skills would be the first thing. The second thing is what we alluded to before, is every business is made on sales. If you fail, you haven't got enough sales. If you're successful, it's because you've got enough sales. So always ask for the business. Have the confidence to be able to close a deal. That would be the second point. The third point is probably around belief, because I talk about it a lot, but if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will. And I think you've got to believe that you can be successful, because I truly believe if you have self-belief, you're already halfway there to achieving your goals. So that would probably be the third tip.
And finally, are you looking forward to this season's Apprentice? Will you be
I
screaming
can't
at
wait.
the TV
Yeah,
again?
do you know what? It'll be sad because I won't be the last apprentice anymore, and that's nice to hold on to. But at the same time, I absolutely love the show, and for me, I love watching it. I'm a big fan, and I can't wait for it to start.
You know, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've been talking about you coming on the programme for quite some time. Been lovely meeting you finally.
You too.
And
You
listen,
too.
congratulations on what you achieved there, but more importantly, congratulations on what you've done with what you achieved and what you're doing now. So
I
thank you very
appreciate
much
that.
indeed.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Put it there. Lovely. Neil Clough, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic. Nice to meet him as well. Gives you a bit of an insight as well into the guy as well. And he battled his way through the microphone as well, so fantastic. You're watching Business Connections Live. We're live from the Business Networking Show. We've got audience all around the world. We know that at the moment. We're actually getting texts from people from America at the moment, which is quite interesting. They're waking up on the East Coast and they're switching us on, which is rather nice. So this is Wolverhampton calling. Wolverhampton calling. Wolverhampton calling. All right, then, what we're going to do now, we're going to take a little bit of a break for just a little while. Last Wednesday night we had, not last Wednesday, the Wednesday before, we had Brad and Debbie Huxton on the programme. We were actually talking about this show, and we thought we'll give you a bit of an insight into what we talked about on that edition of Business Connections Live. We just pick up the show just where we start to introduce our guests.
Every Wednesday night we're live and we're here at 6 o'clock, and it's great as always to have your company with us. Now, our guest tonight is Brad Burton, the UK's #1 motivational speaker, talking about the Business Networking Show, which takes place next Friday, the 19th of September at Wolverhampton Racecourse. And also one of the keynote speakers, Debbie Huxton. She's the inspirational and motivational speaker. She's going to be one of the keynotes. She's going to be talking on the day, and it's just lovely to have the pair of you with us.
Thank you.
So first of all, what we'll say hi to you, Brad. Great to have you along with us tonight.
Again.
And you know, second appearance.
That's right. I'm going for a hat trick one day. Hopefully you'll have me back for a third time.
Well, we're hoping to have you on the programme Friday week.
Okay.
So we'll be chatting with you then. That'll be number 3.
Good
so
stuff.
you'll be on it as much as I am. Life good for you? You're looking.
Yeah.
You're in great shape.
We're
At the
getting
moment.
there now. You know, I thought I'd make an effort for you guys. Now I'm back in the gym there, and you know, as I said before, on the last show, you can't trust a fat motivational speaker. So I've had to thin down. I've stopped on the KFC, stopped eating the all the daft foods, and we're trying to get myself fit now.
And things looking good as well.
Yeah,
Full networking doing nicely.
Full networking's kicking backside.
I like got the logo on there.
Ah, subtle. You clock that. Yeah, Full networking's doing great. We've just come off last week we did a 1-week campaign, sort of welcome back campaign to get people back. Literally hundreds back into the network. So we're delighted, and Full networking's great. I'm great. Got a new baby as well.
Congratulations.
13-week-old Bonnie. I've got a girl. It's like God's cruel trick, that one. But nonetheless, so yeah, I'm a father again. Great.
Well, listen, it's great to have you back. It's great to see you again. And Debbie Huxton, I've heard so much about you, and it's been a pleasure meeting you all the way through the afternoon. Thank you for being with us
You're
tonight.
very
Now, you're
welcome.
one of the keynote speakers. For those people that don't know anything at all about you, what does Debbie Huxton do?
I'm a life changer. I work with business owners across the globe to help them align their businesses to their highest values, giving them great peace of mind.
We seem to be getting, I mean, the pair of you are going to be doing keynote speeches. I mean, you go into business and you motivate them by great stories, energy, enthusiasm, and maybe giving them the opportunity to look at life in a slightly different way, or look at business in a slightly different way. But you're very much the same, but maybe slightly lower key.
I taught Brad everything he knows.
Good. The back end of the pantomime horse.
He's demoted me. Yeah, you know, one of the hardest things to do as a human being is to look inside, and so many of us aren't doing it. The kind of business owners that I work with come to me when they're struggling. They've got successful businesses, but there's something missing. That fulfillment, that actual feeling of feeling happy about their success isn't there. And it's helping people find the courage to look inside, because it's not great when you look in the mirror.
Oh, we know. Well, I know. Not you. That was dreadful, wasn't it? That kind of really came out really wrong.
Stop the camera! Oh, we can't, we're live!
Hey, we'll do that one again then, shall we? No, we won't, because it is live. I mean, we were talking about looking in the mirror afterwards, and you asked me, why do you always wear a jacket? And I said, it's because of my belly.
Yeah, well.
And because that's what I see, and that's why I hide behind this laptop here and everything. But, you know, there you go. What do you think, the pair of you now? I mean, you're standing up there, you're going to be doing the keynote speeches at the Business Networking Show, which we're looking forward to being at. It's going to be a fantastic event at Wolverhampton, the first one this year. But when you go into businesses and you're talking to businesses, what What are the big mistakes that you're seeing? What are you seeing first of all, Deb?
Gosh, it's actually the biggest thing right now is that most businesses aren't actually aligned to their values. They don't, so they've got a vision, they've got a mission, but actually lots of them are very confused about what their business goals are compared to their values, their brand values. None of it's in alignment.
What about you, Brad? Same?
Well, look, what I found with my businesses is that if you'd asked me 10 years ago what I was doing it for, I was doing it because I wanted a 10-bedroom mansion, a swimming pool, Olympic-sized swimming pool, and a Apache gunship with Hellfire rockets. And now, actually, I'm just doing it because I want to make a positive difference. And that's what you need to do, is understand what it's about. And when I speak to people in businesses, as Debbie said, very successful businesses, but they're not happy. And that's the bit where you need to align those and tie the ends up. So it's all sorts of problems, but if there's one fundamental thing, I would say for most businesses, it's more sales. And more sales comes from confidence. If you've got confidence in your products, you've got confidence, 100% belief in your products, you're unstoppable. If you've got doubt about your products, if you've got doubt about your business, doubt about your services, somebody who's not got doubt will beat you to the punch every time. And that's what I'm about. It's about giving that belief and understanding, are you aligned with your business? Do you really believe 100% in it?
Do you think a lot of people can do the talk but can't do the walk? I mean, you're in an industry where you're doing a lot of the talking, and I'm just wondering, sometimes they say, well, it's easy for you guys to come into our business and la-di-da-di-da-di-da your way through it. You know, you're not having to actually do the
Let me at them. You know, Steve, you know my story. I started a business with £25,000 in debt. I don't have a qualification to my name. And somewhere along the way, we've managed to create an international business. And that's through perseverance, that's through trial, and that's through making mistakes. And this is the thing, you know, the reason I'm an expert now, and this is what an expert is someone who's made all the mistakes in a particular field. I've made every single mistake, I've paid the price. And this is the great thing when I work with clients or we work with businesses, is they don't have to make the mistakes because I've paid for them already.
What about you, Debs?
I think the thing really for big businesses is understanding that it's not just about making money. It's, are they taking the right actions to make the money, but also that success isn't just about the money in the bank account. It's an inside job, you know. And I know that sounds a bit cliche, but most people that I work with actually haven't worked on themselves. They've forgone themselves, if you like, and their relationships at the sake of building their businesses. So it's helping people understand as they transition into the business world and grow and develop their businesses that actually equally it's about growing and developing your own mindset yourself.
Do you find a lot of people will come up to you and they'll say things to you, look, I've listened to you, we've listened to you, we tried that, it doesn't work. Is it about getting into a particular mindset and maybe trying alternative ways and actually giving them time to actually work within their own businesses? I mean, we had a guy on the other week called Paul Glynn, and a fantastic bloke. He was talking about the Sandler method of selling. So very, very different from the traditional, you know, benefits and the things like that.
That's right. Those days are finished, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's.
And it was a fascinating insight for me. I mean, my background in shopping telesales. It's about making people feel the pain and making them do their own clothes. Do you find that they sometimes just don't get what you're trying to get over? His was an alternative way. It felt a little bit uncomfortable while he was explaining it because it was just different.
I think the business landscape has shifted massively. We've gone from that pain and scarcity. People want purpose and meaning now. Even when they're buying products, they want to know that the company that sells the product cares.
Totally.
You know, companies, I was very fortunate to go to a conference called IM UK earlier in the year, and one thing that all of the speakers had in common there, it was an inbound marketing conference, was that the essence of everything that every business is doing has got to be about the person buying the product or the service.
It has changed, hasn't it?
Massive. It's all about relationships.
I've been working, this is my story now, I've been working with an organisation, and what they've done, they have changed the emphasis. Instead of going through a checklist that bears no relation to the business or the customer, what they're doing now is that they were going through and, you know, they were ticking off all the things that the company needed them to do, but they were forgetting about that it's all about the customer. And now they're working in a different way, I think they used the acronym HEART. I think it was here, you know, energize and whatever, but very, very clever way of just approaching sales differently.
I think if you look at what Apple did, they launched their iWatch or the Apple Watch.
Did you watch
yesterday.
it?
I did, yeah. Right. Now, but this is the thing with it. They've created desire. They create desire. I don't need to go into the Apple store when they launch next year and say, hello young man, can you tell me the benefits and the features of the Apple Watch? No, I'm already ready to buy. That's what you've got to do with business. Create the conditions where people buy. And this is what we do in our organisation, and this is what we do with the Business Networking Show, is to actually make it so it's desirable that people want to come along. So you've not got a superstar salesperson having to sell something. make it so that this is a product that people want.
And while we're talking about the business networking show, of course, that is taking place Friday week. It's taking place on the 19th at Wolverhampton Racecourse. We'd love to see you there. And in fact, if you want to maybe ask Brad a question or Debbie a question, you can do that as well simply by twittering us. Is that the right way? Tweeting us.
Probably tweeting, but nonetheless, that'll do.
Hey, listen, I'll try my best. I'm an old bloke. I don't really get it. If you want to join the conversation live with us this evening, then it is hashtag TBNS2014, and we'll get your questions. Now, we're going to do something very special about this. It may work, it may not work. It's the first time. It won't work. There's just something. It will work. We've got
confidence. Come on, believe 100%.
Get that happen. What we're going to do is we're going to give away some tickets if you want to come along to the networking show. Also, say you've got a business and you're thinking to yourself, do you know what? I want to actually get out there and network with other businesses. Say you've got that right now and you're thinking, no, I really haven't had maybe the money put aside, or I haven't really planned it in yet. But do you know what? Going to that networking show could be a big deal for me if only I could do it. If somebody would maybe give me a free stand, the opportunity to go to the networking show. How does that sound to you? Well, what we're going to do tonight, this may work, this may not work, we don't know. But Brad has said he thinks he can pull a few strings, and he thinks that maybe one, if we're lucky, one of our tweeters this evening could actually get themselves the opportunity to go absolutely free along to the business networking show at Wolverhampton Racecourse on the 19th, absolutely free, set up a stand and start networking with potential new customers. Now, does that sound like a good deal to you?
Yes, Steve.
Yes.
Yeah?
Sounds a good deal.
What
We'll
about
take
you,
it.
Debbie? Does it sound like a good deal?
Amazing. I'm in.
Amazing. She's in. Do you want to be in? If you do, let's just bring up, if you just get in touch with us, hashtag, there it is on the screen, TBNS2014. Give us your questions, tell us what you want to do. All you've got to do is just get in touch with us here. You can join the conversation. Ask Brad a question, ask Debbie a question. You can ask them about either Brad's
hairstyles,
yeah, changing t-shirts, perhaps. Nice. It's looking very good. How he's got that muscular body of his right now. He's been working out a lot. Don't get excited. And then Debbie, well, you can ask her the same things. You ask her where the microphone cables are being put. If you want to be involved with the show tonight, just simply get in touch with us. Hashtag TBNS 2014. It's as simple and straightforward as that. Now, last week's programme was an absolute cracker. We had Annie Knight. She's the Executive Commissioning Editor for Wiley Publishing. And you're thinking, yeah, I know that name. Of course, that's where the Dummies books come from. She came in and she explained to us that really inside everybody there is a book for dummies somewhere. Stephen Thomas, who's been on the programme as well, he brought that book out. Business Networking for Dummies. It's a fascinating read. Maybe he's going to be talking about that at the show. But you want to find out how you could be a business author? Well, that's what Annie did on last week's edition of Business Connections Live. My guest tonight is Annie Knight. She's the Executive Commissioning Editor for Wiley Publishing. And tonight we're going to be looking at For Dummies, how to publish your business book, and a whole load more, in fact, on top of that.
The business list that I work on, we're looking for sort of new trends, but certainly some of the business titles that do particularly well are ones that are either, we've got sort of two streams, either key sort of core essential content that's especially relevant for startups. Say bookkeeping for dummies, for example, does incredibly well, and that's because if you're starting a new business, you need to know how to do basic bookkeeping and accounting, otherwise, because you're doing it all for yourself. And marketing for dummies, selling for dummies, these books do really well. Project management for dummies, because they're core skills that you need if you're starting up, either as an entrepreneur or an owner of an SME, and you need to know how to do those things. So those type of books, if you could think of a subject that's a core skill for any small business owner, then you're onto a winner, really. All of our authors are experts in their subject, but they all have to follow the same guidelines. It starts right at the beginning. The table of contents has to be set out they're all set out exactly the same way, and the book's divided into parts. It's usually about 5 or 6 parts. You all start off with a getting started part. That's part 1, and that's an introduction to what the book's going to cover. And then you have a part 2, which could be a planning chapter. It's still sort of introductory level, but it's getting a bit more into the topic. the authors that we choose
not
empathise
dummies.
with the readers. No, the authors aren't dummies, and the readers aren't dummies either, and the authors know that, and it's just a matter of harnessing the intelligence of the readers, raising their confidence, getting them to trust the authors and getting them to trust the brand, and then they will learn from the books. Readers like the part of 10's chapters in particular at the end of the book, because you've got your top, you can sort of skip to it. I mean, the whole structure of the book, you're meant to be able to go to any part or any chapter and understand that chapter in its own right without reading any of the rest of the book. In terms of finding authors, it's more often than not, I will seek them out and I will approach them, and sometimes they're from larger firms, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they people I meet that own startups, and you know, they happen to be a fantastic author, and so it's a mix. The average for Dummies books somewhere could be anywhere in between 300 to 400 pages, generally speaking. Some of them are a bit shorter, but it might be because it's more of a specialist niche subject. But generally speaking, it's sort of in between 300 and 400 pages. And so we give feedback to the authors. They then come back to us and say, okay, we think it's ready to sort of submit now, and we have a look at it and decide whether they're right or not. And then we submit it to the project editors, who look at it in even greater depth than we do. They're much more detail sort of oriented, the project editors, and they're the ones who approve it when it's finally ready. Then we offer the author a contract, and that process can take several weeks at least. And I mean, that's when the author's written the first draft, and so that is the hardest part: getting that sample chapter and table of contents down, getting the tone right, getting them to understand how to empathise with the reader but not patronise. You've got to be on the side of the reader. You've got to. That's how you can really sort of teach them about a subject. Well, I'm Annie Knight, and if you've been watching the rest of the programme, you'll know that I've been talking about our For Dummies series, in particular the business management list, which I commission titles for. I commission new authors to write for that series, and we're always keen to find as many new authors as possible for this series, because this series, its key thing is that it breaks the information down into accessible, understandable information. It takes away the fear that the audience have about complex subject areas, and that's the key for the Dummies title. It's a tried and tested format. It's got lots of icons in it, lots of case studies, things that make things so much simpler for the reader to understand. And our readers are intelligent people, but sometimes subjects are complex. Sometimes they might have a fear of presentations, a fear of all sorts of things within their workplace, and it's impeding them, it's stopping them getting their business up and running, and we can solve all that by producing books like we do for them. So if you are interested in finding out what book might be suitable for you, we'll have a Wiley stand at the Business Startup Show on November the 27th and 28th. So we'll be there, and I will be there, as will some of my colleagues. We'll be able to, if you tell us a bit about your business, we'll be able to guide you in the right direction, what books might be suitable for you. If you'd like to write a book, then I will be there, and you can tell me all about that too, and I would be very, very keen to talk to you about that if you're interested in writing.
Annie Knight there, fantastic lady, and a fantastic opportunity to find out what it takes to be an author for Wiley Books. If you want to write that book for Dummies, well, a great opportunity. Here's a question for you. Do you remember from last week's programme what the #1 selling book for Dummies was? Do you know which one it was? What would you think it would be on?
Oh, knitwear, yeah.
Close, no cigar. I don't know. Playing the Ukulele for Dummies is the #1 for Dummies book. That's the one that sold the most.
Interesting.
Yeah. We tried haberdashery, but it wasn't going to be the one. My guest this evening is Brad Burton and Debbie Hugston. Both of them are keynote speakers at this fantastic event that's coming up very shortly. It is the Business Networking Show taking place on the 19th at Wolverhampton. If you don't have your tickets yet, the tickets are available. They're £20 each. It is going to be the UK's largest networking event. As you can see there, won that particular ticket. £20 a ticket. We've got some of these to give away this evening as well, so do get tweeting us right now. Interesting, on the back of the ticket, this is what's really important. This is good business sense. You can just see it there. Bring plenty of business cards. That's good for networking. And wear a smile. Because if you're not smiling, people won't come up to you. And let's face it, at the end of the day, people are not going to be networking with you. Oh, okay, Brad, let's talk a little bit about the networking show as such. I mean, what's going to stand head and shoulders above the others?
You know, this is the first time that what we wanted to do is get all the networks together, because at the moment, networks really work in their own little sort of corners, and that's what this was about, was stopping it being disparate and trying to get everyone together. So we've got networks such as BNI, NRG, for networking, all the major networks in the UK all coming together in a big melting pot, and actually just saying that actually we can work together, because that's the fundamentals of networking, which is working together.
Absolutely.
And I mean, what do you think is going to make this one different then from the others?
It takes boundaries away. You know, it's about creating an inclusive community, not an exclusive community. Right. And you know, I've been networking since 2009, so I've attended various different networking groups, and the one thing they've all got in common is us, the human being, the business owner. You know, relationships. We need that connection, and I think what's gonna be really unique about next week is that this is the first time it's ever been done, where it's open to all networks. So we're kind of the analogy I've got is a bit romantic, but it's like World War I.
We like romance.
Yeah, Christmas Day when they stop fighting and they play football together. That's what we're doing next week.
Steve, in some respects, it's like an aquarium. For the first time, you know, everyone's getting thrown in the mix, and hopefully there'll be no punch-ups on the day. But if there is, I'm from Manchester, so we've got a bit of form.
Well, listen, we were talking. I'm going over to Amsterdam this Friday, so I'm popping over there, and I've planned.
Do they know?
Yeah? You don't want to know any more.
No, leave it there. Come on.
No secrets. I'm very sad.
Tulip Festival.
Yes, I'm going over to see the tulips and the mice with clogs on. Anyway, I've planned my day out. I know what I'm going to do. I know the people I'm going to see. I'm going over to a big exhibition over there, and I know where I'm going to be going. I know who I'm going to be talking to. I know why I'm going. I've actually got a purpose to actually do it. Do you think a lot of people don't go to networking events in general without any plan in their head? I mean, what do you think?
Me, I personally go there just to enjoy the time, right? And it's probably the wrong way. Stephanie's book will tell you to go there with a purpose, and what you need to do is look for this, this and this. Me, I just go there to meet people and actually just trust that meeting people works out. But that's the way, as an operator, I work. But I think for the vast majority of people, you do need a purpose. You need to understand what your goal is there, whether it's you're looking to make contact in a particular field, looking to make friends, looking to learn something, but there needs a goal.
I think you hit the nail on the head there when you said, you know, you're going to your event with the reason why. But it all depends on your behavioural profile. You know, Brad's not a person that would want to plan and have a strategy in place. It would be the worst thing ever for him. He needs to be spontaneous and have that bit of adventure and not knowing what's going to happen. But there are some people there that will be saying, well, I'm going to invest £20 in a ticket. What's my return on investment going to be? And I think those people, if they're asking that question, need to be working out, well, what am I going to go and get out from it? So they need to have a plan. They need to know, you know, choose the speakers you want to go and listen to, go and have an idea of why you want to be there. You know, is it about making new connections and actually seeing what your competitors are doing in the playing field?
Well, you know, I think one of the biggest challenges at this event is you're going to have to miss something, right? You've got concurrent speakers running. You've got panels speaking, you've got keynote speaking, you've got the exhibition hall, you've got the media zone that you guys are handling, you've got the speed networking sessions, you've got the morning breakfast session, you've got the lunch. Ooh.
There's a lot going on.
Yes.
Is there too much going on, do you think?
Can I just say that I spoke to the organisers, and what they wanted to do is make it like a scout jamboree. Okay, and I remember being 8-year-old, right? 8-year-old with my shorts on.
Not very short.
No, but 8 years old. And when I went to a jamboree, I remember just being overwhelmed. You know, do you go on the rope slide? Do you do this? Do you make this? That's what this is. It's down to you on the day. There's just so much to say, and the speakers they've got. Right,
well, I was going to say, I mean, now you're speaking, so what are they going to get from you? I mean, give us a bit of a tease, or have you not even thought about it yet?
No, I've thought about it, it's me. But you know, the thing is, what's interesting about the running order, right, with the keynote speakers is I'm like fourth on the pecking order, which I think is fabulous. But it just shows you the high calibre of speakers there. I mean, my intent is to be talking about networking, talking about business, and actually once again trying to find that 100% belief in people. Because if you've not got 100% belief in your business or what you're doing, somebody who has got 100% belief in your same profession will beat you every single time. So if you've not got 100% belief in what you're doing, maybe you need to change it to something you do.
So maybe, I suppose, the £20 just to hear you alone is going to be worth the weight in gold.
Listen, people do
I'm not
that.
sucking up to you, by the way.
No offence.
Nice. But no, the reality is that people do pay, you know, £100, £150 to come see me and speak. So this is what's great about, look at the speakers they've got. You've got Rachel Elner, who was the first female dragon.
So tell us a little bit about her, because there's going to be some people that won't know who she is.
So if you look at season 1 and season 2 of Dragon's Den, Rachel Elner was the first female dragon, and Rachel managed to get a business to about £26 million, and then it went bankrupt. But there's a great story behind why that happened. Great story, and Rachel's going to be sharing that and her business lessons and her transformation from a dragon to, she's a bit of a hippie now by all accounts, but she's changed her life completely. No,
so is that picture current then? We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Absolutely. Oh, well, she's actually got a pixie cut now. She's actually got a haircut, but nonetheless, right?
She's great. She'd be well worth.
She's a powerhouse. But what's interesting, this is a lady who made it at the highest level of capitalism, highest level of commercial success, and then she's chosen to effectively turn away from it, and that's an amazing. So she's opening the show, I think, at 10:30 in the morning. And then you've also got the other guy there, Neil.
Neil Clough.
Yeah, Neil.
Now we're looking forward to seeing that. I mean,
good looking lad, isn't he? Eh?
But he's not dissimilar to yourself. He's got a good hairstyle.
Okay, cheers.
I mean, he did win the hearts of the nation. That's what it says here, and he isn't just a celebrity, though, is he?
No,
because he actually gets what business is all about, doesn't he?
No question. He's actually worked with me on my organisation. He's got an experience with working with gyms and their membership processes. He worked 10 years in that before he made his way into the Apprentice. Smart operator. I call him the UK's #2 motivational speaker. We have a laugh, actually, Neil and I. But no, he's a good, solid lad, and his keynote is just mind-blowing, goosebumper. It really is.
Oh, really? Now, listen, we'll talk about what the others are going to be talking about, but what Dee's going to be talking about, and also Stefan. What are you going to be talking about, and what time are you going to be on?
So I'm on at 1:50 in the afternoon, and I'm going to be talking to all those people that have got that little bit of self-doubt about their business, a little bit of self-doubt about who they are and how they're showing up in their business, because, you know, it's that thing behind the thing that holds people back, and quite often, you know, people are wearing masks out in the business arena, and it's really nice to know that you're normal. That was one of the biggest things that, you know, when I first started working with Brad, that I could bring to the table, is to understand that actually you're absolutely normal.
Just because the show doesn't, and that's what it's about.
Well, look, I mean, you know, I'm an expert in my field, and yet I've got a coach, and that's the thing, is that you never stop learning, and that's what I think was something like the business.
But isn't that what business is all about? It's all about learning all the time. By the way, we have had. Can we bring it up at all? I'll ask the question, and we'll just have a quick look. The question was, I think, I don't know who it's from. It's in my ear at the moment. From Stefan. Oh, Stefan Thomas. Oh. Stefan's watching. Hello there, Stefan. Good to have you with us, by the way. Can you ask Brad to do the face, please?
Is that the camera?
Yeah, straight down. Which one would you like it down? Number 1, please, if you don't mind.
It makes no sense whatsoever to anyone else, but nonetheless, I will do it. That is the face.
Can we have a close-up on that, though, Willie? There we go. One more time. Just go.
I tell you, let me explain something about this show. They don't skirt around the serious issues of the day, do they? Brilliant. But that's the other thing as well. You know, he's not taking life and business too seriously, and actually having a bit of fun. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is the thing. What are we doing it for? What are we doing? What we are running our businesses for? Are we running a business to run a business? No, we're running a business to have fun. And if you're not having fun, go and do a business that is fun. Oh, I'm on fire now.
But surely that's the thing. That's what life's all about, isn't it? If you're not enjoying what you're doing in life, you've had an earth-changing experience or a life-changing experience with your health. You've been through it. You've seen the dark side.
Absolutely.
So have I.
Right.
The biggest danger is that when somebody or when something awful happens to you, and you're looking down the abyss, at that moment, you do say, I'm going to change my lifestyle.
Absolutely.
I'm going to change the way I do things.
Some people don't know.
But the problem is, you very quickly go back to the way you were. How do you stop that? You're the life coach.
So the biggest thing that I talk about is the very fact that people are afraid to be in the pain. So they have that moment of that epiphany, right, that they've suddenly been diagnosed with something, or they've had a life-changing event, and for that small moment in time and their emotions are completely engulfing them, and it's I'm going to make changes, but then life goes back to normal and they step back on the treadmill because they haven't got the strategies in place to make those changes. And as things start to go back to normal and everything starts to the dust settles, people then become afraid to look in the mirror. It's not accepting that change needs to happen.
I mean, I must admit, I found it a very difficult time when I wasn't particularly well, and somebody said that to me. They said, remember how you feel
I remember
right now,
I remember you
right
said
now,
that. Yep.
because you will forget it very quickly. I think, is it Rachel that we've got? A message from Rachel. Rachel Tiverton. She says, is there an app that allows attendees to plan which speakers or events they want to see at the show?
No, we've got something, it's called a pen and a piece of paper. At this stage, let's get the first one out of the way, and I think in the second one we're going to do all that magic. So, but right now it's old school, but what we've got definitively is Fomex boards all around, showing you where the speakers are and what the magic's happening.
I think if they go to the website as well, there's a lot of information on there.
If you do go to the website, by the way, Rachel, you'll find there that you've got a speaker and event program, so you can actually plan your day out if you just go to that particular bit. There it is, it's just coming up. So the keynote speaker's got Rachel there, Neil, Brad. It gives you all the times. You can find out more about them. Dee Blick, that's interesting. 10 successful small business marketing secrets. If you missed the opportunity to see Dee on the program a couple of weeks ago, she was absolutely fantastic. The lovely Debbie Huxton there as well, and of course down the bottom of the page in yellow. Why have we given Stefan such big billing? That's what I don't understand.
Why haven't we given him?
Why have you?
Yeah, because he's such a powerhouse. He's a powerhouse. But the thing is, look, I mean, this is the thing. When you run, if you have 100 marathon runners running, someone's going to come first, someone's going to come 100th, and then you run them again tomorrow, someone's going to come first, someone's going to 100s. It's been a nightmare with this whole thing. You're putting everyone together on this lineup. It's just been tight. Everyone's just, there's no filler. It's all thriller.
I mean, that's what's so good about it. If you just have a look at the website once again as well, we've got Terry Cooper, 40 years of sales, 40 years of tales, John Davis. I mean, it is fully packed.
PLC, £150 million international company. That's the MD, the UK MD. You know, Gary Turner, who's a powerhouse for Zero. And then we've got John as well, who's the operations director of Just Cash Flow PLC.
So Rachel, if you just go to the website, you can see all the different times that are there as well. You'll also find a complete layout of the entire day. Do keep your tweets coming in. We love to receive them as well. If you want to join the conversation, then it's hashtag TBNS2014. If you are going along to the show, we look forward to seeing you there. We're going to be there, just as, in fact, opposite the bump table, from what I've been told. We're going to be broadcast. That's not very nice for us, and you've got to be so careful how you say that. We're going to be broadcasting for the entire day from there. We're going to be talking to the speakers. Now, if you're in some far-flung part of the world and you can't make it to Wolverhampton Friday week, then you can get some of the action, you get some of the feeling about what's going on. We'll be talking to the keynote speakers on the day, finding out about just one piece of solid, concrete business advice that you can take away, that you can use in your business, is going to help you to succeed. And isn't that what we're all looking for? We're all looking for that little piece of information that's going to make a bit of a difference for us. Which leads us on very nicely to little bits of information to this. It is the Little Big book. This is, now just put it down there. I'm going to put my hand next to it and you can see how big it actually is. This is fantastic. Now, we've got all the other paraphernalia to do with it. We'll have a look at that in just a moment. But this is one of those books that gives you those kind of one-line answers. Look, amazing. Grow, no, sow, low. What are you attracting right now? Just ask yourself the question, why is that? That's what this is all about. Now, when you hear Debbie speaking on the day, I'm sure you'll be explaining, and you'll also be trying to tell people about to get this book. But I suppose that's what it's all about now, sound bites to make us, to motivate us.
I'm very fortunate. I'm surrounded by some incredible people, including this guy here. And, you know, one of the things that we decided to do when I was going to write my first book was create something that everybody could read. So it applies to anybody. You open that book at any page, and it's a bit like reading your horoscope. You look at it and you go, wow, actually, that applies to me. And then my idea behind it is to get people to really stop and think and reflect. How does it apply to you? What are the changes that you could possibly make to enhance your life, to have that sense of joy and happiness?
There's interesting about the kind of stuff that's in there, that somebody can say one sentence in your world and it changes the entire direction. Debbie said to me, which was Dark Old Days, she said to me, it's a great sentence, right? And this changed my entire thinking for the next 2 or 3 years. Are you willing to risk it all? Right? And it's always a good question. Whenever you're running a business or you're doing anything, Ask that question, are you willing to risk it all? And if the answer is no, then why are you willing to risk it all? Why are you doing the things you're doing? So you need to change it. That sentence changed my entire direction for the last 3 years, and that's what that book's just stacked with stuff like that.
I think one of the things that was in one of your other books, and it's something you said on the last programme when you were with us, was it's that line, isn't it? If you have a plan B...
You don't believe in your plan A?
And I think for a lot of businesses, they've all got their plan, some of them got plans C's, D's and E's. And it's just the wrong way, isn't it?
In my view, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's no point in going down with the ship, right? That makes no sense. But ultimately, people are far too keen to pull the ejection handle too soon. You know, I've been in business now 10 years, 10 and a half years running my own businesses, and I've wanted to quit 11 times. That's probably up 1 or 2 times since we last spoke.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's the reality of running a business, and you've got to stick in there. But you need to understand why you're doing it. If you understand why you're doing it, that actually your motivation, in my case, right, is to take my children to Disney World, right? So when it gets tough, that's the reason that I fall back. If it was just motivation was, oh, I want a brand new BMW, that's not enough to keep you going when it gets tough. But to take my children to Disney World all day long.
Do you think people give up too soon from the people that you've met?
Yes, and I think
people in business just go,
definitely.
Sing it in.
Yeah, and I think the challenge that people have got is that, you know, we have been brought up in a fear-based educational system. What if it doesn't work? Or what if it does work? And I think the big thing that you have to really do in business when we're talking about getting connected to your why is really get connected to that emotional drive. And what is it that's going to drive you to get out of bed every day and do the things that most people won't do? What is it that's really going to keep you fighting in that ring every single time a challenge comes your way? What's going to get you back out there and, you know, carrying on trying to achieve those goals?
You know, it's something you said there as well. Listen to me. Amsterdam this weekend, Wolverhampton the week after.
Those are the days.
Ireland last weekend. Took my dad over to Ireland, and it was interesting. We were driving from the west coast to the east coast, from Mayo over the Dublin, and we were driving over, and my sat-nav took me a different way.
Yeah.
And all the way while we were going, and it was a lovely trip, it was just as quick, and all the time we were doing it, he was saying, you're going the wrong way. And I had to say to him, I said, Dad, you know, just because it's a different way doesn't mean it's the wrong way.
You know something? I'm starting my keynote at this show with that, which is this. I'm gonna give me start away, but I'll do it now, right?
Right.
You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. I was due to be speaking in a place in Edinburgh, and I put in my sat-nav where I was going, and then it said, you've arrived at your destination. I'm thinking, no, I'm not. I'm 3 miles away from where I'm supposed to be. Where is your destination for your life programmed to? Where is your destination for your business programmed to? Because actually, we just go around automation. We don't think about where our lives are programmed to. And actually, if you don't program your GPS from the outset, you don't know where you're going. And what you just said then, just beautiful link. Beautiful, because that is exactly my intent, is to start off with that line.
And what
well,
you
there we
just
go.
said
I look forward to hearing the story.
Yeah.
His name's John, by the way, my dad.
Okay.
No, just remember that. Something that you said the last time, Debbie just gave her opinion, we bail out quickly when we're running businesses. You said something last time about skin. I mean, do you think that still holds true? That we bail out after 80% of skin?
Okay, so here's the situation, is what happened is you have to feel the pain of what it's like to run a business. Because say, for instance, you get £250,000 investment, brilliant, and then when you've got £1,000 in the bank, then you're going to have to feel the pain. And the drop's a whole lot worse. So you have to feel the pain. So if right now you're going through, you're struggling, or you are skin, understand this. In order to get to where you want to be, it's skin, payday. But most people quit anywhere between here and you fail. Keep going.
Do you know, I have heard that repeated back to me a dozen or so times now since you said it on the programme, and it seems that does resonate with a lot of people.
Oh, good.
And I think if you are in business and you're thinking to yourself, look, here I am, I'm moving along, and I'm actually, you know, am I going to succeed? Am I going to get there? I suppose the thing is, you just don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, do you? You just don't have a clue.
No, you don't. But it's down to your legacy as well. What I didn't want to do, is I was, 41, that's the thing. But, 41, and when I started my business off, I was 31 or whatever, and I was working in a company, and that's cool. If you want to do that, that's fine. And my wife wanted me to stay in the job because it was safe, but it's not safe. You know, at least you know where you stand when you're employed. Tell that to the 3,000 people from Barclays that just got let go. You know, when you run your own business, you know exactly where you stand. Get used to it.
Yes.
But you're not going to starve to death, Steve.
I mean, but you look at this. You look at the programme, and so 52 episodes, and you think to yourself, is it going to fly? Is it going to crash?
Yeah.
And you're never certain. And, you know, you come on and we talk to people like yourselves and it adds that, you know, okay, we've got another business that does production and does all that to the side of it. But without the two running side by side, it wouldn't work.
But this is absolutely...
Is that my plan B?
No, what you're doing, they're all work within each other. So if you look at what I do, if my business was writing books, I'd be starving to death. But my business is for networking, and all this sort of stuff is fringe and periphery. And when you start breaking through and more people start looking at you and your business, then these things start selling more as well. So this is the thing, get your core business correct and actually start doing stuff which actually ends up enhancing your other business. So I think you've got it right.
Diversification, isn't it?
Now, you've got one book here. We've talked about that one. You're still holding Life Business Just Got Easier. My favourite titles are Still Get Off Your Arse, because it's the only time I can say it, and Get Off Your Arse Too. The two other books are Brad's written, but you're actually writing another one at the moment.
Yes, it's all top secret, but that's all right. We said it off camera, but that's fine. Yes, I am. I'm in the process right now of writing a fourth book. Working title called, I'll share it with you, I've not done it anywhere, but a working title called Next. And I think the purpose of this is it's a book's very similar to this, but it's 100 short stories all weaved in, complete with business lessons. And if one of these business lessons doesn't land with you, next. And this is the thing about life. If you've tried your utmost with something and it's not working, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a business, whether it's whatever, after you've tried that you've done your best with it, next, try again, start again, and eventually you get it right.
And that's what it's all about, getting it right. And you will do it eventually. Remember, don't have a plan B, have a plan A. Believe in what you're doing. If you've got a plan B, maybe, as Brad says, maybe the plan A isn't the right plan. You should get rid of that one and make plan B your plan A.
Correct.
Are you following this? That is the way it should be done.
It's going to put me out of business, lad.
I know.
Brilliant.
He's good,
I've got a new motivation. You can be number 3.
There you go. I listen very carefully, and I can repeat things like a parrot. But that's just one of those things. Listen, if you want to tweet us, you can. All you got to do is get on your iPhone or whatever, or on your tablet or onto your Android phone, and you can get in touch with us. Here it is. It is hashtag TBNS2014. If you've got a question for Brad, maybe a question for Debbie would be rather nice. Let's put her on the spot, make her work for her money. If you want to get in touch with us, simply do that. We're also giving away, we're going to select one of the tweets that does come in during the programme. We're going to give away some free stand space. We've also got some tickets to give away. If you want to get involved, all you've got to do is start tweeting us right now. It's the first time we're doing it. We know it's kind of educating you this evening, so if you want to have a bash, then get in touch with us right now. Now, I'm going to give you an instruction, a very clear one. I'm going to take a pause, take a breath, and then I'm going to say to you, subscribe. Subscribe to the Business Connections Live community. We want you to be part of that, because by being part of the Business Live community, it means that we can, on a weekly basis, get great business information over to you. That's going to make your business more successful. It's going to make it more profitable. It's going to make maybe a little bit easier for you. Or in those dark, dark days when you need a little bit of motivation, people like Brad, people like Debbie are going to come in, and they're just going to maybe just shift where you are for a moment. Maybe you look at it slightly differently, and you maybe get something a little bit more out of your business, or maybe come at a problem from a different angle. We'd like you to subscribe. You can subscribe by pressing the button that's just up here, just above me, if you're watching us on YouTube right now. Or if you'd like to find out some real reasons why you should be subscribing, then have a look at this. If you're a business owner and you need advice on how to make your business more successful, then Business Connections Live TV is just for you.
Our leading industry experts cut out the guesswork for growing businesses. How to use social media, what to expect from your accountant, web design, SEO, and so much more.
Business Connections Live TV is here to give you the motivation you need to succeed.
How you doing? My name's Brad Burton. I'm the motivational speaker that everyone's talking about right now, and I'm on Business Connections Live. What a show. What a show. People, do check it out.
If you're struggling with Facebook and LinkedIn.
Most people that I meet are on LinkedIn. Virtually, there's 14.5 million people just in the UK. I think the figures currently are 238 million people worldwide. But I would say that most of them don't really understand how to use it.
How to present your ideas more effectively.
Hello, I'm Philip Skinner, Shaw Walker Lees. A brilliant way to get message across. I'm actually thinking that we might switch away from our quarterly newsletter to do a video and get it sent through to staff and clients.
To generating leads and finding new business.
Hi, I'm Jim McLaughlin, Managing Director of business development company Axial.
And I'd just like to say what a pleasure it's been to have the opportunity to appear on Business Connections Live.
Subscribe and be part of the Business Connections Live TV online community for free.
Business Connections Live TV every Wednesday 6 p.m. GMT, or catch up on the Business Connections Live TV YouTube channel.
Make certain your business is connected with Business Connections Live TV. We could make the subscribe button a little bit bigger if we tried harder, couldn't we? So do subscribe to us right now. Maybe we should make it just completely full screen, or maybe press on my nose perhaps. Try that right now, see if it'll allow you to subscribe. You're watching Business Connections Live. We've had some very interesting tweets. Let's just have a look at a few that have come in. We've had a few tweets. Says, no red braces, yes. I carry Debbie Huxton's book everywhere. Very good.
it.
Thank you very much indeed for that. No red. Is that Stefan?
Yeah.
That's Stefan. There you go. Is it true that Brad's going to arrive on stage at the Business Networking Show, Gagham style?
No, listen, I hope not, but that is the AV company that's actually responsible for the on the day, so I'd like to think not, but you can never tell with that. Thanks, Neil.
We got another one that was, this is interesting. When is Brad on the One Show? Now you tweeted this. You tweeted this last week. You said, "Do watch the One Show tonight. Going to be on at around about 7:15 or thereabouts." So thousands, thousands of people actually are watching it. It never happened, Brad.
All I can do is deal with the cards that have been dealt. I was filmed by the One Show to do a piece, a 3-minute piece, and I was cut for Dominic Littlewood. So they swapped one bald bloke out with another one.
Oh, we've got one more here.
Wounded.
What's this one say? Let's have a look. Said Brad looked great on the One Show. Now looking good on. Thank you very much, Business Connections Live. Can you ask him what his favourite sausages, please?
You know what? I mean, I'm not sure if you can plug a brand, but I've actually got into recently, if it's a genuine question or not, Linda McCartney vegetarian sausages. It's great. I'm into vegetarian sausages. Don't tell anyone, honestly.
Well, there we go.
True story.
I tell you what, it's a real insight into the celebrities that you've grown to love. Brad Burton, as I said, Brad's going to be talking at the Business Networking Show. It is Friday week. We're all looking forward. We're all going to be down there. It's going to be a great show. And hopefully our tweeters are going to be there as well. And if you are coming along, if you'd like to join the conversation, if you've got a question for Debbie, then hashtag TBNS2014. I mean, we kind of kicked off, we were talking about the big mistakes that people make in business and what they can do to actually change their mindset. But I mean, what else can they do? I mean, once they've changed their mindset, is it sometimes that they're just going completely in the wrong direction and they believe too much in the product or the brand that they're actually promoting?
Can I jump in? There's just something that I've landed on. I'm writing this in the latest book. This almost capitalist fairy tale. Actually, that's where success and secret of life lies, with having 2 BMWs, a wonderful big house, and actually it's a myth. I think it's a myth. I think in some respects, don't get me wrong, we'd as soon have more money than less. Of course, we'd all have more. But I think I think in some respects, a lot of people chase that dream and actually end up with a nightmare.
Debbie, what do you think?
I think that the big thing there really is that most people, when they're in business, they sit down and they'll have a business plan. The first thing you've got to do in business is have a life plan, because then you can plan your business goals. Because if your life plan is to travel the world, you can then obviously have your goals in your business to achieve that and have them aligned. But I think the big thing here, when people make mistakes in business, the first thing they have to do before they even change their mindset is actually accept that a mistake is okay once. If you continually make this mistake, it's then become a choice. And then what they've really got to do is they've got to start looking at why are they making that choice.
No, I don't think it's soft. I think the reason I went is actually she's bang on. Is that this is the most difficult thing. She might listen. This is a former A&E nurse, right? She knows bedside manner.
Be there.
Yeah, right. Well, she knows how to deliver a painful message. And what she just said then, if you actually repeat that, please, Debbie, that's a really difficult thing for most people to comprehend.
The first thing about anything, when you just said, well, once you've changed your mindset, that's the hardest part. Because most people, once they've changed their mindset, they understand that it's about managing that change. But it's to get to that place of change. And so a mistake is a mistake once. You make that mistake again, it's become a choice. And so then you have to question, why are you making those choices? Whereas most people go, oh, I've made that mistake. That's okay. Then they make the same mistake again. You know, I can show you time and time
but
again.
is it the learning then that people need to be doing? They need to, or is it because they're never in a position where that it's never highlighted that they do need to learn?
Yes, I think it's education. But the education is surrounded by personal responsibility. And, you know, we've been taught in life in general to blame other people for our situations. A lot of the time, you know, if we're not blaming the government, the economy for something that's going on within our businesses. Now, I'm not saying businesses don't suffer because of the economy, but I'm taking this back to basics. Let's look at you, the business owner.
There is this thing about it's always somebody else's fault. This is going back to my dad again, nearly, isn't it? It's about, you know, going a different way. It doesn't mean it's the wrong way.
You know, one of the things I was about to say then is, for instance, people will work, they're so stressed out, so they're smoking more, they're overeating, they have a bottle of red wine in the evening, and before they know it, they're having 2 bottles of red wine, but there's a level of entitlement because I've got the business moving. And actually, maybe, just maybe, this is the thing, you almost wrap business success, and that actually there's a level of entitlement that actually ends up creating you more problems than it actually solves. That's what I've encountered with a lot of business people who've had massive success, but they overeat, they're over-smoking, they've got bad health issues. And the health is so far down the pecking order. You know, if you said business success or health, these guys are saying business success, and it's only when you're close to losing your health that all of a sudden you realise that what was important wasn't the business.
Do you think, though, that because of what you do as a job, the pair of you do as a job, I suppose you're perceived as motivational speakers, so therefore if anybody's going to have the motivation to, for instance, you've lost 2 stone in the last 12 months. And you did that because, you know, you were told something, and you were told you had diabetes or potentially, and you did something about it.
So here's the interesting thing. The run up to that, I got told 12 months ago by the doctor that I was on borderline diabetes, probably 18 months ago, and I chose to ignore it. I chose to ignore the borderline diabetes, thinking it always happens to other people, it won't happen to me, and I continue to drive 40,000 miles a year, having the Ginsters pasties, having the KFC, over drinking, overeating, and blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, I got a phone call, doctor, hello? Yeah, Mr. Burton, you've got diabetes type 2. And as soon as that phone went down, I changed everything. Everything changed. And sometimes in life, that's what it needs. It needs one situation where everything changes. And what I would say to people and your audience and your viewers right now, if you know you're smoking more than you should do, if you know you're overeating, if you know you're over drinking, do something about it today. Wait. Don't get diabetes type 2 before you do something about it like I've done. And it takes that. I mean, Debbie, this is, you know, your story about Dave, it's a lovely story.
I mean, just coming back to that, the reason you made that switch so quickly was because Brad's mindset was at a point of accepting, actually, I'm really responsible for everything that's happening in my life, and actually, a mistake is a mistake.
I've got a family.
Absolutely.
You know, and share your Dave story, because it's one that, Debbie, this is one of these stories that's just mind-blowing, that it changes people, the way they think.
So when we talk about rewarding ourselves for the success we have with, you know, nice bottle of red, £25 and a bottle of red, what have you, that hedonistic behaviour because we are successful, you know, sometimes that can have a price to pay. And that's when I use that terminology, are you willing to risk it all? So when I was nursing, I met a patient. And to cut a long story short, it was a patient who was homeless, he was an alcoholic, and I befriended him. And to most people, he just looked like a bum. To me, there was something that told me there was something more behind the eyes. So when I got to know his story, he was actually he actually used to be a barrister.
Correct.
150 grand a year.
Had a big house near where I lived, and what had happened was, number one, he was doing a job that wasn't aligned to his values because he was helping criminals get off crimes.
Sure.
Totally, one of his top values was honesty. Totally conflicting that. And then what happened, to hide his pain, because the money was there for the lifestyle that he'd created, you know, his wife had a lifestyle that she expected him to maintain. Red wine to mask away the pain, to mask away how he was feeling, because he was too scared to make the changes. So then what happened was, when I was working with him in the hospital, unfortunately he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And on the day that he died, he said to me, you know, Debbie, we only get one shot at this life as far as I'm aware right now, and if that's the case, then make me a promise that you don't leave this hospital never having played your music, because we'd already discussed that I wanted to run my own business, etc. And, you know, go out there and take life by the balls, because I didn't. I was too scared. I was too scared to make those changes that would have given me a lifestyle that I would have been content with. And so, you know, Dave's story is synonymous with thousands of millions of people across the globe.
We paint ourselves into corners. We paint ourselves into corners.
And the thing there is that, you know, the common thing that all of us have in common with Dave is one, fear of making changes, and two, that we all have a story to tell, and that story is created by us, and we create the ending. It doesn't have to be that way.
Is it a case then that many of us just aren't brave enough to face up to the story?
I think the pain gets too much. I think the pain gets too much. Or you know, you can flip a 50p coin and it'll go your way all day long, and you flip it one day and it doesn't go your way, and then, God, that's bad luck. No. This is down to every single one of us has choices, and we've got to make choices that are difficult ones. And some of the most difficult choices, we've talked about the referendum before, are going to come down to a 51%, 49%. It could go either way. And your life is going to be defined by these choices, whether you get on a train or whether you stay off a train. That's about the reality of it.
Never knowing exactly what the next moment's going to bring. Kind of brings us back to where we actually kicked off, really, to a certain extent. And I suppose it's advice, and it's going to be discussions like that. And then also an opportunity to meet like-minded people that the Business Networking Show is going to be all about. As we said already, there's going to be some fantastic speakers going to be there. I think we've got another tweet, am I correct? One more tweet, let me have a quick gander at that one. Let's see what we've got. Who's this one from? Hello there, Martin. Brad is so right not to give up too soon. I've not, and it's all paying off.
Let me tell you
Thank you, see you at the show.
Let me tell you about Martin. So Martin he runs an IT company in Bedford, that neck of the woods, and you know he's got health issues. He'll say himself he struggles with his legs. But here's the situation: he's adapted his business. So previously it wasn't working. His business wasn't working. And now what he's doing, he does laptops. So instead of it being a regional business where he's then got to get in his car and then drive to a business to fix their IT, he's now refurbishing laptops and selling them on a national level. That's what the key to this thing is, adapting. So when things aren't going right in your life or your business, don't blame the world. Stop blaming Clegg and Cameron. Stop blaming the Eurozone, the horse meat crisis. And actually start looking at yourself and say, what have I got to do to adapt to get this situation to succeed? And that's what he's done. He's changed his business. Rather than we're expecting the world to change around him, he's changed his business, and now he's got a successful business, and he's coming to the show, which makes me happy.
And it is all about having a successful business. Next week on the programme, by the way, we've got Dan Smale. He's the owner of the Client Factory. They're an internet marketing company, and we're going to be talking about pay-per-click next week. Incidentally, if you do make it to the show, please do come up and say hello. It's very important to us because, I mean, what's been nice tonight, it's the first time actually that we've tried to do some form of interactive. And if you have been one of the ones that have actually come on to Twitter and you've contacted us, who knows, we could well be going back to you after the programme. As we said, are we still giving away that stand?
Absolutely, let's do it.
So one of those stands, if you have been Twittering, or tweeting rather, why do I call it Twittering? If you have been tweeting, then it could be you. That's actually, I'm just a sad old man, I've been told. That's why.
How long have we got before we've
got around about 5 minutes.
Lovely. So between now and 5 minutes, someone's going to win a stand.
Yeah, in the next 5 minutes,
exactly.
Someone's going to win a stand. What we're going to do, as I said, just going to tell you once again, Dan Smale, owner of the Client Factory, internet marketing consultancy, covering all aspects of internet marketing, but with particular focus on pay-per-click. If you find the whole world of pay-per-click absolutely confusing, and you're thinking maybe SEO takes a while to get your site to where you need your site to be. Maybe what you need to do is you need to start driving traffic to your site by using pay-per-click. And of course you can use pay-per-click these days not only on your website, but for instance you can also use it on your YouTube site. And if you're not using video for your business to increase business, to drive traffic to your business, then you should be thinking about video. And in fact, if you've enjoyed the programme that you've watched tonight and you thought, you know what a great way. I've never known Brad Burton before, I've never known Debbie Huxton before, and all of a sudden now I've got a bit of an insight into them. I understand them a little bit more. I've made up my mind. I'm actually going to be going to the Business Networking Show. I want to meet these people. I want to touch the flesh. I actually want to go there, and I want to find out more about the way they think, because I like the way they think. Well, if that's worked for you this evening, maybe a programme like this would work for your clients. Maybe you could bestow the virtues of what your business does online simply by having a programme just like Business Connection Live. We'll have that web address or that email address back up on the screen again. If you'd like to find out more details on how you could have a programme just like this one, contact us there. I'm telling you to do something again, aren't I? studio.businessconnectionslive.com. Have a word with myself or Linda Bazant, or if you want, you can give us a call on 01784 256 777. It really is as easy as that. And you could be broadcasting to your clients, to your customers. Replace the newsletter. Bring it alive. Turn your readers into viewers. Interact more with them. It's a great way. After all, you've seen how this has worked. We've laughed tonight. What I'm going to do, it's been the best show we've done, I think. What I am going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to look straight down the barrel, both of you, individually. Brad, you straight down one. Sure. And really, it's the takeaways from the programme. People, what they should be thinking about when it comes to the way they're running their business, maybe even to the way they're running their lives right now, and how life and business actually do go together.
Fabulous. That one?
Straight down number one to be the one. Yes, please.
Lovely. So I think the first thing I'd say is there's no shortcuts. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tested. And understand this. Understand the reasons why you do the things you do. And also, where is your GPS for your life programmed to? What's your final destination? Where do you want your life to be? Same goes for your business. Program your GPS for your business, because if you don't, how do you know when you get there?
That was simple. That was quick.
That's good.
How will you know you've got there if you're not programmed properly? A couple of nice tweets before we go on to Debbie. Let's just have a look at the tweets that have come in. Keep digging. You'll find the goal eventually. Never give up.
That's Terry Cooper. He's one of the keynotes.
One of the keynote speakers. Terry, nice to have you with us this evening.
Terry was the MD of a £93 million PLC, and he's 65 now. He should have retired, but his wife won't let him. Yeah, all right. But what Terry's actually doing, he's going to be bringing 40 years of sales experience. He's probably the best salesman I've ever known. He's coming along to the show, and he's doing a 40-minute keynote as well. So he's going to be essential.
We're looking forward to that. And thanks to Brad, Debs, and Business Connections Live for highlighting what lots of business owners need to hear. Lots of that's Rachel again, isn't it?
I think Rachel and Martin, if those guys want to have free stands at the show, they're more than welcome to. So we'll give the 2 stands away there. 2 stands, not 1, 2. There you go, double. Happy with that?
Fantastic.
Good stuff.
Rachel, Martin, you've just got a stand if you'd like to exhibit at the Business Networking Show Friday week at Wolverhampton Racecourse. Not only will we look forward to seeing you there, but we look forward to seeing you exhibiting and also networking with all the people who are going to be joining as well in the evening. Debbie, we've given you loads of thought. It's always hard as been last, isn't it, I think? Right. But you'll be okay, won't you? Yeah. Keynote speaker at the show, straight down this camera here, number 4. Please take it away, say who you are, and off you go.
Don't waste an opportunity. Which camera are we looking at?
This one here. That one there.
Who are you first? Who are you?
Who are you? So, take 2.
Don't waste this opportunity. Don't waste this opportunity to create a life that you love. Why wait a lifetime? I'm going to be at the Business Networking Show. Come and say hi. I'd love to talk to you. If you've got any challenges, happy to help find some solutions. You know, life can be whatever you make it. It's just a choice.
Fantastic. Listen, the pair of you, thank you so much for coming along this evening. Can I just say hi to Steve the barman? He's going to be leading a group at lunchtime for networking meeting. He's a lovely bloke. He's looking for 50 people. It's going to be run properly, he says down here, just like a normal 4N meeting. So do watch out for Steve the barman. Don't forget the virtual newsroom, but more importantly, don't forget as well to watch us next week when we're going to be live all day at the Business Networking Show. My guests this evening, Brad Burton and Debbie Huxton. Thank you ever so much.
High five, Steve. Come on, high five. Come on. Boom. Let's do it. That's how we do it. Motivation.
Till we meet again next week. Listen, I hope you have a fantastic week. Hope it's a successful week. And who knows, it could be you that's going to be with us at the networking show in a week or so's time. Till then, from me, Steve Harlan, Debbie, and from Brad, have yourselves a fantastic week and good luck with that business. Keep it successful. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
Awesome.
Absolutely fantastic show. Actually, we had there with Brad Burton and Debbie Huxton as well. Thoroughly enjoyed that. By the way, that was broadcast 2 weeks ago live. Last week, this Wednesday, in fact, we did a fantastic show looking at pay-per-click. So if you're trying to get your pay-per-click campaign together at the moment, do watch that program. Went out Wednesday night. If you want to find it on the website, then it is businessconnectionslive.com, or if you want, you can go to our YouTube channel as well. It's as easy and as straightforward as that. And there's a whole load of information there. There's something in the order. It's approaching something like about 110 odd videos that are sitting there, be it full programs or shortened pieces where we've taken chunks out of them that have had those golden nuggets, the kind of information that you need to have on an ongoing basis. Where are we? We're here still. Now, it's a bit quiet at the moment at the Business Networking Show, particularly in the area where we are, because I'll just show you around. Here's where we are at the moment. There we go. You'll just see. A little bit quiet. There we go. Because there's no one here, because they're all watching Stefan promoting how to network for dummies. He's actually on stage at the moment. I'll tell you what, Bear, is there any chance just running down the door so we see Stefan on the stage just before we... It's really pushing it right now, asking Bear to run, I can promise you that. If you are watching, regardless of where you are at the moment, we do hope you've enjoyed the show. In just a moment, we're going to be speaking to Neville Horn. Here we go. This is Stefan in the hall at the moment, promoting his book. He carries it around with him. I think he probably sleeps with a couple of copies under his pillow. More than likely. Fascinating guy. If you haven't seen his program, he came in and he talked about the whole art of networking, be it an event like where we are today, or when you're just out. How do you network effectively? How do you network properly? Stefan really is, he's just a mine of information on this. And of course, the Dummies book he's written, and you can get copies of that at Amazon or from Wiley Publishing, who are the publishers of that. Now, as I said, my guest with me at the moment is Neville Horn from MailerDoc. They're just literally sitting opposite us. I've had to listen to everything, every single syllable that we have said over the past couple of hours. Lovely to have you with us, Neville.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us a little bit about MailerDoc.
Well,
what are they about?
MailerDoc are a print and postal solutions company. Basically, we've pitched ourselves at the SME market, taking care of their direct mail and transactional mail, reducing their costs, but also taking away all the labour involved with it as well.
Is that very much what you're doing, in as much as that you do what they don't want to do?
Exactly, yes. But we do it, we have by using our cost effectiveness and our mailing discounts, we can do it cheaper than they can do it, and they don't have to do any of the work. We do it all for them. So we make our money from cost savings rather than charging the customer for doing the work.
And what kind of documents is it that you're putting out? What kind of stuff are they giving you? Do you have any say in the kind of campaigns that they do with you?
We can have a big input into it, but a lot of it is exactly what they send us. You know, it could be everything from a postcard to a newsletter to just standard letters, invoices, statements. It could be magazines with multiple inserts going into envelopes or poly. But we've typically pitched ourselves at the SME market, where it's 500 to 5,000 items. In most businesses, they don't have the resource to do that type of work. And so the fact that we can do that for them, and it hasn't cost them anything over and above the cost of their raw materials and postage, is just as a no-brainer for them if they want to do it.
So it really is, it's all about reducing the costs of the postage. These days, a lot of people are turning more and more to email, aren't they?
I would say it's almost the opposite.
Really?
They're going away from email and going back to something tangible.
Well, that was really going to be the question. Are people moving away because emails, they come in, they're just like spam, you don't open them, you put them straight into your dump box?
I think these days, if you get, I came back from holiday, I had 700 emails in my inbox. I wanted to see about 30 of them. The rest all got deleted without being opened. I probably had 5 personal letters when I got home.
And you opened all of them?
And I opened all of them. Now, whether the content is right or wrong, you're at least getting that opportunity to put your message in front of the client.
And that really is what this is all about, isn't it?
And the sort of burn time on a piece of direct mail can be a lot longer. With direct digital marketing, it's very much, if you send a campaign out, you know within a few hours whether it's worked or not. With direct mail, you can get responses 6 months later, you know, because they've received a newsletter in, or they've received a bit of marketing material and thought, well, I've got time to read that soon, I'll put it over there.
In the to-do later pile.
Into the to-do later pile, or the read later pile. When they've got a need, they think, oh yeah, yes, where was that? Oh yeah, well they're never going to find the email because they probably deleted it anyway.
Is there a form, is there an effective letter size, is there an effective format? I mean, obviously you're the experts, you must know some of the return on these things.
Well, we don't measure return. All we do is print it.
Just mail it out.
We print it, personalise it, fulfil it, and mail it. But the number of clients who keep coming back and back and back, you know, our clients seem to be very regular, and it might be regular once a year, but a lot of them are, you know, every day, every week, every month, every quarter, and it varies from charities to garage groups to opticians to big multinationals in terms of their invoicing and statement runs, that kind of stuff.
And other peaks and troughs? You just said there that you get someone who turns up once a year for the yearly mail shop. But do you see generally peaks?
We do get peaks and troughs, but if you take it across a 12-month period, most months are pretty consistent, but not from any one sector. Because we deal in so many different sectors, it tends to even itself out, but generally on an upward spiral. And we've been going 5 years, and we've been growing by at least 25% a year, every year.
So then, in summary then, if people, why should they contact you? What are the benefits of contacting you and getting you to do the business? In summary then, one big hit, go for it. This is like a networking event now.
It is.
Like
how long have I got? How long have we got? Basically, we do the work so you don't have to. We are a free resource. If you want to do direct mail and you've got the message you want to get out there, we're a free resource for you. We'll do, our hybrid mail system, which you can post one letter at a time straight from your PC. You can print and post a letter for 44 pence plus VAT. So if you think a second-class stamp is 53p, the fact that you can sit at your PC and know that letter is going to be posted today in high-quality digital print, put in an envelope and posted with no labour input from you, and it could be one letter, it could be 500 letters, it's still going to go out the door.
I mean, it's a fantastic thing, and the fact that people are turning away from email, from electronic delivery.
To say they're turning away from it, I think if you...
I mean, I would imagine the guys from InTouch CRM would have a word with you about
but
that.
If you ignore any form of marketing, then you're probably missing out somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
All we're saying is that direct mail is still very active and it's gone away from the blanket email. It's very targeted these days. The data is profiled for consumers and for businesses as to exactly who you want to hit, and it's all very much personalised.
Can we just have a quick gander at the stand? Is that all right? Neil, would you just pop over and let's have a look at the Mailer Doc stand? I was just trying to capture your eye. Is that one there? Let's just have a look at your stand and let's see what see some of the bits
get
and
rid of the
pieces
bottle.
Yeah. Yeah, take the whiskey bottle off the top. There we go.
Yeah.
Can we get rid of that bottle? Thank you very much. You're a very nice man. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
He's not on the payroll either.
He is. No, he is actually.
He is on the payroll.
He's a Yorkshireman.
A Yorkshireman. So there we go. Mail, office mail, Mailer Doc. Reduce your postage costs and save time. Save on postage costs. Save your carbon footprint. Save on internal administration costs and reduce capital expenditure. That's a good pop-up, actually, isn't it? Print and post, it's got everything that you possibly need there. If you want more information about this, where would we find you?
On www.mailerdoc.co.uk.
Neville, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, bless you. Thanks a lot. So there we go. That's Mailer Doc. If you want to find out more information about them, you just simply go to their website. In fact, what we'll try and do, we'll do all the different websites that we've actually got, or all the different companies will get their websites, and we'll put it below this particular video after the event so you actually know where you're going. We're here at the Business Networking Show. Great to have your company with us. We're broadcasting, we're streaming the whole event live. Right now, Stephen Thomas, the man that's written Networking for Dummies, he's currently doing his keynote speech. He's on stage, and hence the reason the place is just a little bit emptier. It is mid-afternoon. It's been quite amazing, to be honest. The numbers have gone up, they've gone down. But there's been this consistent flow of people coming through the whole hall, the whole environment for the last couple of hours. It looks and has been a true success. So well done to Brad Burton, well done to the full networking team, well done to all the boys and girls that have been involved with putting this whole thing together. If you are in the Wolverhampton area, maybe you've been working in the office just recently. Now listen, you come over here very quickly. You've got no mic on you, just come around very quickly. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Come on.
Here's trouble.
Squeeze my. Have to get very close. Oh, blimey. This lady here, you won your... I'm going to do that. This lady won your stand, didn't you?
I did, yes. Thank you very much. On your show.
On the show. You were watching, and Brad was very, very generous, wasn't he? Have you enjoyed the show?
It's been brilliant, yes. Yeah, fantastic.
It's all very intimate, these microphones, aren't they? We've been trying to find you. You keep disappearing off. So, business from it?
Yeah, business, communications, meeting people I've never seen before but talked a load online. So it's been awesome.
Give your company a plug now.
It's Rachel Chiverton Limited. We help you get paid without asking for it.
And if you're just tuned in, you're thinking, that's a bit of a strange old video that's going on there at the moment. No, it isn't. Just these microphone things. Lovely seeing you. All right, clear off. Right. No, excellent. Lovely.
She had a hand on my knee the whole time.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was rather nice. Yeah.
We do try to please. We try to keep it all well organised.
Very good.
Business Connections Live, that's what you're watching right now. By the way, when you go away from, I'm going to talk to the audience now, when you do go away from here, www.businessconnectionslive.com, about 100 or so programs on there with business information, full 1 hour programs, couple from Brad. We look at LinkedIn. We looked at all different resources that you need for your business. Everything from networking, marketing, pay-per-click, all the rest of it. Do check out the website, go there, have a look, and hopefully that will be able to help your business to succeed and grow bigger. Now, talking about helping businesses succeed and grow bigger, with me is Martin Byrne from
doing?
Business Protect.
Indeed.
So tell us a little bit about Business Protect, Martin. For those people that have never heard of you, who are you and what do you do?
Business Protect was born out of working for a company where I saw a lot of people going to banks for commercial finance, and the banks would essentially say to them, you can have your £500,000 to buy your garage in Chorlton, but if you die, we want our money back. Here's our one-size-fits-all overpriced product, and you're having it, or you don't get the loan.
Right.
Essentially, the BDMs for the banks' targets were the amount of money they lent, not the protection they sold. So we had a deal going whereby us taking the clients to the banks, they were letting me rebroke the protection, the business protection, and going on the whole of market, quality of contract, I could get a much better product for about a quarter or a third cheaper than the banks were providing every single time. So I just realized that actually they were having it all their own way, the banks. There are much better niche products out there for people that are available on the whole of the market. So I decided to just specialize in business protection because there's so many little niche products in there that actually we can get much better value for business owners. So essentially, I'm an IFA, but I don't do pensions, investments, mortgages, ISAs, personal protection. I just do the business protection bit because you can't be good at everything. So I'm kind of really good at one thing.
I mean, what we're not doing here, we're not bank bashing, are we? I mean, obviously, if you're a bank and you've got a product to sell, then sell it. But the thing to do is to identify to the consumer, the customer, the businesses, that there are alternatives.
Yeah, well, listen, my challenge with the banks was always that their brief was to sell you stuff, not necessarily whether it's right for you or not. So I am bank bashing a little bit. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have banks, but what I'm saying is you can't get, for someone that's selling one product, it's not a fair representation of the whole of the market. And actually, you can't, that doesn't really constitute advice. So if you go to an independent advisor who can look at the whole of the market, and it doesn't matter whether it's gas, electricity, cakes, insurance, rock and roll, you need to look at the whole of the market to be able to get proper advice on what's actually right for you.
So when in the cycle do they come to you to find out about the protection you can provide?
They tend to come to me when they've either realised that they've had something for a while that isn't quite what they thought it was. My typical client will have been with a bank, with a product for a while, and it'll be coming to run out, and then the bank will come to them and say, right, it's time to renew. We think you should have that much, without any reason why, the amount, the term, the product, anything like that. Because most people, when they get finance for business, they feel indebted to the people that are giving them the finance. Yep. So really all they're looking for is a yes. Can we have the finance? And so if other stuff's conditional, they'll just go, yeah, okay, please say yes to us. So they tend to get a whole load of stuff that isn't necessarily right for them. It's only when it comes around to review that, they actually look at it and go, you know what, maybe we should actually look at why we've got this product from the bank, because it costs us a lot of money and we don't even know what it is.
I think that's probably the same right through life, isn't it, both for private equity loans or private loans and also business loans?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now where are you based? Does it matter where the business is? So we're streaming this across the UK.
I'm UK-wide. I'm based in Manchester, but I travel all over. I've got clients all over the UK. I spent 20 years in London. I was a 4 networking regional leader, so I've kind of built a UK-wide network of contacts. I'm a Kiwi, so I like traveling. I was in rock and roll bands for 20 years.
Oh yes, we could talk about this. Your business, I was looking for your business card. Here it is. This is fantastic. I love this. That's That's the business card, a plectrum. That is such a cool idea, isn't it? Fantastic. So you're into rock and roll. Do you singer, player?
You know, my skill was being in a band. I was really good at it.
Right.
I was a bit of a shit musician, to be honest, so I'm not allowed to say that. But no, I'm not one of these people that pick up an instrument and people go, wow. I've been a drummer, a bass player, a guitarist. I shouted on 2 albums, toured a little bit. So when my wife came downstairs on my 35th birthday and said, I'm pregnant, I went, okay, time to get a real job. So, you know, I was very good at being in a band, but I knew I was never really going to make any money from it. So I kind of made the obvious move into financial services.
All right then, Business Protect website, where are you?
www.businessprotect.biz.
It's as simple and as easy as that.
Simple as easy. There's a 2-minute video on there that tells you how share protection works in a very, very simple way. So please go and have a look at it.
It's been great having you on the show.
Thank you very
Martin,
much.
Thank
Pleasure.
you very much indeed. Bless you.
Take care.
Okay, there we go. Fantastic. All right, we're going to join Helene now. She's up the other end of the exhibition hall at the moment, and she's talking to Samuel Leeds. Now, I thought I was going to be talking to him. Samuel, looking forward to hearing this. Take it away, Helene.
Thanks very much, Steve. You're right, I am at the other end of the hall with Samuel. Samuel, it's lovely to see you and that we're still here, coming to the end of what has been a very long but successful day. Can you tell us a bit about what your business is?
Yeah, I run a Christian business network, so we connect Christians in business.
Fantastic. It's very niche, isn't it? And how did you come to do that?
When I was 17 years old, became a Christian, and wanted to change the world, set up orphanages and schools and all sorts of things. And I read something in the Bible that says, use your gifts. So set up a property business, became financially free by age 21. And now I can travel, and I've helped set up orphanages, schools, all sorts of things, Warsaw Youth for Christ. And now I want to help other Christians do the same. So.
That is fantastic. You've got the freedom that everybody strives to achieve by maybe their 40s or 50s. So what made you, I mean, I know you were inspired and you wanted to spread the word and do good, but what was property?
I was just really gripped. When you die, on your tombstone, there's 2 dates and a little dash. And we live in that dash right now. So I just wanted to make my life as effective as possible. So that's what made me set up the Christian Business Network, yeah.
And what happens within the network, and how do you help the network?
We meet once a month, the first Wednesday of every month. It's not exclusive, but it's set up for Christians in business. So we meet, we pass business referrals, there's training workshops, and yeah, we get about 50, 60 people each month. And we're the largest Christian business network in the UK, so that's great.
And are your plans for further world domination in the same way?
I want to take it national first. Yeah.
Okay, national first. And has today been a good day for you?
Today's been fantastic, very tiring. I'm all networked out, but no, it's been great. Made some really good contacts. Had a good day.
You can't ask for more than that, can you? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
And we're back. Hello there. Yes, we're back again. Thank you very much there, Elaine. Thanks a lot there, Sam. Take it easy. Absolutely fantastic. Now, earlier on we were talking around about web-centric solutions. With me I've got
Andrew Hicks.
Andrew Hicks, lovely to have you with us. Now, you're giving away a bottle of champagne
We are.
from Web-Centric Solutions.
We are.
And how are you going to select these people?
You are going to pick them out of this bowl.
All right, and we've got a load of business cards in there. Now, this is going to be a great networking event for you.
It is.
Because that is some really hot leads in there, isn't it? I'm beginning to think we should have had a big bowl collecting names. So, right then, for ladies and gentlemen and viewers at home, unfortunately, you can't really join in with this, but here we go. For a bottle of champagne. Is it a good bottle?
It is very good, I think.
It is. We're digging deep. And the winner is, for a bottle of champagne, Paul Cook of Brindley Fleet. Paul Cook, let's hear it for Paul. Yeah!
Come on, Paul.
So Paul gets himself a fantastic bottle of champagne there. Been a good show for you?
Fantastic, really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brad's already said that it looks like it's all going to happen again next year. God help us all.
Yep.
Are you going to be here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If it was a 2-day event, would you be here?
Yeah.
3-day event?
Not over the weekend, though.
No.
Oh,
be more like a punishment then. So there we go. Listen, take that away. So once again, Paul Cook of Bradley Fleet, congratulations, well done. You've got yourself a bottle of champagne. Absolutely done, well done. Right then, clear off, take those off. And what we're going to do, we're going to get Debbie Hickston on. What's that all about? What am I talking about? Come over here, you. Why am I... What? What's going on? Oh, blimey. Is it turned into one of those kind of videos? We watched your program. Yeah, we watched your program. We're live, so in your own time. Go on then. To that camera. Oh, she's going to get it on. Oh, lift your hair. Lift your hair. I don't think we can see the join on it there at the moment. Oh dear. Do you know what? It's all been beautifully Yeah. Don't lift it too. There we go. Look, you give it. There we are. How many people does it take to put a microphone? Right, we're on. Yeah. Right, for those people. There you go.
Thank you.
And your hair, I can feel the product.
It's got to last a whole day.
Yeah, so go on then. For those people who don't know who you are or didn't go and see you earlier on, straight, you're good at this because you're in the studio, you're very good. It's hot up here. Straight down the middle of the camera. Tell us who you are, what you do.
Hi everybody, I'm Debbie Hickston. I'm a life changer. I work with business owners all over the UK, aligning them with their highest values and purpose so they can have complete peace of mind.
We could be the new Richard and
well,
Julie,
you know,
couldn't
I'm
we?
thinking.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
How did it go in there? Because I came in and saw you for a little while. You were midway along your presentation. So just tell me, how did it all go?
It was good. I enjoyed it. Thank you. The audience were amazing. You know, when you get a really good audience in there, lots of smiling faces. And I don't remember what I said because I go into flow. I'm just in there.
What are the key things you're trying to get over to them?
Well, my message today was all about the very fact that as individuals, we have a choice. You know, it isn't about blaming other people for where we are in life or where we are in our business. We actually do have a choice.
Do you think people in business don't really get that?
No, I think that many people do. They're just very scared to make that choice because then the onus is on them. It's about taking that personal accountability. And I think from a very young age, that's actually knocked out of us.
Now, I was thought it's falling off now, isn't it?
That's okay, I'll do it.
That's it? You got it?
Yeah.
There you go. There we go. We can hear you now. So we've got to take those choices, haven't we? You've just got funny ears, haven't you?
I think we're there.
There we go. I think it's pulling on the back of the chair. I think that's what's doing it at the back. So there we are. Gordon's sorting you out from
Did you
behind.
have these problems when you
Excuse
produced
the
Radio 1,
expression.
Will? It's not listening.
He is. He's very offended. So what's next now for you? Tell us a little bit before that about the book, the Little Red Book, because I noticed that you're actually using some of the lines from that in there. It's part of the presentation, isn't it? Tell us a little bit about the book.
Well, the book's there to help people. I produced a small book that had very limited words in it so that it had much more of an impact, because sometimes you don't need a lot of words to make a big change.
Yeah.
So the book's there for people, and the feedback that I've had from most people is that the size of it is just great because they do use it in their pocket, and every now and again people pull it out of their pocket and they can just have that little moment, that little piece of inspiration and words of wisdom that can just help them.
Well, listen, it was fantastic you coming on the program. You were on there with Brad a couple of weeks ago.
Loved it.
The question I've got to ask you, did you enjoy it?
Oh, I loved it.
It was good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm coming back, aren't I?
You're coming
We're
back.
telling national
Well, what we're
television.
talking about doing is that Brad, Debbie, and Business Connections Live, we are talking about putting together a business clinic.
I'm just going to hold it.
Just hold it, or we'll be here all day. And we're looking forward to doing that, actually, aren't we?
I'm really looking forward to doing it.
What do you think the big questions are for these people that are here? They've turned up, they've seen you today. If you had to summarise the way they are, the problems that they have, what would be the big ones?
I think the key thing for business owners is many business owners are lost in a state of overwhelm. You know, they feel lots of them are overworked, and that's because they're not really connected to what they're doing. They don't really have a big picture. They're kind of meandering along, and a lot of it is overwhelm.
Overwhelmed. Okay, well listen, I'm not going to keep you a lot longer because we're just fighting with microphones at the moment, so I'm going to drop that down between your legs.
Oh, hello.
Matron. And The nice thing is you couldn't do that in a broadcast environment, but because we're streaming, we're going to get away with it right now. So you're going to be coming back. We're going to be doing the business clinic as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Are you doing anything else at today's event, or is that your lot done now?
No, I'm going to support some other people who've been here to support me, and just go and enjoy the rest of the day.
If you've got 5 minutes of time and you can catch her and you know where she is and she talks to you, this is call the A team, call the D team, because honestly it's well worth 5 minutes with the lady. She can redirect, she can make you maybe identify some of the issues or perhaps the problems that you've got. She can give you some key words of advice to help you move on your business and to actually grow it. And really at the end of the day, that's what we're all about. It's all about growing business. It's all about being more successful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come on then, the 3 key things that people must remember before you walk away. They are: 1,
accept that shit is going to happen in your business. Challenge will happen.
2,
learn to be in the pain. Face your challenges. Don't hide from them. Don't distract.
and 3,
forgive yourself. We all make mistakes. If you're making a mistake once, it's okay, but if you're making the continuous same mistake, remember it's a choice.
I'm beginning to think that she says the same thing each and every time I see her, because you said the last one before. Listen, that was fantastic. You clear off. See you
Thank
later
you
on.
very
I
much.
think we're having a glass of wine later, aren't we? I'm paying apparently. There we go. Already very excited. Okay, then I think what we'll do right now is we'll have another little piece of information, advice for your business from Business Connections Live. Let's have a quick gander at this.
With me this evening, my guest is Aaron Thompson. He's the Digital Director for Business and Commercial Banking at RBS Group, talking about BizCrowd, the new free online community.
BizCrowd is a proposition that we at RBS and NatWest have built in response to what we believe is a gap within the market to help support the UK SME economy. What BizCrowd is actually trying to do is understand what your needs are. So you, Steve, what do you need to achieve today, and whether or not you can then leverage the community in order to support your desire to meet that need. So far, overwhelming response has been hugely positive. And particularly if you think about who we are and BizCrowd's parent, introducing something like BizCrowd into the community is dare I say it, a real breath of fresh air, and how the bank is really, really keen to engage with communities, with businesses, in a really different way. So one of the things that I passionately believe in, and I'm sorry I'll start to kind of give my digital background away here, but it's all about continuous improvement. You need to have the flexibility and adaptability to listen to what customers want and address those questions. And if you're not doing that, you're not doing the right thing by in this case your community or your customer. It doesn't really matter who it is, but the ability to listen, respond, go back to the market, that is, as a product owner or a channel manager, the thing that you should live and breathe by. Because it's free and it's a community, you're in control. You get to decide when and where and what you want to do. We are simply giving you that accessibility to that website. So in terms of registering for the website, it's really, really easy to do.
5 minutes.
And you can also sign in through social media. So if you use Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, once you've gone on and registered either to the social media network or to our site, if you're digesting through a tablet, you just click on the link. It takes you straight through security in a secure manner. Get online, go to BizCrowd, sign up, be a part of the community, and actually be active in promoting or responding to people's needs. The second thing, if there are businesses out there that feel that they can and wants to get involved with BizCrowd, the team would love to hear from you. So BizCrowd is your opportunity as a small business to get involved. It will enable you to post a need, seek out companies that are able to enable you to answer or get answers to those needs. It enables you to promote your own products and services and company, as well as building your own profile. Now, if I think about the search functionality you talked about, if you sign up to BizCrowd, we will create a natural search capability for you straight away. You've got the marketplace, which gives you access to products and services at your fingertips with special offers. You've got the needs matching engine that enables you to say, this is what I need help. Businesses, please respond. And to your point, it's all geolocational, so it's relevant and contextual to your specific need and to your local area. So BizCrowd is all about how we can help you BizCrowd is a community that has been built through extensive research, understanding exactly what it is that our businesses need in the UK economy to thrive and grow. What we're doing is responding to that need. So I'd urge you and encourage you to sign up to BizCrowd today, post a need and find out how many responses you get, and if you are able also to respond to other people's needs, you will find that you will win business contracts off the back of those. If you do that and you start to become an active community member, you will grow your kudos within the community, and you will find that really BizCrowd, the world is your oyster. It's your opportunity to get involved and make a difference.
You're watching Business Connections Live, supported by the AA today. The AA, the people who have been allowed us to be here today, along, of course, with For Networking as well. We're at the Business Networking Show in Wolverhampton, at Wolverhampton Racecourse. Fantastic venue, been a real successful day today. Had all sorts of different people. We've had some really fantastic keynote speakers as well who have been joining us. And we had Neil Clough on earlier on. He was brilliant. It looks like we're going to be doing a little piece with him. I suggested, my producer, I use the term loosely, hope I haven't insulted anybody, my director. He suggested that we pop up to Manchester and do a little shoot with him up there when the Apprentice is coming back on, which he agreed to. So we look forward to going up to Manchester and doing Neil Clough for a future edition of Business Connections Live. Now with me I have a young lady who's going to talk a little bit about presentation skills and how to get your message over more effectively, more efficiently. Just tell me who you are, tell us a little bit about your business. Who are you?
My name's Lorraine Turner and I'm from Powerful Training, and as you said, we help people communicate better. We mainly work with anyone that's got a presentation, a pitch or a meeting or an interview coming up, and we work specifically on the delivery, how to deliver excellently.
Now the thing about delivery, I mean, I read somewhere about presentations, most people would rather die than go do a presentation in front of a group of public people, you know. That must be the biggest obstacle, the biggest hurdle to get over, is it?
Yes, people are petrified, and it's the same with if you're doing something on the computer, for example, and somebody's looking over your shoulder, you suddenly find yourself making mistakes, because nobody likes being watched, nobody likes being scrutinised, and being able to address that mindset and believing in yourself that you've got something worthwhile to say is really, really important.
Now, what are the actual key techniques that you teach, that you show, you demonstrate? What are they? What are the key things that people need to remember when it comes to presentation techniques? I mean, we've just got Brad Burton walking by there in front of him. He's an expert when it comes to doing presentations. We had Debbie on a moment or so ago, and once again, very, very calm on stage. What are the key skills that you teach?
We've got 5 main areas that we work with. The first one is mindset. Addressing that fear or feeling really, really good about yourself. We've got the words.
Is there a hint for doing that? How do you address that fear?
One of the simplest things to do is to get it in your head and your heart that you're brilliant. Tell yourself that you're brilliant. I'd say that's the simplest one. And believe it in your heart. Right. So the second one is tools, and that's using your body, your breath, your posture. And have you heard the phrase "fake it to make it"?
No, do tell.
If your body is aligned, you'll feel more confident, you'll look more confident. And the more confident you look, the more confident you feel, the more confident you look. And for example, using your tools such as a smile is one of the most powerful tools you can use, because it sends endorphins through your body, and your body doesn't know whether your smile is fake or real.
All right,
so you'll feel happier just by smiling.
More confident. So you've got over the initial bit then, so that's the fear. What's the next bit?
So that's the second bit. So you've got the fear is the mindset. The second is your tools, mainly through your body and voice. The third is the words that you use. Whether you're speaking your audience's language, whether you're speaking really ghetto with yo, 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 if you're speaking to youth, getting down with them, or whether you're speaking more corporately, whether you're using jargon, how whoever you're speaking to, you should be
Do a lot
speaking
of
the
people,
same
a lot
language.
of presenters that you come across, do they start talking the moment they turn the microphone on, they start using words they don't normally use and therefore feel uncomfortable and therefore trip over words and just get themselves into a bit of a mess? Do you find that?
Yes, definitely. And people use obviously a lot, or actually, or or
I've been using fabulous a lot today. I think fabulous. Fabulous it has been today's word. Yeah.
I quite often use fabulous the whole time as well.
When you interview people, that's the other one. Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of my things is when people say basically, and they finish a sentence by saying etc. Can't stand it.
If you're going to use etc., you should at least use it 3 times. Etc., etc., etc.
I'll go along with that. I like that. That's very good. Yeah, where are we now? Where are we up to?
So we're at number 3, I believe. And then we've got ideas.
Right.
Thinking creatively, to use the phrase, overused phrase, thinking a bit out of the box.
Right.
Whether you've got music or whether you take your inspiration from art, using stories, using a quick poem. I believe one of the other Apprentice people got into a big company, the one that Tom won his contract with Walmart, I believe, because he wrote them a poem and he gave them a gift.
All about using words.
Using words and using creative ideas that inspire people.
You're very passionate, aren't you?
I am. I
can
love
tell
what
that,
I
can
do.
All right, so that's what people need to do. Go on.
Can I just mention the last one to
Yeah.
make it the complete 5?
Yep.
Plan of action. None of this is any good if you haven't got a strategy.
All right, if people want to find out more about you, people talking over us, but if people want to find out about you, where do they need to go?
www.powerfultraining.co.uk, or we're on Twitter at powerfultraining, no G.
No G. Okay, well, we'll look forward to seeing you again. And your name once again, just to remind everybody, is?
Lorraine Turner from Powerful Training.
Lorraine Turner, thank you very much indeed. Please, would you leave your card with us? And would you like to come on our programme?
I would, yeah.
Fantastic.
Definitely.
Leave the card and we'll get in touch with you. That'd be fantastic. Don't walk away for a moment because you've got a microphone on.
Okay.
And we just need someone to come along and change that. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Lovely, thank you very much indeed. So there we go, Lorraine Turner there. It's all about getting yourself sorted out there. You know, just making certain that you follow those very simple techniques. And as I say, when it comes to public speaking, so many people hate public speaking. Now, we've got our next presenter that's going to be joining us right now. Or is, where's that? Over there. Oh, it's over to remote. Let's go now with Helene. Helene, it's over to you. Have we got you eating? You eating?
I can't speak because actually I've got a mouthful of chomp. I think that's what it is. It's that time of the day, and I've given in to the temptations. And I'm here with Tom, who's the one who put the temptation in my space.
Just be
Tom,
so
while
careful.
I chew, tell us about you and your business.
Okay, I'm Tom Lawrence. I'm director of TLC Office Supplies, which is my wife and I's company, based up in Yorkshire, but we cover the whole of the UK on office supplies. I'm also regional leader for 4 Networking in Yorkshire, looking after a whole lot of networking groups for 4N, so yeah.
So you two are really busy, to say the least.
Yeah, very, very busy, but I love being busy and I love people, so the networking helps my business, but it's also great to get out there and be able to help people with issues that they've got and help them to get more out of the network.
So were you here today looking for ideas and inspirations for your part of the network, or did you bring some of your members down?
Some of my members are down here, and it's just to be part of it because this is a big show, and it's just to be here amongst it. So if you get any business, it's a bonus, but I've met lots of people today that I've spoken to on the 4N forum that I've never met before, so that's been really great. And it's about just getting to know people. In the end, I don't sell anything. People come to me and say, do you do this or can you have that? And that's what networking's about, not about selling. So.
And do you think that you guys do anything differently within your networking that makes you stand out from the rest?
Yeah, I do. One of the things is you don't just join the group, you join the whole network. So, for instance, I was at a networking group here this morning. You can go to a networking group anywhere in the country as part of 4N. So that really helps you to be different from what's out there. And then in our own business, I'm very keen that differentiation is used within the network. You know, to stand out in business, you've got to be doing something different. You've got to be out there. I use biscuits and one business, but we've got some members that I've helped to develop what they do to become really, really good at what they do and to get that message across in a different way.
Well, Tom, I think if I keep eating the biscuits, you'll be doing weight loss next. I'm going to hand you back to Steve.
You make certain you come back with a goodie bag or we'll be very, very upset. Thanks a lot there to Elaine and also to Tom as well. Another guest, actually, what's really nice about this is we're getting an opportunity to do like global networking. We're working our way through many of the stands that are here at Wolverhampton today. Just a quick reminder that Business Connections, I'd like to thank our sponsor who's allowed us to be here today, and that's the AA. And if you do want to find out more about the services that the AA provide, then just simply go along, have a word with the team that are here, and they'll be able to tell you about roadside assistance, home assist when it comes to boilers and gas, everything that you need to know that the AA now provide. Now, with me, my next guest is Mark Northall.
That's about right, yeah.
That's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And a cheer as well. Let's do it again. Mark Northall, ladies and gentlemen.
More!
So tell us the company you're from and what you're doing, Mark.
Well, I'm from the Dalburn Group, but I've been here today really as the regional leader for the West Midlands and Birmingham. So really it's down to my team that the networking events in the bar down there have actually happened today.
You must be a very happy man, I would imagine.
Over the moon, definitely. We've had 91 people at 2 events and they've all gone to time, absolutely spot on. So,
well, I mean, Brad was on earlier on and he sort of said there were moments when he thought, what have we done? Did you feel the same, or were you always 100% confident?
Well, no, the build-up to this has been really hectic. We launched 2 new groups yesterday locally. Brad came down and did our evening group last night, which gave no real time to think about the problems we might have today. But no, we nailed it. We really nailed it.
What kind of things do you think, I mean, when you get new members joining, what are the kind of things that they're looking for when they come along to you, Mark?
I think when they come to us, it's different because a lot of networking organisations, without mentioning names, tend to be a little bit more of a formal nature. We tend to be a little bit more relaxed, and people come along and they like that. They like the guaranteed 3 meetings that they get at the end of our meetings. But yeah, I think we are slightly different in the market to a lot of places that are out there.
I think what struck me about this whole event is the fact that we've got this collaboration between so many different networking organisations. What the benefits do you see in that?
Well, for us, if we can work together, I mean, obviously, if we've got events that are on the same time, same days, things like that. I mean, we run 26 events within this region. We're stretching from the Warwickshire border to Wales. There'll be a lot of other networking organisations that do the same sort of thing. If we can work together to actually, we're chasing the same people potentially. Then if we can work together, then obviously that's a step forward.
If you could open up your little black book of key things to remember when networking, what would be on the first couple of pages? What would be the things that you would suggest to our assembled audience that are here to make certain that their networking, when they come to an event like this, is more effective? Please don't say buy Stephen Thomas's book, because that man gets more promotions than Asda.
It would be a good place to start, Steve.
It is a great book. It is a great book.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my number one tip is nobody ever comes networking to buy anything. So why should you go out there to sell?
Well, that's a really good one. Is there a number 2, or is your number 1 your number 2 as well?
Absolutely, yeah. 1, 2, and 3.
That's very good. And of course, what's the old expression, isn't it? If you've got a plan B, then maybe your plan A
will never work.
Will never work.
Right.
Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you. Well done to all your team for getting everything organised as quickly as it did. Let's hear it for Mark. Yes.
Thanks.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. This is are these all your people?
Absolutely. The disciples.
I mean. And the hats as well. You know, that really suits you. There we go. Okie dokie. Are you doing another bit? We've got another draw taking place. A champagne draw apparently taking place. There's another champagne draw. Yeah, we've got one more. Yeah, well, we can take it. We can take another one. Yeah, just stroll over here. We'll put a microphone on you. And it's been. I tell you what, it has been. I'm sure you'll all agree, all of you. It has been a stunning event, hasn't it? I mean, has it been? Yeah, it has. Would I be right in saying that it's been above expectations? When you came here this morning and you thought to yourself, just another networking event. And you've come into this and you've had all these keynote speakers all the way through the day. You've had Brad, you've had Stephen, but you've had good ones as well. And hey! And it just goes to show how a day can really change. How many people here I don't know whether our other camera, there it is. How many people here have actually felt they've actually got real positive benefit from coming here today? Just quick show of hands. Look at that. Now, if you're at home and you're watching this and you're thinking to yourself, or maybe you're watching the replay of the event that we've actually got going on our channel at the moment and also on 4 Networking, if you're thinking to yourself, I have really missed out here, haven't I? I have really, really missed out. You could have been here today. You could have been experiencing what these lovely people are experiencing as well. So next year, is it already confirmed? It's already booked. It's going to be happening next year, but I get a funny feeling there could be more of these across the UK. So regardless of where you are, it won't be just Wolverhampton. It could be right across the UK. So, you know, make certain that, listen out for them. Make certain that you come to the next ones. Now, another guest. It's Ian. Now, let's just sit. Now, remember, we've had a huge cheer for the last guest. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Crocker, Absolute Learning. It's turning into a party now, isn't it? Ian, these people probably already know. Tell me what you do and who you are.
Right, my name's Ian.
Oh, is Ian's mic working? Thank you very much indeed.
Superb. I've just been speaking upstairs about communicating what we do. And I'm a trainer and business coach, and I help people to network and get the most from it.
A lot of people have real issues when it comes to communicating.
Yeah.
What do you think the big problems are? We've just had somebody on that sort of talking about the way your posture, the way you actually make yourself feel confident.
I better sit up then.
You're going to sit up. It's all about the way you feel about yourself. What's the big advice you would give to somebody here who wants to go out there and promote and sell their business to a potential client or customer?
Well, I was just talking upstairs to people about having a polished answer to the frequently asked questions. And for me, there's 3 questions. First one is, what do you do? And so you need an engaging answer to that frequently asked question. What do you do? So I train newly appointed managers, but I also say I help people to swim when they've been thrown in the deep end, because people tend to remember that rather than the standard reply. And the second question is, why do you do it? And I think everybody here has got passion for what they do, but we need to be able to distill that passion down to one carefully worded sentence kept up our sleeve. So if anyone asks us, why do you do it? It's there, prepared, ready to be answered.
Well, it's interesting you say that. We do media training as a business as well. So we take managers, we take people that are camera facing or public facing. And what we do, the very first thing that we do with them is we make them talk for a minute. And I personally feel that everybody should have a minute about their business in their head all the time, but also a minute about their personal life. I could probably go around the hall that we've got here, talk to any of the people here and go, sit down, you've got a minute to talk about the subject you know the most about yourself. And after maybe 40 seconds, you'll dry up. And then afterwards, you'll stand back and you go, what about your wife? What about your kids? What about your hobbies? Your holidays? There's so many things that we can talk about, but we forget that. It's just not being prepared, isn't it?
Yeah, it is being prepared as well. And sometimes I think if we go to lots of networking, we have a wonderfully polished 40 seconds. Do it! But if people ask you if what you do...
We can make this last an hour, can't we?
They don't want 40 seconds. They do not want 40 seconds.
Yeah.
They want a sentence. If you say, what do you do, and you give 40 seconds, they wish they hadn't asked. Yeah?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it comes.
All right.
What do you do?
What do? I help people to achieve more by developing their skills.
Hey, look at that, 4 seconds. I know you won't hear him. Stefan, what do? You haven't got 40 seconds, you've got 5 seconds as well. What do you do? Yell it.
I help people win more business from networking.
There you go.
Yeah.
Have you been on his course?
Yes.
Well done. Fantastic. Listen, it's been brilliant having you up here. I tell you what, we're going to get a round of applause for you right now. Ian Crocker, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic. Right now, another bottle of champagne. Oh, don't walk too far away because you're still plugged in. Helene, where you go with the champagne drawer over there?
Hey, you know I like a drink, and I need something to wash my chomp down.
Okay. Are you having trouble with the echo? Yeah, I can tell. Move away a bit. Go for a walk. Where you go? Where you go?
We're going to move back. We're going to keep moving back. I'm just following the champagne.
Yeah,
it's not getting any better.
In your own time.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Paul, I can see on your tag that it's insurance as well, right? So if I drink the champagne and I fall over, are you selling me the insurance?
Something like that.
Is that right? Tell us a little bit about this and why you've got the draw.
Well, we've been 4M members for about 6 years now. Really worked for us in the business, and I've had a really good day. Got to meet lots of new people, and lots of people I already knew from the 4M forum and on Twitter. So it's been a really good day, really enjoyed it, and hopefully someone has something to celebrate with in a minute.
I'm going to find out now.
We're ready, we're ready, we're ready.
Yeah.
I think I put 25 in my own cards.
And,
I wouldn't put that up. Can't talk all of a sudden.
Julie Tarbuck from LTE. LTE
Oh,
Engraving.
Julie Tarbuck! Fantastic. There she. Oh, and she's looking stunning.
Yay.
She's ready to party, this girl.
Congratulations, Julie. I'll see you in the bar.
Please put your hands together for Julie. Well done. All right, and we're rapidly approaching the end of the event, aren't we? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Brad Burton.
Yes!
Well, go on then. Tell us, what's the deal? What do you reckon? Absolute failure, I would say.
As I said earlier, there was a danger 6 weeks ago that this thing was going to plumb. And in the phone networking board meeting, I was in bits. But what happened is this: I banged the table and I said, come on people, we can do this. This is about making a statement in networking, that actually bringing all the networks together. It's the first time it's ever been done. You know what, we spent years fighting each other. You know what, now's the time for group hugs and love. So B&I, thank you for being here. Steve, and all, no, a big B&I, whoa, come on! Stevie, NRG, all the partners, Vibrant Networking, all the partners who have been here, Gary from Zero, Just Cashflow PLC, you know, Dawn, Howard Dawn, yeah. You know, this is, somebody said, oh, it's the Brad show. No, it's not, trust me. I've realised that actually everything I've got in my life, I've done it by surrounding myself with smart people, people who believe in that vision and dream. You know, as you know with me, working class lad, no qualifications to my name, and I've proven without a shadow of a doubt you can do it as long as you've got the right team around you. So thank you everyone, appreciate it.
There we go. Matt, it's been our pleasure as well. Can I thank our team for putting the broadcast on? If you've been watching at home, we hope you've enjoyed it. Can we just see the lovely people that are here just one last time? Give a wave to that camera with the light on the top of it. Just give it a wave.
Yay!
There you go.
Can I just say one thing, Steve, before we sign off? As a result of what we've seen today with this, we've speaking with Business Connections Live.
Peter Sylvester
How do you do that?
That's live telly for you.
How do you do that?
Well, no.
Yes, whatever.
But here's the situation. We've been speaking with Business Connections Live, and these guys clearly have a, a setup which is so professional, and we are bringing this together, Business Connections Live and Phone Networking, to start doing Phone Networking TV, broadcasting from their offices, from their studio, and we're going to be bringing this kind of energy and vibe every single month up and down the country.
Sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
That's right. And I'm going to try get Steve with his tie off. Boys and girls, do it now, Steve. Come on. Do it. Yay!
I can't do the top button, though. There you go. Oh, look at that.
Hey, rock and roll, people.
I said it's the authority. Listen, to all of you that have been here today, thank you for being allowing us into your networking event. And please put your hands together once again. Well, first of all, for the team that have been working very hard over here. For the team that have been working really hard in the keynote speakers area.
Yes.
There. And for you and for the team that have been working upstairs. And finally, please put your hands together for yourself for being absolutely brilliant.
Yay! Awesome. High five.
There we go. That's your lot. Goodbye and thank you.